Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Erin Hartree drives a bus. Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, everybody. Hello, my beautiful people. How are we? Let me take these off. I don't need that. How are we? Hope you're well. Robin G, she's not here, but we all love Robin G when she does arrive. Sue, hello. Sue, how are you, my darling? Be in and out, shake it all about. Due to work. No worries, my darling. It's all good. Kelly Eggleston. Now, Kelly, you're a naughty one. We did not see you yesterday. And you were late the day before. Kelly. Still love you. So it's fine. Kelly, you're forgiven. Just. Hope you're well, my darling. DQ, hey, Carol. You here, Carol? Are you here, Carol? Are you here? Good morning to you, Disney Queen. Hello, Viv. Hope you're well. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. And we got Hippie Chick. How are you? Hello, Hippie Chick. How are you, my darling? Good morning to Debs again. Here we go. Just a girl in the world. Hello, stranger. Stranger danger. Hello. How are you, Missy? Hope you're well. How you like? I'm tired, people. I was nodded off to sleep Look here, I've got the stream off. I'm tired. Are you ready for this? I think so. I'm here now, Disney Queen. Today is a very special day. Well, my Carol's daughter, my niece Ella, it's her birthday today. So obviously, when it's someone's birthday, what do we do here? We sing to them. I don't want to get that on there. So we obviously sing to them. There we are. We're gonna say happy birthday to my niece Ella. Hang on, which one do I know? Not that one. I'll go there. So just for you, Ella, happy birthday to you, Ella. Hope you have a great day. Hope everyone spoils you. I know Disney Queen, your mum will spoil you. I know that much now. You look just like your mother. So with that, hit it. So this is a Welsh version of happy birthday just for you, Ella. So pen blwydd hapus i ti. Pen blwydd hapus i ti. Pen blwydd hapus nis Ella. Pen blwydd hapus i ti. Let's go, Ella. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday, Ella. Happy birthday, Ella. Happy birthday. Hope you get everything you want, Ella, and more. So happy birthday to you, my darling, and enjoy your day. There you go. There you go, Carol, Disney Queen. Hopefully you can clip that and show it to her. Love from Uncle Dylan and El Shatti. So there you go. Kelly says, I was here yesterday but didn't say anything. Oh, one of those days. I've learned those days you just don't ask questions. Don't ask any questions. Lil G, hello, Lil G. Back later, that's fine. See you later, my darling. Happy birthday, Ella. Lisa Reed, here she is. Crop tops, Lisa Reed. I've not had any people. Don't worry, I've not had any yet. So, how are you doing, Lisa? Hope you're well, my darling. Christine Fortunato, the first person. Look at this, people. Look at this. Who's the first person for law and crime trial? Christine Fortunato says, hi. Same as here. She goes to every trial and says, hi. Hope you're well, Christine. Nice to see you, my darling. As always. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm yawning. That's not a good sign, is it? Yawning, morning. Yawning, morning. All together now. All together now. All together now. It's Ella's birthday. All together now. Good morning, Lisa. Thank you, Dan. I will play this for her when she wakes up. She will absolutely grin. Happy days. Well, that's what I'm here for. This is what Uncle Dylan's here for. To cheer, niece Ella up. So, I hope she has a wonderful day, my darling. I already spilled my coffee everywhere. Well, that's not a fucking great start, is it? I don't know what happened. Hello? I just got a sign saying you've disconnected. Hopefully I'm back. Disconnected. Can you all hear me okay? I don't know. Literally don't know what happened there. Good morning, Lisa Reed. There you go. Oh. Good morning, Sherry Berry. Hello, how are you, my darling? Sherry Berry 79. You can hear me fine. Okay, I got kicked out, as in, came up disconnected. Do you know, I know why now. Because this little tart came in. Dana Leonard. For 1 second, Tracy had to correct you last night because I thought you were saying I couldn't sing, Dana. I got a voice like an angel, Dana, when I'm singing. Then you corrected yourself and said, no, I mean me. I can't sing. I was like that. Voice of an angel. I got a voice for an angel. I got a terrible voice. But nice to see you, my friend. You've been busy this week, I think. I've not heard from you much. I need to reach out to you. I hope you're well. Also, great news. Resisted Silent last night. If you watch it, go watch and replay. Also, breaking news. Jen O'Donnell going to be on Resistant Silent every single Sunday now to update everybody. So, Jen's great. She's a great speaker, very much involved with everything. So she's going to be there every Sunday now as well for Resistant to Silence. So make sure you watch that on a Sunday night, which is good news. More content is always good. I think they're going to be doing every Tuesday night now. But I'm not 100% sure what the plan is moving forward. But fuck, I can't stop yawning. Sorry, people. Pemberton Happy City, that is happy birthday to you from Dana, Carol to Ella. Happy days. We see and hear you. Happy days. Hang on, I did miss something. I really get to catch up with you live. Happy to be here. Thank you. I'm just a girl in the world. I just skipped it because I was a bit like, am I still live? Hope you're well, my darling. I love you singing. Hey, you better do, Dana. We'll catch up soon. We will. Hope you're not too busy. I hope you're okay. There you go. Jen is awesome. She is. And it's great news that she's got a platform like Resisting the Silence to voice everything. She's very intelligent, very good speaker, I think Jen is. I don't know her personally or anything like that, but I'm always impressed whenever she speaks. So I think having her on a Sunday is a great coup for Resisting the Silence. And it's all about what it is Resisting the Silence is about. And Dana mentioned it last night about, Brenda Sweeney saying that Resisting the Silence is, the name of the channel is perfect at the minute for what they're going through in Canton and stuff. So I saw a lot of El Chatty in there last night, so thank you for supporting. I love the fact that, you guys are always about there, hopping about, in and out, shaking it all about. Thank you, Dana. We're looking forward to having her on. She's a great coop, Dana. She's a great coop. It's great for you guys, I think. Okay, that's back. So we're back. We've got this trial again, husband burned murder trial. It got a little bit interesting yesterday in the afternoon. Oh, fuck, I can't stop yawning, people. I can't stop yawning, everybody. Dana Lennon says, good morning, everyone. We miss Dana in chat. Dana, I think you're pretty busy at the minute, Dana. You must be because you're not in chat as much. But we all love Dana. Obviously, we all say we love Tracy more, but also we love this guy more as well. Hang on. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these title songs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. We love Dana and Dennis, and I also love this young lady that's come in here. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. It is the gilf. The gilf. The gilf is on fire. Lady Law, she's on fire. How you doing, Lady Law? I miss you, Lady Law. I miss you, babe. Da, 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 da. I miss you, babe. Da, 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 da. I miss you, babe. I've not spoken to Lady Law for it feels forever and ever. It feels forever, Lady Law. We need to catch up, my darling. I've not spoken to you in ages. I am really missing your face. Um, I know you're busy. I know I've seen that. You're very busy. I know you are. I know you're super busy at the minute. It sucks. Because for people that are new here, they lost to be in here causing havoc all the time. And we had a lot of more men back then because Lady Law would be on screen sometimes and all the men were, drooling over the screens. So, miss you, my darling. Always thinking about you. Hope to speak to you soon, my darling. I do miss you. It was a good show, Deb. Yeah. I've not watched it all yet, but I've watched a lot of it. It's good. After the technical issues of that, I just got a message you, Dana, about hold the speaker to whichever mic you use and stuff like that. This is why I always hold it there. It's gonna be right on it when you got someone on the phone. So it's a tough one, isn't it? Good morning, Brenda. How are you? Lady Di's in the house. Hello to you. The Lord's busy. We're having heavy rainfall knee high. I thought you said yeehaw. Thunderstorms and lightning. Very, very frightening to me. Galileo. In Australia with Viv. Should still be getting it for the next few days. Then the temperature goes up. Silly temperatures. There you go. Well, look after yourself, Viv. So I'm walking into the office with an earbud in, listening. All I can think is if these people only knew I was listening to. Dana, that's funny. You walk. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah, but I can imagine. Oh, that is funny. That I can imagine that as well. That's hilarious, Dana. Thank you for that, Dana. That's made me laugh anyway. Oh, agree. We'll catch up with you. We will, my darling. I need an update to see where you are in your life. I need to know what's going on in your life. There's a lot to catch up on. Dana's coming with the boom, like MJ does. Boom. That was Dana. Jeepers, I am so tired today, people. I don't know what's wrong with me. And I don't think it's like I did wake up several times in the night, but I still got up a reasonable time. Went to bed at a reasonable time. Got up a reasonable time. So there might be a little bit of nodding today. There might be a bit of sleeping today. I think this trial so far has been quite divided. It was quite 50-50 about carrying on with this trial. No, I think we carry on with it because I think it's overall it's quite good. But I think the numbers speak for themselves. We don't get many people watching. So I think that this is confirming to me that we do show Sarah Boone and we zoom through this. Because we're not getting many people watching this one. We'll get more watching Sarah Boone. And as I say that, talk about Sarah Boone, who comes in. Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long. Erin Hack. How are you, Erin? Hope you're well, my darling. Don't worry, are you back for Boone next week, I hope? Is your sleep appointment? No, it's not, Dana. It's not. I just got a general next week, next Wednesday, I believe. General appointment. I get one every like 6 to 8 weeks. But I will go in and say, look, I'm getting desperate now. I'm getting desperate. Can you push it or something? Because I'm literally getting desperate now with this sleep. I'm tired constantly. It's not good. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's healthy. So no, it's not Dana. But I go, yeah, got that. I will push it though and say, and he's good. He's a good doctor, so he'll chase it for me. He will chase it. So I need it. So you met Carwyn, who's in the chat. He's from the same area as me. He's lucky bastard. He was one of the first ones to get it in October, because the hospital's like half an hour away from me, and actually about 5 minutes for him. So he got the machine straight away. But yeah, I just missed out probably, because I came in more like Easter time, sort of complaining. So I'm about 6 months behind. So there must be a delay on it. Thanks, Dana. Thank you, Dana. Right, so with shit, and so they're here. Normally start about 9 o'clock. So the moment we walk in the joint, bow wow. Yeah, so just confirming, I think we will be watching Sarah Boone next week. I mean, we're watching Sarah Boone anyway, but I think we watch Sarah Boone when he starts, and we zoom through this one, because I know some of you interested in it, and some of you aren't interested in it. So it'll be like, I think everyone's interested in Sarah Boone. Watch that and zoom then through this trial, because it's a bit long. But yeah, we will still cover this trial, but through zooming it. It'll be very fast. I'll be playing at 1.5 and literally going through it. Lindsay Hendricks, good morning, y'all. I have a 3-hour drive ahead of me, and it appears there's a massive accident that closed down the freeway. So you're narrating my detour and cracking me up. So thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear I've got some uses. That's always good to hear, because, yeah, I don't know. I need to speak, otherwise I fall asleep. But look after yourself, Battalion. Thank you for that comment. That's made my morning. That has good. Well, you do need it. Yeah, baby, you need it. Boo boo, boo boo. You need it good. Boo boo, boo boo. I do need the machine, because Dana and Carolyn both say it's life changes. So sorry I swore in chat last night. I was so mad at these people. Are so nasty to Kate. These people just dropped it. Deb is in trouble. Deb is in trouble. Deb. Swearing Deb. Ah. I don't think it's a problem, Deb. I don't think it's a problem. I swear on there, all in chat whenever I'm there. Lindsay, be safe. In 27 days, I'm writing in the land for president. Let's go, Sean. That's not me saying, actually literally doing that to you. But I mean, yes, let's go. Thank you, sir. I feel for the poor judge taking Looney Booney's trial. I think he's going to be fine. He's not going to have to deal with it, so, which is fine. He just deals with the attorney, doesn't he? So, which is good news for him. If he had to deal directly with her, then I would be more sorry for him. Sorry. All right, lady. No need to apologize. Let it fly. It pisses me off. There you go. Fucking look at him swearing my chat. Dana. Crystal. How are we, Crystal? 44. I always, whenever I see Crystal, I just think the number 44. It's weird. Good morning, El Chatty. Good morning to you, Crystal. How are you doing, my darling? Good morning from Carol to Crystal. Yeah, so from now on, if I'm chatting, it'll likely be voice to text, and Siri does not really understand my southern accent, my southern draw, my southern accent, y'all. So if there's typos that doesn't make sense, that's why. Lindsay, I'm not sure if you've met Heather Taylor, Potty Mouth. So if people can understand Heather, then she types it, but she's got typos everywhere. But it doesn't matter. We'll be able to understand it. Don't you worry. We'll get used to it. here she is. As I say that, she is. I was talking about you just now, this second. Don't pretend like you don't love all of our fucking swearing. Lol, all of us potty mouths. Mainly you. And I was just explaining about the whole thing about typos and stuff. If you can read yours, you can read anyone's. Ask Siri if she likes Hell Chatty. Hey Mark, thank you for the message yesterday as well. That's I never on that Twitter account, but thank you for the message. Don't worry, we'll be you'll know. I think aren't you coming to Champions Pub? I think you're coming to Champions Pub, aren't you, Mark? You'll know plenty of time when I come out. Mark sent me a Twitter message yesterday about meeting up in Boston. You will know where I am, so don't you worry. Don't you worry. Hello, Elsie. Hello, my darling. How are you? My ears were ringing. What's up, everyone? Ashley says, good morning, beautiful people. Ashley, thank you, my darling. Thank you again for purchasing the merch as well. I hope you're well. Vix Logic, morning, lurking again. Hey, Vix, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you as always. Morning. Yep, champion. There you go. Yeah, there you go, Mark. So don't worry about it. We'll be meeting up, Mark. It's fine. Morning, Mark. Rhode Island. Good morning to you. Where are Gary? I spoke to Gary. He is he's fine. He's just recovering. He said it'll take him a couple of weeks to get back on his feet. So yeah. And Ken, whatever. I don't know about Ken. What's up, Heather? Morning. Definitely have a party now. I actually got suspended from the Baptist preschool when I was for calling a kid a son of a bitch after he shot the girl I had a crush during a game of cops and robbers. Happy days. I think they are both sick, but only on the men. There you go. Karen, hello, Karen. How are you, my darling? I'm not worried about that. No, but a lot of people are asking about it, so it's just don't worry, people. I'll get a list out to see where we are for everything. It's all good. Oh, see party mouth, potty mouth. It's fine. It's fine. As I say, this young lady here is worse than you by far, Lindsay. So don't worry. Heather Taylor, welcome. How are we doing, Greg? How are we doing, sir? Oh, here they come. People coming into court now. Court's getting ready. That was a nice shot. Yeah, I'm surprised. There's not many people interested in this trial. Not many people interested in it. We have really struggled for numbers on this trial. We barely break 30 people watching it. So I think that is a good sign to say Sarah Boone is a must to cover. There's not so much interest in this trial. Which, I think it's going to get better and better and better and better. But this trial will get better. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm zoning out. Yeah, I agree. The last one, I thought it was a great cross. I think it was a great cross yesterday. At the end of the day, I think it's the way they are laying this out, but it got better. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think they were slow as well. There's just too many questions being asked. Crystal, did you get my purchase? I do not believe I did. When did you purchase something? Let me just check. Printify, Shopify. Printify, Shopify. Also, it's getting Christmas season now. Merry Christmas, everyone. Dee Dean and Dennis walking down. We got your order on Monday, September 30th, Crystal, and it's been delivered. And there's nothing since then. No, there's been no other order from you, my darling. No. Hippie Chick, Toots, Lisa Reed, Carol Draper, all your stuff are on the way. Ashley's been delivered. Daffodil's been delivered. Lisa Reed has had a hoodie delivered. Oh, she's here. Why is she looking in like that? That's weird. Or she was looking to see who's in with the family. Not just weird. Yeah, no, nothing since Monday. Um, Party's here. Good morning, Toots. No worries, my darling. It's all good. How are you doing, Toots? Hope you're well. I tried to watch some of it, but I don't know if it was a style of the question. Yeah, it's really hard to get into. It is a style of the question. No, nothing came through, Crystal. Nothing came through for you, my darling. Let me just check if there's anything. There's no orders for you then. Mm, no money to cry. Oh, he. No, no, nothing, Crystal. Well, also it would show you if money came out of your account and stuff. So no, nothing came through. So I'm not sure if something happened with them or not. I don't know. No idea. Normally I get notified, you see, so that's why I can check. I hadn't got anything through. That's why I checked. But no. Toots, good morning. Good morning. What was the thing that happened yesterday, though? I suppose you spiced it up a bit. It was just the fact of the cross. I thought the cross was very good. And it became apparent that a lot of the blood was like not sent to the lab, not tested, or the alleged blood. Some of the blood they found was allegedly her blood, not his blood. So yeah, I mean, he opened a door a little bit. It's interesting that he under the cross, he started by saying that he is basically it's his crime scene. He does it as he wants to, and then it turns out that there's like he didn't do certain things because he wasn't asked. It was just yeah, it was just yeah. I thought it was a good cross. Too many unnecessary questions in my bit. There is at the start. What do you prefer to be tased or sprayed by pepper spray? It's like, dude, who gives a fuck? Move on. Cut all those questions out. Good morning, Joe. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Joe, I haven't seen for ages. Jessica Fritz as well. Fritzy, hang on. Love Christmas. It's my favourite as well. Carol, it's my favourite as well. Morning, Joe. I see your suspension, Lindsay. Much with I tried smooching in my kindergarten, maybe first grade. I don't know. One of them crush on the bus. You returned that attention by socking me square in my mouth. I haven't made a first move since. It's probably because your mouth is so big. That's the first thing that he could. Morning, Jessica. Jessica Fritz. Fritzy. How you doing, Fritzy? How you doing, Logan Carter? Hope they're feeling better, my darling. Nice to see you, Fritz. I'm not seeing Jessica for ages. I know you're here yesterday, but you know what I mean. I don't see you very often now. But I hope you're okay, my darling. It's nice to see you. Fritzy. Walkies, Fritz. Fritzy. Walkies. That's not Jessica I'm saying walkies, that's the dog. Fritzy. Oh, no woman, no cry. Da, 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 da. Oh, 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 oh. Mm, ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, right. Oh, for Deb, I need to boost it for Deb. I boosted it for you, Deb. The stream is now boosted. Oh no, I know. He's staying at the stair with his head tilted. Treats! Fritzy! Treats! Treats! Fritzy! Fritzy, there's a good boy. Fritzy, that's a good boy. There's a good boy, Fritzy. Treats! Treats! Mummy, come to mummy. Treats, mummy, treats. Mummy, treats, treats, mummy. No worries. I do that for Murph as well with Elsie. Murph, treats Murph, if she's here. Elsie, treats Murph. No worries, Deb. You just need to remind me, Deb, and I'll always do it for you. I'd always forget, that's all. But I'll always boost it for you, Deb. You just need to remind me, that's all. And it's not annoying if you remind me every day. I prefer if you do remind me every day. It's just I forget. Do you know what I mean? So I'll always boost it whenever you're here, my darling. No woman, no cry. Rough. The video of him being the dog, or this, not the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog Scooby is barking again. Rot.
Not working. Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek.
Right.
I needed that.
Right.
Thank you, Derek.
Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it. Right, here we go. There's no audio yet. The court, but the judge is in. There's no audio yet, though. So there you go. Rusty. Yeah, I've been messaging him. You know, it sucks. Like, where he's at. Thoughts are with everybody in Florida, people. Thoughts are with everybody. Why? It's court that hasn't got volume, so. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. You all wish me luck. Ella requested French silk pie for a bit. What's that? And it will be my first time making it. Good luck. I'd never heard of it before. Okay, good. Yeah, he's on Twitter. I know Sean's okay. I haven't texted him today, but he's all over Twitter, so he's fine. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying he's fine, but he's tweeting. So why? Never heard of it before. So was the cross on? It was on the guy who was taking photos and stuff like that, and taking the blood samples and stuff like that. It was Sergeant. Like there's loads of technicians. I don't know how they work it, but he was a good. I thought he was a good witness. Just became apparent they didn't test a lot of stuff. Not tested everything. Ooh. No worries. See you later, Viv. Take care of yourself, my darling. Take care. Right, come on, Court. Let's go. Like a chocolate type of vibe. Oh, it sounds nice to me. That sounds nice. No woman, no cry. I don't know, what's this? Okay. Good night, Viv. Right, why is court not got any volume? Hang on, let me find another stream just in case. That's me.
Y'all can get your own chair or move it around now.
As I
if you
say
want.
that,
Y'all are out of the
fucking
sight
starts.
line. They moved the camera, and we did double check it, and all we got was just the top of your head. All they got. But if y'all want to help the bailiffs move your chairs around now, you can, because you're out of the sight line. All right, we're gonna order lunch for y'all. Y'all got the menus and major selections, and then we're gonna shoot for, an hour lunch, maybe even, we will try to break as close to 12 as possible and start back at noon. All right. And if y'all want to take a walk or something, that's fine. Just tell the bailiffs y'all want to go outside, and they'll take a group of you or whatever y'all want to do. All right. Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Officer Shaw, good morning. I'll remind you, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. One thing I didn't ask you when I first started my cross with you, you seem to have a love for crime scene investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, currently you're with the school police.
Yes, sir.
All right. When did you leave the crime scene investigation unit with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
It was time for me to make a change in my career for both myself and my family.
Okay. So you don't do, obviously, I don't think you do any crime scene investigation with the school police, right?
When asked by the detectives to do some processing, I will perform those duties for them, but that is not my primary functions as a school police officer.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now, going to the front door, the blood droplet that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
At 2155 Purcell. In viewing your report last night, you had indicated, and if you need to see your report, let me know. You had indicated that you were told on July 6th to examine that blood droplet, or presumptive blood droplet. Who told you to examine that?
I was either Lieutenant Ballard or Lieutenant Clark. I don't recall which one, but I was asked to go in there and take a look at those.
So, to the best of your knowledge, neither you nor Ms. Thrasher, one of the other crime scene techs, discovered that blood droplet.
I did not discover it. I can't say what CSI Thrasher saw.
Okay. So, and you don't know exactly who discovered it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about Blue Star and how, when you order it, how does it come?
So Blue Star is ordered in sets of 2 vials. They come in a tablet form, and then we mix those as needed for use. And then we use an aerosol pump sprayer to distribute the Blue Star across the substrate that we want to process.
Okay. And what do you mix Blue Star? So you got these tablets. I'm assuming you put them in the pump sprayer, and then you have to put some type of liquid in it, correct?
We use distilled water.
Okay. So you put distilled water in it, not sterile water.
We use distilled water. Yes, sir.
Distilled water. Okay. Now, the reason you use distilled water, distilled water, the reason you use that is because it doesn't have any organic or inorganic materials in it, correct?
Correct.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, back in 2018, when you was the pump sprayer that you used solely dedicated to using Blue Star?
It was.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was it used for any other purpose?
No, sir.
If there was any testimony that sterile water was used to mix Blue Star, that would be incorrect.
If they're referring to distilled water as sterile water and they're mixed using terms, then I don't know what their testimony would be. I know we use distilled water because we buy it in gallon jugs and keep it sealed on our crime scene truck.
Okay, so the distilled water is on the crime scene truck along with the spray bottle.
Correct.
Okay. And you use that same pump sprayer when you tested the RTV, the tractor, and the towel that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir, because it's solely used for our Blue Star application.
Okay. I don't have a photograph of the bottle or anything like that. Is it clearly marked that that's the only use of it?
Well, I mean, it's what we tell it's used for. We don't use it for anything else.
Okay, but like my question is, is it marked? Like, does the bottle have some tape on it that says Blue Star only?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's just a clear plastic pump sprayer?
Well, it's not clear, but it's
Okay.
used for Blue Star.
What does it look like though? That's my question. What does it look like?
It's an HDX pump aerosol sprayer that you can find at Home Depot.
I was about to say HDX, that's the Home Depot brand.
Mhm.
Okay. But it's not marked in any way that it's solely used for Blue Star, to the best of your knowledge.
It is not.
Okay. Now, with the tractor, I think everybody knows now what the tractor looked like. Because you examined the tractor at the jail, at your crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. So you didn't find any evidence of any blood in the bucket of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
You didn't find any evidence of blood on the back of the tractor, correct?
Correct.
What we were looking at yesterday, the Blue Star of the, Judge, if you will switch on the TV.
There you go.
Hey, all right. Showing you SHA 246. Now, this that you indicated to the jury yesterday indicated the presence of, well, I believe you testified to mammal blood. Because that's what Blue Star reacts to, correct?
Correct. Mammalian blood.
Mammalian blood. So not amphibian blood or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. But you did not take any swabs of that for DNA confirmation or human blood confirmation.
Correct.
Now, on the RTV, on 2 locations, and tell me if I'm wrong, because your report's not clear on that. We're looking at 266 at the back of the RTV, and you had indicated that there is the presence, according to Blue Star, of some mammalian blood on the outside of the tailgate on the left-hand side. Correct?
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
That wasn't swabbed for any type of DNA confirmation, correct?
Correct.
And you also had testified that on the, call it the driver's side of the RTV, that there was a little bit on the outside, also confirmation from the Blue Star.
There was a chemoluminescent reaction. Yes, sir.
And that was also not swabbed for DNA confirmation.
Correct.
Now, you would have investigated the bed of the RTV, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there's no presence of any illumination in the bed of the RTV.
There was not a reaction.
And in the inside, you had taken, perhaps not you, but there was a droplet of blood found on the L2 shifter of the RTV. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was swabbed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, that was sent off to the crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. Did you spray, when you're spraying the Blue Star on the RTV and on the tractor, are you picking and choosing places to spray it, or are you essentially just hosing it down and seeing if you see anything?
No, sir. We apply it to the vehicle as a whole to see if we can observe a reaction.
Okay, so you're spraying the whole thing down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is the only reactions that you got.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me switch. I'm going to show you what was previously admitted under Miss Thrasher. I'm just going to pull it up. I think it was Thrasher 55. Now, because you were at the scene, right? You've been in the house, been at the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. All right. So on the right-hand side of Thrasher 55, those doors where the mouse clicker is, that led to Gary's office, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And here in the center of the photograph, underneath the circular deck, those doors led into that living room area of the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, because you had taken, and Mr. Bogus went over with you yesterday, there was some tracks in some mud. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, my mouth's dry this morning. You didn't observe any type of tracks up at the house in that lush grass, did you?
I did not see any, no, sir.
You didn't find, well, let me answer it two ways. There were no RTV tracks anywhere around the back of the home, correct? In this photograph. Like up by the house is my question.
You wouldn't be able to see them in this photograph. So
No, you wouldn't be able to see them, but you did not see any up by the house.
No, because when I was observing that, it was dark.
Well, did you go back in the daytime?
I was, but I was not at the back of the house during the daytime. I was at the burn pile and observing the search and rescue at the pond.
Okay. I thought that when you got there on the 5th, it was daylight, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you stated that you had walked essentially the property. You had walked around the house
No,
down
sir.
to the burn pile. So you never, being the lead crime scene technician, went to the back of the house where the alleged crime scene is and observed it.
We didn't know where the crime scene was when I first arrived.
Okay. Did any, to the best of your knowledge, did any of your investigators that you were in charge of note any tractor tracks or RTV tracks up by the house?
Not that I'm aware of that they noted.
Okay. In going, let me show you a second of what has been admitted previously as Aerial 19. Were you out there when they did the drone footage?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Yes. Stop it right there at 9 seconds. Now this is a year, or how much later is this when they went and did that?
If it was done the same day we did the decibel readings, it would have been in July of
Okay.
2019. And I believe we did all of that on the same day.
Okay, did all that on the same day, July of 19, so a year later.
Yes.
Right. And you took, actually on July the 5th at the burn pile, you took all of those photographs?
The previous year?
Mm-hmm.
Between
2018.
Between myself and Investigator Olnick, yes, we took the pictures.
Okay. And you didn't notice any tracks or anything, at least according to your testimony yesterday, or any drag marks leading down from the house to the burn pile?
I did not note any on the day I arrived.
Okay. You nor any of your other investigators, you took into evidence, you didn't take in any ropes, correct?
None were brought to me, no, sir.
Okay. Chains,
No, sir.
straps?
No, sir.
And you found no corroborating evidence of any of Gary Farris's DNA on anything like that, correct?
I'm sorry, ask the question again, sir.
It was a horrible question. So you didn't take any of like chains or ropes or straps or anything like that. And so therefore you didn't find any corroborating DNA on anything like that, correct?
I don't know that I understand the question. I can't collect DNA on items I didn't collect, so I don't understand the question.
Well, that's true. That is the question. So there can be nothing found because nothing was collected.
We did not collect any of those items you listed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, you also took into evidence a trail camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, were you actually the one who found the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, did anybody tell you about the trail camera? Or did you just stumble upon it while you were around the burn pile?
I happened to look down and see it tied off to a tree.
Okay, and you went down and you took it off the tree?
Well, after we took pictures of it, but yes, sir.
Okay.
Removed the SD card.
Okay, so you took the entire camera, the physical camera, and the SD card out of the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you took it down, was it functional?
I don't know, sir. I don't know a lot about trail cameras. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. But you took it into evidence. Did you review any of those photographs?
I did not. We gave that over to our forensic, digital forensic section to let them do their work on that.
Okay. And next question is, did you delete any of the photographs from the SD card?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, we established yesterday that you were the lead crime scene technician, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Thrasher and Ms. Eckhart, you were, in some ways, their supervisor.
For lack of a better term, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, because they were both fairly inexperienced at that time.
No, sir.
Would it surprise you if Ms. Thrasher testified yesterday that she was, in fact, inexperienced at that time?
Well, that would be an opinion of herself, but having worked with her, she is capable and competent in doing her job, and I trusted her to do her job.
Is that you trusted her to do her job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't directly supervising her?
I don't know what you mean by directly supervising, sir. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, because when we had talked to, or Mr. Thrasher had testified, she stated that, and Lieutenant Stewart also stated that prior to getting so many hours and getting your state certification, that you have to essentially work under somebody else.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've got your state certification. You went to the National Forensic Academy. That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you know whether or not Ms. Thrasher was able to work alone, or did you just allow her to work alone?
She was able to complete the task that we assigned her. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you assign her those tasks to work inside of the house?
Between myself and Lieutenant Ballard, yes. We divvied up the 10 plus acres and all the different areas between the crime scene investigators.
Okay. And Thrasher she was in the basement doing what she had been assigned, and you were at the burn pile, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you assigned the burn pile, or you chose to do the burn pile?
I chose to take the burn pile.
Yeah, because you had testified yesterday that you kind of find that stuff interesting, correct? The anthropologic aspect of it.
It was also important to make sure that the remains were documented correctly.
Well, absolutely. But I mean, it is a personal interest to you in crime scene investigation.
Sure.
Okay. So if you're at the burn pile and Ms. Thrasher is in the house, you cannot supervise her, correct? You're just relying on her to do what she's supposed to do.
I did not do direct supervision. We don't micromanage our crime scene investigators. I don't believe in that form of supervision.
Mm-hmm.
We're task oriented. So they were given tasks to complete. They were able to complete those tasks.
Okay. Now, as the lead crime scene tech, because your report doesn't indicate it, did you ever go out to the barn?
I did not go out to the barn. No, sir.
Okay. Never stepped foot in it?
No, sir.
Don't you think that's kind of important, being the lead crime scene tech, to evaluate the entire property?
If I were to look back on it, yes, I would say it would be important. But at the time that we were tackling this scene, I had faith and trust in my other crime scene investigators. I had another lieutenant who was helping supervise, if you will, to use that term, that he was able to go down there and make sure that those detectives and investigators were doing their job, so that I could concentrate on the burn pile and the residents there.
Okay, and would that other lieutenant be Lieutenant Ballard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in some ways you're relying on Lieutenant Ballard to, and I'll use the word supervise again, to supervise the other crime scene technicians.
Yes, sir, because this was, I mean, it's a large scene, large piece of property to try to
Well, I understand
manage.
that. So would Lieutenant Ballard be giving out directives to the other crime scene technicians?
It is possible for him to, yes, sir.
Okay. You never reviewed the work of Thrasher, Stewart, or Eckhart, correct? Like, you didn't review what they did in this case.
What do you mean by review?
Like, go over it, like at the end of the day, like, Lieutenant Stewart, tell me what you found. Ms. Thrasher, what did you find? Ms. Eckhart, what did you find? Where are we at?
No, I did not do that.
Okay. Do you know if Lieutenant Ballard ever did?
That I do not know, sir.
Did you learn anything while you were at the scene regarding Mr. Farris? But let me be more specific. That was vague. Specifically, did you learn while you were out there that Mr. Farris was a 6'4", 6'5", 300-pound man?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Farris at the scene?
No, sir.
Now, you did go, while you didn't go to the barn, you did go around the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the basement,
Yes, sir.
on the main floor,
Yes, sir.
and you went upstairs.
No, sir.
Didn't go upstairs.
No, sir.
Okay. So the main floor and the basement.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in the basement, you didn't observe any holes in the wall or any broken household items.
I did not see any defects. No, sir.
Okay. And same question upstairs on the main floor. Didn't observe any holes in the wall, any household broken items.
I didn't see any defects.
Regarding, did you ever go those doors that I showed you on it was 55, the doors leading out of the basement? Did you ever go in and out of those doors?
Once or twice when it was dark.
Okay. Did you ever go out the front door?
Not until the following days when the detectives were going through the residence after we had completed our work at the pile in the barn and search and rescue completed theirs.
Okay. In either of those, even though it's dark, being the crime scene technician, did you observe any damage or anything to the entryways of those doors?
No, sir.
You didn't see any evidence of a struggle in the basement, correct?
I did not see any evidence of a struggle in the basement.
Same question upstairs in the main house, main part of the house. No evidence of a struggle up there.
No evidence of a struggle. Correct, sir.
1 second here. Just one other question. Did you drive the crime scene truck to, your big crime scene truck? Did you drive it or did Ms. Thrasher drive it?
I believe I had Ms. Thrasher drive it to the scene and I maneuvered it down as close as we could get to the pile.
Okay, exactly. So you did take the crime scene truck down to as close to the burn pile as you could get.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming you went around the back of the house.
I called it the side. It was the left side of the house.
So we don't have any confusion. I'll just show you, okay?
Okay.
Thrasher 2. So you got the garage here. Did you go to the left side of this photograph or the right side of this photograph?
Left side.
Left side. Okay. So that would have been toward the chicken coop because we've seen some evidence that there's a chicken coop in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you drove it that way down to the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Judge.
All right. Folks, you're gonna do the videos now, or you got a few minutes?
Judge, I can walk into that. I got a couple of redirects if I can. Go that.
Let me know when we're gonna get there, and I'll tell the jury they can stretch and stuff before we get to it.
Good morning, Shaw. How are you?
Good, sir.
Now, I seem to interpose the numbers and things like that, but 2155 Purcell Lane, sometimes I say 2511, but 2155 Purcell Lane, what county is that in?
It's in Cherokee County.
When counsel was asking about evidence of a struggle or anything like that, but law enforcement did find evidence of a violent crime, didn't they, in the house?
Yes, sir.
Blood up top, main floor,
Yes, sir.
blood down the steps.
Yes, sir.
Just there's evidence that there's blood down the steps, and they testify that. I may not like the answer, but that's
I
the
don't
evidence.
know that there's been testimony about blood on the steps. You could ask about. Anyway.
I'll rephrase. You collected things you believed law enforcement suspected as blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you find a projectile in the basement?
Projectile was located. Yes, sir.
Now, sometimes we were talking about when you did tests, we talked about a field test versus a GBI test. So the jury knows when you do some type of testing, are you just trying to see if there's the presence of, say, blood? And that's the difference. In other words, you can use like a field test is a certain thing, and then if you have luminol or blue star, that's a different type of testing. But ultimately, the GBI does a completely different type of testing on evidence. What is a field test? When you say a field test, and I think it was OBTIS, that type of test, what is that exactly?
They are tests that we use in the field to determine if we have the presence of something to go the next step in collection, packaging, and then make the determination later to send that to the GBI for them to do their specific test, whether that's biology, toxicology, firearms, latents, so that we're not just collecting an entire house to say we've collected evidence. We want to use field presumptive tests to narrow our collection, but stay within the scopes of any legal documents that we're using to collect, so that we can make those determinations in the field using recognized testing.
So field test is you believe it's something, and then you have a field test to see if that confirms or gives weight to what you believe the item is. Would that be fair?
I would use the analogy. It puts us in the ballpark.
And then the GBI testing, there's no requirement that a field test has to be done before the GBI does its testing, does it?
That is correct.
And so totally different, separate things, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to turn your attention to going back to the property about a year later, and Judge, this is where I'm going to get into the July 18th of 2019. I believe it was a Thursday. I believe this was the same day that we're going to talk about some shots were tested, some sound testing. Also, I think the drone photographs and videos were taken on July 18th of 2019. Did you go out there that day, and were you there when the marshal office did what they did?
Yes, sir.
If you could, when you went out to do the testing, the firing rounds and things like that, why did y'all want to do that?
During the course of the investigation, I believe it was brought up that someone couldn't hear a sound, and so we wanted to perform an experiment to see if, in fact, those statements were true.
And if you would, just kind of tell the jury what the setup was, what did the marshals do, what were you doing? Just give them the layout of how this sound testing went that day.
So the marshal's office purchased read decibel meters. They'd had some issues elsewhere in the county, so they were able to purchase these. We knew they had these devices there, calibrated and maintained by the Cherokee Marshal's office. And so we asked them to bring their decibel meters, and we were going to set them up in different locations on the property to have the marshal's office do the reading. They were going to compile the data since it's their equipment. Prior to deploying their equipment, they made sure that it was within their tolerances. Their deputy marshals held the equipment, recorded the readings. We were there to observe and to discharge the firearm.
Did y'all set up in different places on the property?
We did.
What do you remember? Where are all the places that people were at?
We were in the apartment in the barn.
So Scott's apartment?
Yes, sir. We were at the front gate. So at the end of their driveway with the deputy marshal, in the master bedroom and the main floor.
Now, we've agreed, the parties, instead of calling about 4 or 5 other witnesses, we're going to present the evidence for you. So were you able to get to look at the reports by the marshal's office and kind of the findings, the sound readings that they took?
Yes, sir.
So the marshal's office, what is the marshal's office in Cherokee County? What type of law enforcement agency is that compared to the sheriff's office?
The marshal's office main mission here in Cherokee County is to enforce the county ordinances, the will of the board of commissioners, animal control, and certain DOT roadway regulations. They are a full service marshal's office with the power to arrest. They're deputized by the sheriff, but they are not primary law enforcement in that they don't respond to traditional calls for service like a police officer or a deputy sheriff would. They have a very specific mission similar to my mission as a school police officer. So that's their main function.
Do they do investigations or cases dealing with noise violations, something along those lines?
They do. Illegal dumping, runoff, construction, permitting, all that stuff falls under their purview.
Did they bring the sound readers, the sound
They did.
meters?
They did.
You know, is this something that is used in law enforcement practices at the time?
I was not aware of it being used. We do have certain laws in our Title 40 where we would measure decibel meters. I've only seen it used one time when I was a city police officer, and that deals with noise at a certain distance. But in this type of investigation, this is the first time that I had witnessed it being used to prove or disprove a statement.
Somebody ends up shooting rounds into something, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury who was doing it and where were the shots being taken place and what was being shot.
So we have basically it's our defensive tactics mannequin from the training center, Captain Joe Satterfield, who at the time was the CID commander, was the one discharging the weapon. We found a .38 caliber pistol that we believe was similar to the projectiles that we had gotten back, and had several old vests that we had returned to us at the sheriff's office that we were discharging the projectiles into. And so the vest would be straight over the mannequin, set up in the house, and then we were all on a talk around radio channel. I would give them a countdown, and then you'll hear shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, and then they know to record their data. And
Was
so
this done in a manner so everybody was safe?
Yes, sir.
Good shot, Satterfield shoot.
Yes, sir.
You know, so you nod your head. Very good shot.
Yes, sir. He's a national champion.
So in this environment, where were you mainly at during this time?
Right next to Captain Satterfield.
Now, the marshals that were involved, make sure I get this right. Gene Peluso was one. Matthew McMullen was another. Dakota Smith was a third. And then Richard Ricketts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then they were set up in different places. And we have the videos and things that we have. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to ask you about the recordings as we go, probably. Judge, at this time, by agreement, the state tenders into evidence CMO for Cherokee County Marshal's Office, CMO 1 through 28. We don't. This first one is CMO 1, and it's about 2 minutes and 35 seconds long. I'm just going to play it. Which I don't know if there's a mute on or.
Three, two, one. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your reading. Ceasefire, ceasefire.
Hold on, close the door. You get that reading? You get that reading?
Yeah, I got it recorded.
All right. No.
Is this framed about right?
Can you see good with the camera? What's your?
Yeah. Take a half step to your right and get your shot. There you go.
I'm still a decent shot, but I'm going to spread these next two out a little bit to protect that Kevlar.
Yeah.
All right, you guys stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record. Ceasefire.
This is exhibit CMO 2.
2, 1.
It is about 37 seconds long.
Fire. Record the data. All you stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
So here we move from upstairs to downstairs, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is CMO 3,
Stand by.
about 32 seconds long.
2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 4, 41 seconds.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
CMO 5,
3,
51 seconds.
2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
Sometimes doors will be open, sometimes doors closed, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Report your data.
CMO 6,
3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired.
CMO 6.
Report your data.
Doors closed in this one.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data.
As you look on CMO6, you see, was it Captain Satterfield?
Yes, sir.
What does he have around his ears or over his ears?
Ear protection.
Now, when you qualify, do you have to qualify twice a year with firearms? Once a year. How many times do you qualify?
The state requires once a year. In my current position, I shoot 6 times a year.
Have you been shooting pistols for quite some time as in your career?
Yes, sir.
You ever been on the range and you forgot to put your ears on?
Yes, sir.
Is there a distinct difference between hearing a gunshot with ears on or ears off?
It's a very distinct difference.
Now let's go into Pelusos. There's going to be CMO 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. I want to see those, but when you have, if you could just tell us, give us the, I'm going to start and go through the sections here. So for Peluso's recordings, the first 4 here I want to talk about. The sound meter was in the, I guess, the living room, dining room area, and the gun was in the same area. And then I think these are with the master bedroom door open and the basement door closed, the first 4. If you would give the jury what the reading is, the ambient reading, by that I mean no guns being fired, just whatever the room is giving off. And then when the fire takes place, what the reading is. So when you have the living room, the sound mirrors in the living room and the guns in the same room. So what are the first 4 readings for those?
From Captain Peluso's report, he said the ambient room resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 126.3 decibels for test number 1. For test number 2, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 106.8 decibels. For test number 3, the resting sound was 40.2 decibels with a max sound of 103.4 decibels. And then for test number 4, the resting sound was 45 decibels with a max sound of 113.3 decibels.
And then when the sound meter is in the basement and the guns in the same area, the videos and things that we were watching, looks like there's about 5 through 14. So let's go through. So 5 is when the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is closed. What was that? The 2 readings for that?
For test number 5, the resting sound was 57.6 decibels with a max sound of 109.5 decibels.
And then the next shot, the 6th shot, master bedroom door open and basement door closed, was that?
The resting sound was 46.6 decibels with a max sound of 127.8 decibels.
And then the next reading?
For test number 7, the resting sound was 56.4 decibels with a max sound of 111.4.
You give us the next one, do it.
Yes, sir.
You just go through them until it changes.
For test number 8, the resting sound was 49.5 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. Test number 9, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 109.9 decibels.
It appears on the 10th one, the master bedroom door is open and the basement door is open too.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's how it is until you close it out. What are those?
Yes, sir. So for 10, 11, and 12.
Right.
For test number 10, the decibel reading for resting was 46.6 decibels with a max of 108.7. For 11, the resting sound was 54.4 decibels with a max of 127.5 decibels. And then for number 12, the resting was 54 decibels with a max of 127 decibels.
And then 13 and 14 with the master bedroom door closed and the basement door open. There are no videos for these, but what were the readings that he had?
For 13 and 14, the resting was 40.1 decibels with a max of 124.8. And for test number 14, the resting was 40.1 with a max of 127 decibels.
CMO 7, Calypso 1. 13 seconds. CMO 8. 32 seconds. CMO 9. 33 seconds. I'm going to back this up so about the middle of the recording. You need, for the screen, where you're actually looking at the device itself, the read device, it has some sound levels. Can you just tell us what the low levels are and the high levels?
Specifically for this device, I'm not sure. I know for...
I just want, what's on the...
Oh, theirs, they set, their low is 30 to 100 decimal meters. So that's their range when they have it on low setting. These were all set to high setting, as indicated in their reports with a max hold. So their high setting ranges from 60 to 130 decibels. And so they have their plus or minus, and the read device plus or minus is 1.4 decibels.
CMO 10. About 23 seconds. CMO 11. About 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Never against their opposed. Come up a little bit. Like this one.
CMO 12, about a minute 53.
We don't need to go anymore. Open the doors. And then you want to open that door. This is where the bar is on the street. So it's not a mistake. Unless you want to leave the bedroom young.
Somebody say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you say check that out. I did.
Start tonight. Yes. We want to flip that desk again, pull the bottom one out to the top.
I had all of them do a bunch like this.
CMO 13, the last one was open. About a minute 22.
I'm ready. I need you a half step left. There. Perfect. You good, Gene? Gene? You good?
Very good. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Start. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Now let's go to Matthew McMullen's readings. The first one, sound meter in the master bedroom, the gun in the living dining room area. There's 4 readings there. All the doors are open. The first 2, 1 and 2 doors are open, master bedroom. Then the 3rd and 4th master bedroom door closed. Give us those readings if you would.
Yes, sir. The resting sound for test 1 was 14.7 decibels with a max of 97.9 decibels. For test 2, the resting sound was 14.7 with a max sound of 109.2 decibels.
And then the 3rd and 4th are with the door closed?
Yes, sir. The doors were closed. The resting sound for test number 3 was 14.7 decibels with a max sound of 92.2 decibels. And then for test 4, the resting sound again was 14.7 decibels with a max sound of 93.1 decibels.
And then shots 5 through 14, I think the sound meter is the master bedroom and the gun's in the basement. Let's see, 5 and 6 and the master bedroom door open. What are those readings?
The resting sounds 14.6 decibels with a max of 77.3 decibels for test number 5. Then test number 6 had a resting sound of 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 77.9 decibels.
7 and 8, master bedroom door is closed. What are those?
The resting again 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 63.6 decibels for test number 7. Test number 8, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 66 decibels.
9 and 10 looks like a master bedroom door open. Well, what are those?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 65.5 decibels for test number 9. Test number 10, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 67.2 decibels.
Here's that 11 to 12 shots that weren't recorded, no data on those, but the 13, 14,
Yes,
master
sir.
bedroom door closed. What were those readings?
The resting sound was 14.6 decibels for test number 13 with a max sound of 54.9 decibels. And then for test number 14, the resting sound was 14.6 decibels with a max sound of 57.8 decibels.
This is McMullen or CMO 14. First one's 10 seconds. CMO 15, 6 seconds. CMO 16, 8 seconds. CMO 17, 8 seconds. CMO 18, 23 seconds. CMO 19, 6 seconds. CMO 20, 10 seconds. CMO 21, 7 seconds. CMO 22, that was 7 seconds. CMO 23, that was 8 seconds. CMO 24, that's about 16 seconds. CMO 25, about 9 seconds. Now, turning to the, I believe, The sound meter is going to be with Officer Dakota Smith in the apartment, and the guns in the main house. Is that now where we're going to discuss apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. 1 through 6, the shots there with the refrigerator on. Give the jury, if you would, and so it looks like it's the same reading for all of them.
Yes, sir. So they had the refrigerator turned on, and then we did it with the refrigerator turned off. So the first 6 tests for these, the refrigerator is on. 4 shots, 1 through 6, both the resting and the max decibel recording reading for all 6 was 40 decibels.
And then shots 7 through 14, doesn't look like there's any data for the 14th shot, but with the refrigerator on, give us the readings for Smith's recordings 7 through 13.
For 7 through 14, the refrigerator was turned off for those. So shot 7, the resting and the max was 35 decibels. For 8, the resting and max was 39 decibels. For shot 9, the resting and max was 39 decibels. For 10, the resting and max was 36. For 11, the resting and max was again 36 decibels. For 12, the resting was 35 decibels, but the max was 47. And for 13, the resting was 35 decibels and the max was 47 decibels.
So CMO 26, Smith's first one. It's about 5 minutes and 17 seconds.
Clear. I can barely hear it. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop us pretty much like that. The rest of them going to stop right at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. No objection from the defense.
All right.
We'll go to CMO 27, which is Smith. I guess this is with the refrigerator off. And this one is sort of the 10 minutes, but I'm just going to move ahead to about 1 minute mark. So we'll play for a little bit. Let's get ahead to about 3 minutes. We'll stop recording CMO 27, probably 5 minutes unless the defense wants to see you. All right, so done. And then finally, let's move to the last one. Richard Ricketts was taking a reading down. He was at the front gate and the gun was at the main house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like there are, let's give the readings 1 through 14. What do you have?
I have 1 through 12 for Sergeant Ricketts.
Right, no data for 13, 14.
Correct. For test number 1, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 61.9 decibels. For test number 2, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max of 62.5 decibels. For test number 3, the resting was 48.9 decibels with a max of 53.7 decibels. For number 4, the resting was 51.3 decibels with a max of 58.7 decibels. For test number 5, the resting was 54.2 decibels with a max of 68.9 decibels. For number 6, the resting sound was 48.9 decibels with a max of 66.7 decibels. And for number 7, the resting sound was 59.7 decibels with a max of 74.6 decibels. For test number 8, the resting sound was 55.2 decibels with a max of 63.2 decibels. For test number 9, the resting sound was 68.4 decibels with a max of 73.7 decibels. For test number 10, the resting sound was 57.3 decibels with a max sound of 65 decibels. For number 11, the resting was 58.4 decibels with a max of 66 decibels. And for number 12, the resting sound was 57.2 decibels with a max of 65.3 decibels.
This is CMO 28. It's about 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Stand by, stand by. All units. 3, 2, 1. Shots. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. Close the measuring door. Measuring door closed. All units stand by. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. Record your data. All units stand by. 2, 1. Shots fired, shots fired. by. 3, 2, 1. Shots fired. Shots fired. All units stand by. 3, 2, 1. Record your data. All units stand by. 3, 2. All units stand by. Shots fired. Shots fired. Dakota and Trent, y'all come back over to the main house.
And some of those shots with doors would be open, not open, is that right?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, you know.
Good time to break. All right, we'll take a short break.
I'm feeling good. Dun, dun. Dun 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 dun. I'm feeling good. Dun 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 dun. She's like, I ain't effing moving. Break or no break. There she goes. There she goes and breaks my heart. Okay. No, I don't, Mad. Sorry, I don't remember. It'd be interesting now to see the cross. The cross was good yesterday and this morning, so we'll see the crosses again. Oh, they're back. Oh, they're not back, but bam, bam, chicka wow wow. So yeah, we'll see. That was quite well. I mean, it's always interesting when there's a cross. So we'll see. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, so tired. Oh, so let's see Larry.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go? There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You gotta that, Sean.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are you? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. I'm lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What do you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen. Hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay?
Fuck.
All right. The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
Right.
Larry. Larry is a living legend. I can't wait to meet Larry out there in Boston. What a legend he is. What a leg end. I miss Sean. Sean's okay, I believe. Not heard from him today yet, but he's been on Twitter. He's been on Twitter this morning. Bedro, the letters from Bedro has been released as well about Turtle Boy. They're vile. Christy Panties and all them, they're very vile people. But Bedro's released all the letters. I read them this morning, actually. So if you want to see them, they're all over Twitter. Excuse me. and I'm sure the Glera and all them will be making shows about it at some point. Oh, oh, Danny boy, the sounds are cruel. And hello, Chrissy. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Dennis Sweeney, don't worry. Dennis just messaged me. Don't worry, Dennis. It's always good to see you, Dennis. If Dennis could be in and out today, I'll see you in a bit, buddy. Whenever you're back. Guess who's back, 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 back again. Sweeney's back, back. Tell a friend. Oh, my headphones have come off. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Oh, hang on, another Sean classic. Yeah, hang on, let's play this one now.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How you like that? Where's Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby. Lou Barber says something, and I've not seen Lou for a few days. Lou Barber. Not seen Katie Santos, not seen Steph from Aussie land. Not seen Steph for ages. Dumpster, Amy Lynch. There's a lot of people that have missing in action. Hope they're all doing okay, though. I mean, there's a ton of them. Rebecca, West Virginia, is not here yet today. Especially Stacey snuck in. Stacey snuck in like she does. She comes in hot. Not seen Amy today yet. Boom, boom, boom. Not seen her today yet. I don't know. There's a few people missing at the minute. Oh, here she is. Okay. Snuck in. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, Rebecca WFF, no VV, Rebecca WVV, Rebecca WVV, Rebecca W, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. Erin Hack's coming. Josie's on holiday, I think. Mexi Texi popped in. Sarah P was like 5 hours late again. Noted. Who else? I'm not sure who else we miss. I never. It shouldn't start. Oh, Sassy Bartender, Mary, and well, tits and clams, that's a Shari D. You see Shari D missing. Lovely Sarah P. Daffy, didn't see her yet. I was extra late today just for you, you mofo. You, Sarah P. Everyone thinks she's so lovely. Look at her. She's spite came in late today. The mofo. Sarah P. The mofo should be. Sarah P. She's a bee. Sarah P's a mofo. But I love Sarah P. But she's definitely a mofo. Ba-da-ba-ba. We was and also the Robert Salas thing. They found out. Yeah, it wasn't true that he was chucked out of the building. He just they follow protocol. He was just escorted out by the head of security, allegedly. So there's no big fuss. It's just they do that for anybody that leaves the building. So I can imagine he'll be probably back in 49ers land before long. No worries, Robin. I knew you were here, Robin. I knew you were here. Been chatting. Oh no, Robin. Good luck with it, my darling. I hope it goes okay, my darling. Oh, that's sad. I so wish we would try to get him back. Oh yeah, I think yeah, Kyle text messaged him and messaged him. He said he hadn't heard back. That was yesterday. Um, even if he's just in, because you don't have to pay him. You don't even have to pay him, Sarah. He's owed. I think Lil G sent me a message. I think 60 million he's owed by New York Giants. New York Jets. So for the next 2 years, the 49ers wouldn't even have to pay him. You know, so get him back in as an analyst or something. You know, for the defense, and then make him the defensive coordinator next season if need be. Because you guys suck this year. Lovely Sarah P. You guys are sucking. It's all good, Robin G. You concentrate on that, my darling. We can understand. It's not nice. We can understand though. We're here for you, Robin G. It sucks, though, Robin G. Oh. Oh. Why do you and me look like bees and sing? Why do we sing? Why do we go now? You're going to see. You know, I'm tired. I'm just looking out the window. I'm just like, I could sleep, you know. Sorry, I'm not very entertaining today, people. I'm just literally so tired. And it's not like me. I don't know what's wrong with me. Running on fumes today. We're running on fumes. I'm having spurts of just like chunk of energy. But then the next thing I want to do is sleep. You and me for sing. We keep it going. We're meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we fly away. Don't you know that Rome was built in a day? Hey, 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 hey. The judge is back. Deb says no worries. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please forgive me, chat. I'm not chatty today. I'm also gonna pull myself off screen in a little bit because I was drifting off sleeping just now. So I'm still gonna be around here, but I'm gonna, because I don't want to fall asleep on stream if I can help it. And I was falling asleep just now. Lovely Sarah P says, I feel blah today too. Just not feeling work today. That's every day for Sarah P. Maybe because I'm 62 years old, and it's beautiful, and I'm beautiful. Finally, I'm not 85 to start the day. Oh, happy 62 for you today, Sarah P. I thought you were a little bit older than that. So happy birthday, lovely Sarah P. 62 today. Rhode Island, I have been listening. Had to make lasagna. Oh, nice. So when the old ball and chain gets home, he has something to eat. I mean, when the old ball and chain comes back, he'll jump in on his back. Vroom, vroom. Get on the handlebars. Vroom, 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 vroom. Let's go right in. Hey. My glasses are a little bit steamed up today. I can't see everything. I love lasagna as well. My mother makes lovely lasagna. Ooh. 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 Bow, 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 bow. So if people come in and say, "Where is Delan?" I'll still be around. I've got to make some perhaps some dinner as well for tonight, but I'll be listening. I was feeling myself sleeping just now on screen. That's why I need to pull myself off for a sec. Like hopefully by later on I'll be back up fine, but I might listen to this and nap for a little bit. I'm not sure how we're gonna do Sarah Boone on this trial. Fuck, you know. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. So she's out on bail. She's been away. She's been in Starbucks today, twice, I think. Somebody said it. I'm not sure who said it in chat actually. Like going from that house, which is huge, to now a cell potentially. Also, I figured it out as well. We know it said that the judge said himself the courtroom's going to get busier and busier. Obviously, if you're testifying, you can't be in the courtroom. So there's a lot of people testifying. So I presume that they can't be in the sit-in because they're testifying. So once they've testified, there'll be more and more people in there. So that makes sense what the judge said, that it's going to get busier as the trial commences. People be sat there then. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Don't you know that Dennis Sweeney, he's made to play. Hey, hey, hey. Dennis Sweeney, Dana Leonard. Boom, 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 boom. One day at a time, one day at a time. And so the judge is back, and the lawyers are back, and the defendant is there, but they're probably going to get the jury. Oh, jury, they've gone to get the jury. If this is your first time here, then welcome to all of you. KD, hello, KD. Hello to you. Good morning to all. And the court is back in action. Just waiting for the jury, then we'll go on. Sorry to hear that, Mark. Lost a friend a few days ago. Sorry to hear that. Never nice to lose anybody. We get to the age. Oh, no. Right.
Talking to you again about the presumptive blood test and things like that. So just to clear up, regarding the RTV and tractor with the Blue Star, the only thing that you can testify to this jury that based on your training experience, based on the Blue Star fluorescence, is that it is mammal blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on the RTV and the tractor?
Yes,
or
sir.
Anywhere you find Blue Star.
Anywhere Blue Star is deployed.
But you would agree with me that you can't definitively say it's human blood.
Correct.
And you can't definitively say if it is human blood, whose it is.
Correct.
But you could determine those things if it was swabbed and sent to the crime lab.
Yes, sir.
Now, I can't remember from your Mr. Focus's direct examination of you with the how long you had done this. It's been a while though, right? Been a CSI.
Yes, sir.
How long has it been?
Since 2010.
2010. So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
2021.
2021. So by the time we got to 2018, you'd already been doing it 8 years.
Yes, sir.
And I assume you'd done hundreds of investigations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during that time, during that 8-year period, had you ever taken any samples from a home, such as cut out drywall,
Yes, sir.
cut up carpet,
Yes, sir.
taking carpet into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever taken it out of the home or the business you were investigating, taken it and sent it to the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Have you taken it back to your lab and tested it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it is possible that, for example, you recall that the stairs leading from the main floor down to the basement was carpeted, correct? In this case.
I believe they were both carpet and wood.
Yeah,
Combo.
carpet and wood. So that carpet could have been either taken up as a whole or cut out sections if there was believed to be blood on it, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any gunshot residue swabs taken on any of the people?
I don't recall if it was done prior to my arrival.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to kind of bounce around a little bit because the gunshot audio testing and the crime scene investigation, something occurred to me. Okay, so just let me know if I confuse you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so first off, and I know it wasn't you, but you're the one testifying about it, so I got to ask you, whose idea was this to do this testing?
Former ADA employed with the judicial circuit here.
Okay, former assistant district attorney.
Yes, sir.
It was not Ms. Frankish or Mr. Focus.
Correct.
Okay, so y'all got your directives from the DA's office to go perform this specific type of testing.
Through the case agent. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to show you what you already watched, the CMO1. I'm not going to play the whole video here, but we're looking at the ballistics dummy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that your department provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's wearing, so we've got the dummy here, and we've also got a ballistic bulletproof vest on, correct?
Correct.
All right. Who made the decision to put the dummy where it is in CMO1?
I don't know, sir. It was not I. It wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
I don't know how they determined placement of the mannequin.
Okay, that's fair enough. Who was in charge out here when you were there?
The DA's office and the case agent.
DA's office, and would that be case agent Detective Hayes?
It would have been him or Sergeant Westbrook, whoever's in charge at that time.
Were
I
all
was
those-
just there to witness.
Okay, no, I ain't blaming you.
No.
Who, but was Westbrook there?
He was.
He was, all right. Hayes was there.
Yes, sir.
Was the ADA there?
Yes, sir.
But yet again, not Miss Frankish or Mr. Focus.
Correct.
All right. So all of those people are there. So you're just there doing your thing. Fair enough?
We provided the ballistic vest and the mannequin you see.
In the minute. Okay. But you didn't have anything to do in placement.
No, I just attempted to make it as testing as uniform as possible.
Okay. And it's wearing that bulletproof vest so that the bullet doesn't pass through the mannequin.
Correct.
And that firearm you're using is a 38 special?
Yes, sir.
Who provided the firearm?
The sheriff's office.
And this is just out of blatant curiosity. Is it a deputy's private gun, or the sheriff's office just has an assortment of guns for this purpose? Or
Was through the training department. The training unit has different firearms.
okay. Now you'll also notice, and this is where you may. I'm bouncing back and forth. Okay, between July 5 and 6, 2018, and July 2019 when you're doing this. Okay, so let me know if I confuse you. So we can see in CMO1 that you've got the rug here, and that's where the dining room table was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and y'all have moved the dining room table, and you've got the knickknacks and stuff and the dishes over there. All right, so y'all moved all that stuff. So what I'm gonna show you is Thrasher 55. When you got out to the scene to do the audio testing, is this how it looked it's Thrasher 84. Is that how it looked?
I don't recall us moving any furniture.
Okay.
The
Well,
residence was as it was when we arrived.
Okay. But you can see from here, the table's not there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the table had been moved.
Correct.
Okay. Now this rug. So this rug is here on the July of 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Ms. Thrasher took this photograph, July 5th of 2018, the rug's still there, correct?
Yes, sir.
All righty. And as you'll recall, being the lead crime scene technician, there was some presumptive blood found up here where the mouse is, kind of on the edge of the rug at the top, which leads downstairs, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this rug, if it's here in 2019, this rug wasn't taken into evidence, correct?
Correct.
All right. Nor was any of those, what it looks like to be a silk chair. None of that was taken into evidence or, to your knowledge, even reviewed for any possible blood spatter. Because you didn't do it.
Correct. I did not do it. No, sir.
And did you review any of the other crime scene technicians' reports prior to testifying today?
Prior to testifying today, no, sir, I did not.
Have you reviewed them in the past?
Back closer to the incident, I'm sure I've read them. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Do you recall anything on any of those reports that this rug or these silk chairs being examined for presumptive evidence of blood?
What do you mean by presumptive?
Any evidence that there was any blood on this rug or these chairs?
Okay, so we have a difference of word. Are you asking if we tested for the presence of blood?
I'm asking if they even looked for it.
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to put words into CSI Thrasher or CSI Eckert's mouth.
Sure, I'm not asking you to do that.
We would.
I'm asking you if you know if they reviewed, examined the rug and these chairs for any evidence of blood.
Again, I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to make an assumption. We are taught we look for blood stains, blood spatter. If we don't see any, we move on and move down the road. To question her methodology while she's taking her photographs, I would not feel comfortable making an assumption. We are taught and during our initial walkthrough to look for that stuff.
Okay. So is it fair to assume then that if they didn't find it, that it's not there?
Again, I don't want to make an assumption or put words into CSI Thrasher's mouth in regards to that.
Okay. Now, you also placed the ballistics dummy downstairs, correct?
Yes, sir. We brought it downstairs.
While you were there, do you recall who made the decision to test it downstairs?
Again, we were getting all our direction from the ADAs there.
Okay. Do you recall them actually moving it downstairs?
Well, we had to move it downstairs to perform the test.
Well, I know. That's why I asked if you recall them moving it downstairs.
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
we went downstairs.
All right. Let me just. So you recall from being downstairs that around this chair there was an ottoman, correct?
Are we talking about 2019 or 18?
2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is obviously the basement, and the dummy's been positioned around where that ottoman was in front of the chair. It's a little dark because they don't have the lights on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so presumably somebody at the DA's office made the decision to place the dummy where it is, around the place of that ottoman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one second, sir. Was there ever any conversation while you were out there? First of all, how long did this take? I mean, the videos are approximately 40 minutes. Is that how much time it took to do this, or did it take a lot longer that we're not seeing?
It took longer for setup, movement, getting everybody in position, ensuring that everybody's in position, probably about 2-3 hours.
Okay. And there was no testing placing the dummy at the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
And there was no testing placing the dummy in the barn?
Correct.
And so since there was no testing putting the dummy there, there's no audio recording of shooting the dummy in those locations, right?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay,
Direct.
so
All right, you step down.
just be on call.
All right, clear next witness.
This time the state calls Ricky Collett. Ricky Collett. You just go stand behind the chair and swear you in and sit down. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thanks for being here today. If you tell the jury your full name,
Ricky Collett.
where do you work and what do you do, sir?
I work for Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services, and I'm a battalion chief.
In Cherokee County, is law enforcement and the fire department, are they separated?
Yes, sir.
I know some counties they're combined into both are in the same house. How many firefighters and things like that do we have in Cherokee County?
Right now, I think we just have approximately 400 firefighters.
And what level of service does your department provide to the county?
Yes, sir. We pretty much provide an all hazards department, from taking a person to the hospital in the ambulance to swift water rescue, dive, hazmat, search and rescue, in your normal assisting citizens off the floor, to again take them to the hospital, to house fires.
How long have you been working as a firefighter?
I've been a certified firefighter for almost 35 years.
And how many people do you supervise, or how many things do you actually control and manage?
Yes, sir. As battalion chief, I oversee 9 fire stations, and there's approximately 40 to 45 personnel that I oversee directly.
What made you get into this line of work?
I remember in the middle 80s, 1980s, there was a tornado that came through our community, and as just a young teenager riding through, looking at all the destruction, I saw firefighters out in the middle of all the rain and the wind. I'm like, that's where I want to be, right there. And I
Been
just
there the whole
want to-
time?
Yes, sir. I just want to be a help.
And do you enjoy it?
Love it.
What type of specialties or specializations do you have under your belt? What do you do?
Yes, sir. Of course, I'm a certified firefighter. I'm a paramedic. I'm a certified dive instructor. I help oversee our special operations teams. I'm an assistant to the special operations chief. So I have specialties in hazmat, rope, of course, dive and search and rescue.
And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Tell the jury, if you would, what kind of dive team or dive squad that we have here in the county.
Yes, sir. So Cherokee County, we have, over the years, we started with a volunteer dive team, and we've transitioned to pretty much a fully staffed career, what we call career, our firefighters on duty dive team. We have, of course, Lake Allatoona is our main body of water here in the county. So our divers are trained as what we call public safety divers. As just an ordinary person, you go to the dive shop, you get an open water certification. And then once from there, we progress to what we call public safety divers, a little more intense. We dive in basically hazmat dry suits where we stay dry while we're diving, full face piece. We have underwater communications, and we search on a rope or a hand line that's connected to a person on the shore.
Have you been called out before to assist law enforcement in investigation of a criminal matter?
Yes, sir. We have.
Outside of this case, other things?
Yes, sir.
Is it usually to retrieve evidence or look for evidence?
Yes, sir.
I want to turn your attention now, I believe, July 6th of 2018 and July 7th of 2018. I believe you and your squad went out there for 2 days to 2155 Purcell Lane, the scene location in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Up on the screen in front of you, you probably see it as Aerial 3 exhibit. This is the pond on the property that we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
If you would tell the jury what this pond, what it was like when specifically about the bottom and how that is maybe different from other type of water you've been in before.
Right. So generally, smaller ponds like this, we pretty much know there's no visibility. So you're basically what we call black water, zero visibility. I often describe it as diving in chocolate milk. Sometimes you can see some light, but you can't see the hand in front of your face. So when we dove this pond, anything below 2 feet deep in the water, there's hardly any light, and there was about 3 inches of silt on the bottom of the pond. So when we searched, we're having to search by field.
What's the bottom like? Was it? What type? If you could compare it to something like a natural lake or a natural pond, what was it like?
It was just what we call a silty bottom. It's very soft. Same as about 3 inches from where the top of the silt to the hard bottom was in the water. So it's not like if you go to Lake Altoona, we have the hard clay bottom. It's not like that in the ponds.
Is the bottom of this pond, this water here, is it so that it was so muddy that things could actually get down and you couldn't find it? It'd be very difficult, or what was this one like in comparison?
Compared to what we dove before, it wasn't that difficult. It wasn't. There was a layer of silt, but it wasn't so deep it was hindering us from searching.
On July 6th, that Friday of 2018, it looks like y'all were there from about 12 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
And then you came back the next day, July 7th, that Saturday. Looks like you're there from about 9 o'clock in the morning to about 6 o'clock in the evening. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were they long days?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you actually, when you got out there, what you were tasked to do, and then we're going to look at some pictures, but tell us what you did.
Okay, so as being the dive team leader I met with the sheriff's office, and I think it was at the time Captain Pinion. He told us that, he would like for us to search the pond. We were looking for a weapon in the pond, and that he would like for us to conduct a thorough search of the pond. Of course, it was summertime. It was hot, but so I assembled our team together and briefed them on what our objectives were, and we started our day diving.
And the assignment, the pond, the lake, the body of water is less than a half acre. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the division, how did you divide? I guess it was 7 areas to do a systematic search?
Yes, sir. Just the way the pond is laid out and the way we conduct our search. So in order for us to conduct a thorough search, I just broke the pond down into smaller sections using just some of the natural trees and the areas of the pond. So to make sure that we had a thorough search of the pond, we just break it up into smaller sections.
And when you would do something like this, do you want to have a control or a supervision to make sure that your people are actually searching systematically and find things? You use any type of control, or in our world, we talk about a widget, but you probably call it assault, I think is what you call it.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. How do you do that?
Okay. So when we were tasked to search the area, there's a quality control thing that we use. We'll take if we're searching for something small, like a weapon, we had a couple pieces of pipe with an elbow, so it kind of resembled the shape of a gun. And we used that day we had 3 of them, and I believe I gave it to one of the investigators, and to throw out into the pond if they're wherever they seem fit to throw it. So I gave it to I think it was an investigator, and they threw 3 of those into the pond. So that when we're searching the pond, we want to find what we call the salt, just to ensure that we are doing a thorough search of the pond.
Were you able to look at some photographs that we had and that you provided relating to your department, also the actual search that day?
Yes, sir.
Were those photographs fair and accurate photographs involving things in this case?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time my tenor evidence states exhibit, call it 1 through 6.
No objection.
All right, good.
So this is your symbol for the fire department,
Yes, sir.
and then you have how big of a unit is the dive team? I see you have looks like a vehicle. How many people working it?
Yes, sir. We usually keep around 12 active divers.
And then call it 3 here. There's a photograph here. What is this?
This is when I was conducting an open water, your initial dive certification to get you up to public safety diver. So this is a class I was teaching for on-duty divers.
And the things that everybody's wearing, is that what you would wear during the actual search in this case, or is it something different?
It's similar, but we wear a little bit different. What I'm wearing there in the picture is called a wetsuit, where actually water is kept inside the suit. What we dive is a dry suit, so we're completely dry. I could dive in this and come out just as dry as I am now.
And up to this exhibit, the 4th exhibit, these are things that are not related to this case, just things that you have with your agency. Is that right?
That's correct.
5, same thing, just showing pictures.
Yes, sir.
6, also training exercise. Where was this at?
That's in Williston, Florida, at Blue Grotto Dive Resort.
Now here, call it 7. This is from the actual day that you went out.
Yes, sir.
And this is a picture of just along the fence line.
Yes, sir.
And you had a picture you took showing the way the pond looked that day when you did this.
Correct.
No issues with weather, wind, anything like that?
No, sir.
Call it number 9 here. Just kind of showing the stillness of the pond before you guys go in.
Yes, sir.
And then 10 is looking back up to the house. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. 11, what is this?
Okay, that's our salt. That's what, when we gave that to the investigators, he threw it out, 3 of those out into the pond, and we retrieved all 3 of them.
12 here. I guess y'all set up some tents and whatnot, and what we're doing here.
Yes, sir. So this is kind of our little rehab section where you see the diver there. He's in our dry suit and what we call our rig, the tank on the back. He is our 90% diver. We have 3 divers: a primary, the person who's in the water. Then we have a backup diver. They're usually in the water at the surface in case something goes wrong with the initial diver. And this diver here would be what we call a 90%. He's 90% dressed. He doesn't have on his mask, so that's all he would need to put on and be able to enter the water.
And then 13, I apologize, my number is off here. So this is 13. Any objection, please?
No objection.
13 here, what do we have here?
That looks like I'm talking to Captain Pinion there. That's, again, that's our rehab area and just a staging area for our equipment.
And 14, what do we see? Is there a line? Did you have your divers hooked up to a line?
Yes, sir. So there's the diver in the water. That the person you see in the water is our backup diver. I can tell that because of the line that you see near the diver in the red there. You see the line, there's knots in the line. So I know that line is going to our diver in the water that you can't see. And the one floating at the surface is our backup diver. Yep.
Same thing, 15 here.
Yes, sir. Same thing.
And then, is that the suit that was used?
Yes, sir.
16.
That's a suit and a Carlson board that we use for searching shallow water that he's
Judge,
carrying.
just to perfect the record, the state has call it 1 through 16, and I tender those into evidence without objection. That's my understanding.
No, Jay.
All right, they're admitted.
How, when you do the search, how slowly and methodically is the diver going?
So he's going very slow when we're looking for a target, something like that. He's going very slow because he's having to go by feel. He's got, and it's more of a crawl on the bottom of the lake than it is a swim or a dive. He's connected to a rope from the shore to the diver, so he's holding on to the rope with one hand, keeping it tight, and he's going back and forth with his other hand searching the bottom. So it's very slow, very methodical.
Are you confident that the pond was searched systematically and thoroughly?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did y'all find any gun?
Any gun? No, sir.
Nothing further going.
All right.
And that was Battalion Chief Collette?
Yes, sir.
I'm John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Nice to meet you, sir.
You too.
Just a few quick questions, primarily because I'm curious. In doing this, did you find the salt guns, all 3 salt guns?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did you use any technology? For example, I like to go fishing. I like crappie fishing. I call it crappie. And I use a Lawrence fish finder, which kind of shows the bottom of every lake I go to.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys use anything like that?
No, sir, we didn't.
All right. Do y'all ever use any kind of sonar technology or anything to map the bottom of whatever body of water?
We do.
Okay. Why not in this case?
Because it was such a small pond, sonar is not going to pick up a small metal target like that. And we don't have a good way to launch our boat because it's a fairly large boat. It was just going to be a slow, methodical search. Typically, we only use sonar if we're trying to find a truck that's underwater or maybe a body underwater, something larger. But our training is we've never been able to find anything small like that using sonar.
Did you guys use metal detectors?
Not at the time we didn't.
Okay. Now, can you use metal detectors
We do
underwater?
now. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's something that's been implemented maybe even because of this case.
Yes, sir. As other times that we search for the sheriff's office, we've used metal detectors. And so we start using those now.
Okay. How long did it take you guys to go over this pond?
I think we were there total 15 or 16 hours.
I'm going to ask you this question, just realistically.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've changed a few things since you did this search. You guys, number one, it's amazing to me what y'all can do because I get very claustrophobic and I can't scuba dive because of that very reason. So you're down there and you said it's like chocolate milk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But is it possible that there's a gun still in that pond to this day?
I feel very confident we did a thorough search of it. And I feel like if there was one there, we would have found it.
Okay. But yes or no, it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Judge, and I just have one. We're just going to tender the hot copies.
Oh, yeah. We had a video.
Ah, yes. You want to play it? That's fine, man. Judge, we're going to play a video.
All right.
It's not very long. They want to play this video, so we'll play it here. And that's call it 17. It was 39 seconds. We tender that too.
No, Jay.
All right. That's all okay.
All right, can you sit down?
Yes.
All right, you be excused. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Steakhouse Terry Fries. Oh, Judge, may we approach?
I think they're aiming for lunch today, about 12. I think 12-ish. So we'll see. Oh. And if you missed day one, she's given up her right. Melody gave up her right to be a sidebar. She has a right to be a sidebar, but she gave up that right. Because they're only good. They said that they're only going to be discussing lunch breaks and witnesses and stuff like that. So.
Terry Fries.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence about presenting this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Braswell, did you ever expect yourself to be here testifying in a murder case?
No.
If you would, I'm going to try to relax you a little bit in this. And if you can, just tell the jury how old you are.
How old I am?
Yes, sir.
I'm 68.
And Mr. Braswell, don't give us your address or anything, but do you live in the county?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
43 years.
And what do you do as your occupation?
I'm a grade contractor.
How long have you been doing that?
All my life.
And part of that, what type of work is it that you actually do? What all things do you do for the
I
business?
used to do a lot of residential stuff. I usually just work on horse arenas now.
And when you do that, what type of machines and stuff do you use to do it?
Bobcat, farm tractor.
Do you have a big business? Do you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Do you have a lot of employees?
No, one, me.
Just yourself? Where in the county do you live? Don't give us your address or anything like that, but where in the area?
Off of 372 Birmingham Road.
And do you know the defendant, Melody Walker Farris, here in court today?
Do I know her?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you see what she's sitting in today, the type of clothing she has on? And she's sitting here at the table with the defense counsel?
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you known her?
Probably since 2016, maybe.
How did y'all first meet?
Her and another neighbor were walking that lives closer to her, and they walked out the little road by where I live, and I was cutting grass. And the other neighbor that I knew, I'd done a lot of work for her, and they stopped and just got talking, and she introduced me to Melanie.
And is that Sherry Cooper?
Yeah.
Did you know her? Did you know her Sherry? Is that what you knew her by? Did you know Sherry Cooper by Sherry or Sharon?
Sherry's all I've ever known her by.
And where was she from?
Minnesota, maybe.
Not from Georgia?
No.
A different accent than you?
Huh?
She had a different accent?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not like my accent, but just not a Georgian accent.
Right.
And about how long did the three of y'all kind of interact and know each other?
They walked and, we'd just see each other, see them at the restaurants. They'd go to eat at the restaurants. And my youngest daughter went and played with Melanie's grandkids when they were in town.
And you were previously married?
I was. Yeah.
And your wife has some issues with, I guess, drugs a little bit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And you kind of adopted her daughter.
Right.
And raised her.
Right. And
so how many children do you consider you have, including your youngest that you raised to? How many?
Well, I got 2 of my own and her, so 3. Yeah.
But she's your daughter too?
Right. Oh yeah.
Y'all close family?
Yep.
Now, do you remember back in July, I think it was around July 7th of 2018, Detective Kuykendall and Detective Pope from the Sheriff's Office came out and talked to you?
Mm-hmm.
Were you expecting them to come and talk to you?
Figured so, you know.
When did you hear about something happening to Gary?
I guess it was that day or the day before, maybe.
And how did you hear anything?
Melanie texted me.
She texted and tell you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember her saying about it?
She just said, well, she first said Gary was missing, and then she said they found him in a burn pile.
And do you remember what day exactly that she?
I don't.
If he was found on July 5th, do you know what day it was that she let
Probably
you?
the 4th, maybe. The day before, maybe.
But you're not certain of the date.
No, I'm not.
And that was basically all that she said to you.
Right.
And y'all tell the jury, how often would you ever walk with her and share?
No, I never walked with them.
You basically just hang out with them, eat lunch a little bit.
They'd be at Cherokee Ranch and eat lunch. And, we'd all went up there to eat lunch when we was working or whatnot. Yeah.
In the family, the Farris family, who all did you interact with?
Scott and her's the only ones I knew.
And how much interaction did you have with Scott?
Just eating lunch and seeing him on the road at Tractor Supply.
And did you have any problems with Scott?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah.
How about you and the defendant? Any problems?
Do what?
Did you and the defendant, Melody, have any problems?
No.
Did y'all get along?
Yeah, I thought she was just a good neighbor, you know.
Did you ever go to her house?
I went over there to pick up Emma a time or two. Yeah.
Emma's the youngest?
Right. She's my youngest daughter.
And did you ever go in the house or anything like that?
Inside the kitchen. Yeah.
Now, how many times do you think you actually physically stepped on their property?
The most 4 or 5 times.
How much time when you would go on the property would you spend there?
A few minutes.
Anything longer than 15 minutes?
No.
Now, around what I want to talk to you about is you've met with us and talked to us,
Right.
haven't you? And we've gone through your timeline to see where you were around July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Did you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to do now is kind of go back through your timeline. I think on July 3rd of 2018, you talked about, were you working on some polo fields?
Yes, I was working on the post road on the polo fields. Mm-hmm.
Just tell the jury about on July 3rd, kind of your day, what you were doing, where you were at.
We were stripping grass off of a grown-up horse arena and putting down new footing, which is M10's gravel dust, and which that took us several days.
And what is that? What type of material is that? How's that?
It's
different
gravel
from-
dust. It's ground up granite. Yeah.
Where was this at?
Polo Fields is on Post Road that runs between Highway 20 and Highway 9.
How long were you there doing this job?
We were there about a week.
And on July 3rd, what would have been your kind of?
We usually went to work 8:30 to 9 and worked till 5 or 6.
And on July 3rd, afterwards, where'd you go? I think you went to a Mexican restaurant?
Yeah, I went to Piablo's up on 306 and met all my kids, actually. We had dinner.
Where is this restaurant exactly at? What city?
It's on 306 and 400 at the Publix restaurant up there.
All right. If you were standing there in that, looking at the kind of the mall, the place where Publix is and the restaurant, describe it to us. What would you see? If you're standing there looking at the front door of the restaurant.
Hadn't been there since then, but it's to the left of the Kroger store. That's all I can tell you.
About what time do you remember y'all had dinner that night?
6-ish, 6:30.
Were you? I don't know if celebrated is the right word. I believe one of your oldest daughter just came back from the Marines.
My middle daughter just came back from the Marines. Yeah.
Were y'all celebrating or just having a time
Right.
there?
Yeah.
Now, after that, where did you go on July 3rd? What time was that over and where'd you go?
Emma and I went back home.
Remember what time you got home?
Probably 8:39.
And what'd y'all do that night?
Went to bed.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Anything make you go, huh, yeah, I really remember that and that was strange?
No.
So you were home. Your testimony is that on July 3rd, you were at your working in the polo fields and then at the restaurant and then home.
Right.
Were you on the Farris property at all on July 4th?
No.
Have anything to do with the property on July 4th?
No.
Now, on July 4th, I think we kind of joked about it, but 4th of July, obviously, you're getting up that Wednesday. I think you went to breakfast?
Went to breakfast, yeah.
Where'd you go? Was it Macedonia?
Probably went to, I can't remember if I went to Waffle House or if I went to Cherokee Ranch. Probably went to Cherokee Ranch.
If you said it was Waffle House earlier, would that have been a place you do go, the Waffle House?
Occasionally, not much.
And why would you go to somewhere like that on the 4th?
About the only place open.
When you went to breakfast that morning, was anybody with you?
No.
What'd you do after that?
Came back, Emma and I piddled around, and then we went to my other daughter's in-laws for a cookout that day. And we were there all afternoon.
Who was all there at the cookout?
All three of my daughters, son-in-laws, 2 son-in-laws, and one of the son-in-law's parents.
And where was this at? And kind of, if you could play a video, kind of speak a video of what you saw there. Tell us what was going on the 4th at the cookout.
They were watching ball games, and we just sit around, and they cooked ribs and hamburgers, and wasn't a whole lot happening.
Was it outside, inside, or something?
Both.
And what type of food and stuff were you having?
Ribs, and they had hamburgers and hot dogs.
And again, whose house was this?
This was my son-in-law's parents.
Where's that at?
It was about 1.5 miles up close to the campground, past the campground, actually.
Okay, and how far is that from your house?
1.5 miles.
And how far is your house from the defendant's, Farris's house?
1/4 mile.
So basically right there on
But
top
it's
of
on,
each other.
yeah, it's on another road, yeah.
And on July 4th, how long were you there at the cookout?
We were there till after supper.
What'd you do after that?
Went home. Emma and I went home.
Emma was with you?
Yeah. Okay.
Anyone else?
No.
Was Emma staying, I guess Beth was your ex-wife's name?
Yeah.
Was Emma staying with Beth at all during this time? Or?
I don't think so. I don't remember. There was a time frame there. She had her for a day or two, but that day I don't remember.
And when you were at your house on July 4th, did you ever leave after getting back to the home?
No.
Did you ever go to Farris property?
No.
So on July 4th of 2018, did you ever step even a toe on their property?
No.
Did you ever get outside going to your house? Did you ever go down there close to their driveway or
No.
anything like that? Do you have anything to do with their property on July 4th?
No.
Now, afterwards, I think, did you meet Scott at some point after Gary was found murdered? Did you ever see him at a gas station later on?
Right.
Do you remember what y'all were talking about?
I just told him I was sorry to hear about what had happened to his dad.
And did he say anything to you that you remember that was out of the ordinary or
Not
anything
really.
like that?
No, not really. I mean, he was upset, as natural anybody would be.
And we mean upset. What was it?
Well, I mean, he was grieving over the loss of his dad.
Do you remember what gas station that was at and when that was?
It was a marathon up at Ducktown, I think.
Ducktown?
Yeah.
How long after the 5th, after Gary was found, was this? July 5th is when his remains were
I
found.
can't remember. It was a day or two. May have been a week. I don't know. That's been over 6 years ago.
Did he say anything to you that made you think it was odd or anything like that?
No.
Did you end up telling anybody that he
No.
said something? Was there anything that you recollect that he said that made you think, Scott has something to do with this or anything like that? Did y'all didn't have any problems, you and Scott?
No.
Well, sir, I wanted to make sure I clarify your relationship with the defendant. Were y'all ever romantic or anything like
No.
that? Friends only?
Friends only.
But you would talk to her, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about how often and how you would talk to her.
We talk frequently, just neighborly. I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, there was no relationship or anything there. It was just a neighbor relationship. There was a couple other with Sherry. I talked to her and did work for Sherry. I never did anything for the Farrises.
So you did some type of work for Sherry?
Oh yeah, I did.
She like it?
Oh yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Sherry?
Just typical neighbor.
Fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody than Sherry?
Do I now?
Is it fair to say you're a little bit closer to Melody, the defendant, than Sherry?
No, not really.
About the same?
Yeah, I mean, just typical neighbors.
Would it be unusual for you to talk to the defendant by phone or by text almost every day, or sometimes?
It was a possibility, yeah.
And we were able to go over some records from your phone,
right,
to show that you were talking with her. Do you remember that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And those, when we show you those, were those text messages, to the best of your recollection, fair and accurate messages between you and the defendant?
Oh yeah.
Well, when law enforcement came to talk to you, they asked you about, did you know the defendant's phone number? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I gave him. I didn't know it just right off the hat, but I gave it to him, I think.
Well, you gave them actually 2 numbers, didn't you?
Right.
Do you remember the first number for her that you had, or one of the numbers?
I couldn't tell you what the numbers were.
The 678-389-1987. Does that ring a bell? How about the 678-592-9029?
No, I mean, I had her in the phone as Melanie, and that was it. Yeah.
I think you had as Melody, and then the other one is Melody Farris. Is that right?
Right.
But you would agree with me that you had 2 numbers for the defendant in your phone. Is that
right,
yes?
Right, yeah.
And you agree with me that y'all would text and talk about things, her relationship, or stuff going on with her and Gary and Scott?
True.
Did she ever express to you her frustrations she would have with Gary? Ever say anything about Gary?
Nothing. No, not particularly. No.
But some things.
Yeah.
How about Scott?
No.
Not really, Scott?
No.
Was she ever saying bad things about Scott?
No.
Ever saying she's angry at Scott?
No.
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 Ever saying that Scott was mad at her or mad at Gary or anything like that?
Never to me. Mm-mm.
So no issues that she would tell to you about Scott having problems with her or Gary?
No.
And did you really talk to Gary at all, or how much to do with Gary?
No, I knew Gary, but I didn't ever talk to him.
What was he like to you?
He was quiet. Only time I'd ever seen him was at the restaurant. Him and Scott would come and eat, and he'd speak, and that was it. He was quiet.
Quiet guy? Was he quiet?
Yeah.
Cherokee Ranch, y'all eat there a lot?
Right. Morning, noon, and night.
There's almost in evidence now. State's Exhibit Braswell 1. It's a extraction report from Cell Bright that we've done. No objection. All right. Good. Judge, may I approach the witness? All right, Mr. Braswell, we're going to show you. I'm going to get a computer. It's going to come up on the screen here, and I'm going to walk you through some of this stuff here. I know you've seen that. We asked you some questions about that, but if you can't see it or something, let me know, okay? When law enforcement talked to you, you cooperated with them, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
In fact, how many people do you know at the sheriff's office or knew?
Bob Post, Joe Satterfield, Broadus Ledford. I don't know right off.
You know a good bit?
Yeah.
Just from growing up here. Any
Right.
problems with the sheriff's office?
Do I?
Any problems with the sheriff's office?
No, never.
Were the detectives, were they nice to you?
Oh, yeah.
Did they threaten you in any way?
No.
Did they yell at you, scream at you?
No.
Did they have to use bad cop, good cop with you? Did they, from the best part that you know, was it a nice conversation?
Oh, yeah.
Were they gentlemen with you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you resist or try to hide anything?
No.
did you give them permission to take your phone and download it and get all the information?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Where'd you have to go to do that and get the
To
phone?
the precinct in Freeholm.
Freeholm?
Mm-hmm.
Did it take very long? Do you remember?
Hour maybe.
And when they took it, did they give the phone back to you?
Oh yeah.
So a cordial interaction. This is the exhibit. This is a cell bribe. So basically, they took your phone and got the information off. Is that
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right here, 404-683-1829.
Mm-hmm.
What's that number?
That's my phone number.
Now here on page 2 of 15, over here on the left, you see where it says from, and it's got a melody, it's got a number right there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now we know the first number you dialed, then the area code 678-389. If that was the number you have, and it was in there as melody, that's her number,
Mm-hmm.
the 1987.
I guess, yeah.
All right,
I
so
don't know which one was which.
October 10th, 2016 timestamp here, about 10:21 p.m. And so this is from her, looks like to you. And it says, does that say finally quitting, can go no more, finish in the morning? Is that what it says right there?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if
Yes.
that part. And then looks like the next message there, the 1829, that's your number? Probably help if I highlight it right there.
Yeah.
And then to the 1987 number for Melody, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you respond, is that dang it, girl?
Yeah.
And then same conversation, 10/10/2016. From the 1987 number for the defendant, does it read, he wouldn't even go get me and Scott food?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now at about 10:24 p.m., you respond to her and you say, is this correct? You say, wow, maybe he'll get hungry one day and won't have anyone to get him any food. Was that your response?
I guess. I don't remember all this, but it's there, so I guess I did.
Okay. And then October 10th, 2016, 10:26 p.m. from the 1987 number for Melody.
Mm-hmm.
The text was from her to you. My response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I don't remember that, but it's there.
You don't dispute if they dumped your phone. It is what it is.
It is what it is, yeah.
And then you respond by saying, there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. See that right here?
I can't see that up there, but
If I make it bigger there.
is that on page 3 here? I can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, there's your problem.
This is not on.
Screen's not on.
Let's turn that on.
Oh. I'll just read off of the paperwork.
That'll work. I don't know, it seems to be flashing. Judge, I don't know if it's
Is
just.
it unplugged? Maybe down there on that part.
I'll look at there and just show them on the document where it is.
I'll show you that.
Was it up the whole time Shaw was here?
Page 3.
That's page 3.
Oh,
All right, so. Works different every time we use it. Start. So right there. And then we'll just go to page 3. We'll go right from there.
you think that thing's unplugged?
It could be. And if you can see that All right, so let's go. You're page 2 there.
I'm on page 3.
All right, page 3. There you go. He's going to push you over the edge. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, that's your response, and then you see her reply to you.
Mm-hmm.
At 10:10, October 10th, 2016, 10:29 p.m.
Right.
I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where it could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. Did she say anything else to you about what he had done to make her feel like that?
No. I have no clue what it was other than didn't get nothing to eat.
Do you ever remember her saying anything else to you about hoping that he would die a gruesome death or be gone?
No.
And you go on, there's some more messages here, but did y'all ever talk about guns or anything?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember her asking you anything about guns or shots being fired in the neighborhood?
No. I mean, there's a guy that lived between where they lived and I lived that shot a lot. But I don't remember her ever per se saying anything about shots.
Let me see the RIF report. I'm going to ask you a question. There's some more text messages going on, but I want to ask you about specifically. Right here, this starting right here. See that? We're on page 15 of this report. Now, these aren't all your messages. These are just some, but I want to go to page 15.
Okay.
And 1829, so we got your number from you to her 1987 number, and there's a question. You see that you shooting? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then from her, she says, no, laugh out loud. That's on May 4th, 2017, about 6:26 p.m. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then from you to her, the message is, you say, okay, see that?
Yeah.
And then on May 4, 2017 at 6:27 p.m., from her number, 1987, she texts you and says, I'm not that bad a shot.
Right.
Go on to say between you two, you respond, laugh, LOL. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then later on from her to you, same shooting as Saturday or Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, from her, the 1987 number to you, May 4th, 2017, 6:28 p.m. And she says, text, handgun, question mark. You see that?
Right.
Did y'all ever talk about guns or shooting?
No.
And did you ever see her with 2 cell phones?
Yeah.
And when was that?
When she was walking.
And what would she be doing on those cell phones?
Carrying them. Sometimes she'd be on one.
Was she talking on one?
Occasionally.
Out of the 2 numbers, we've got the 1987 number. Of the other number she had, which one would she communicate with you the most?
I don't remember.
Now, did she ever talk to you about Rusty?
Yeah.
Tell the jury what she would say about Rusty.
He was I'm assuming a boyfriend that was in Tennessee that she had known for a long time.
Did you know his name was Rusty Barton or just by Rusty? Did you know his name just Rusty or Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton.
Did she say how they met?
I think they'd known each other all their lives.
Did she indicate whether or not they were in a romantic relationship at the time?
Yeah.
You kind of make that.
Yep.
I know you don't want to be here.
Oh, I know, but yeah, I'm telling the truth. Yeah.
What would she say they were? How long they had been in a relationship?
I really don't know about that.
She say where they would meet up sometimes.
Chattanooga, different places.
How often would they meet up?
Once a month at least, probably, maybe more.
It was more than that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
Probably, yeah.
You knew she was going to meet Rusty during the week? Did you ever assist her in meeting Rusty or anything?
No.
Sir, I'm not saying anything
No.
about you. I'm
No,
just
I know.
asking.
I know.
You understand? I got a job to do.
No, I know.
Would you just ever ask her what's going on between you and Gary if you got Rusty on the side?
Wasn't in my business.
Didn't want to get involved in that, did you?
No.
How would she talk about Rusty?
They were longtime friends, and I guess just been in a relationship for I don't know how long. But
Did you see her talk on the phone to Rusty?
I don't think I'd ever seen her talk to him on the phone.
Did you know she used that one phone to talk to Rusty with?
Yeah.
The other phone, not the main phone, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know which one was which.
Did you know that she would use one phone for him as opposed to using for a family?
Right.
Did she talk about Rusty in front of Sherry while you were there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, that's how I found out was from Sherry.
And how long had you known about Rusty? Do you remember what year it was when you first learned of him?
Pretty much since I met her. I mean, pretty recent after that.
What year would that have been?
I want to say 2016, probably. I don't remember.
Did you know about anything that she had on her person or anything because of Rusty? Anything to remember him by?
I have no clue.
She talked to you about anything that they would do besides meeting up?
Mm-mm.
Would she talk to you about it?
Not really.
Did you ever inquire at all about it in any way?
She sent me a few hunting pictures where he'd been hunting and killed a deer or something. But other than that, that's all.
Was he a hunter?
Yeah.
Were you a hunter?
Yeah.
I had that in common.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see Rusty in Georgia?
No.
Did you ever see Rusty at the property?
No.
Did you ever know whether or not he ever came down to the property?
Oh, I have no clue. I wouldn't know him if he walked in here today.
Sir, to be clear, I want you to look at this jury and answer this question. Did you have anything to do with the death of Gary Farris?
No.
Did you personally get involved in it any way?
No.
Did you help the defendant in any way?
No.
Did you go to the property at any time of this and do anything to aid or abet her in this?
No.
Did you even get close to the property on July 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
No.
Judge, you might just have one.
10 minutes.
That's all I have this one.
All right. Lunch is here, so we're going to go ahead and break. So we'll break for an hour, start back at 1 o'clock.
Happy days. Like, let me find a stream for all of you mofos that want to stay around. I gotta go and try and make some food, but it's gonna take me an age to make it tonight. I think. I think I'm having sausages, potatoes, and some veg, but I need to do stuff. Ba ba da ba da ba ba. Let's go, girls. Ba ba da ba ba ba. The moment we walked in the joint, ba da. We could know you are a man of distinction, a real big spender. Da, 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 da. Right, so let me find one for you, and then we can all go chill out, go for lunch, wherever. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba da ba ba. Do it tonight. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba 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 ba. I'm trying to find something, but same as yesterday. I'm struggling here. I should have done this before. Oh no, I think no. I think I've got one, and if it's quite alright, I think I got one. Do do do, I think I got one. To be me, baby, say ho 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 ho, baby. And if it's quite alright, I love you, baby. Through the morning light, I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, if it's quite alright. Right, hang on. So this is right. Let me play this then. I don't know anything about this, but I'm going to be making food anyway, so you guys can watch this. This is the Maddie Soto murder. 11 shocking moments in interviews with mum and accused killer. So, hey Daffy Dill, I didn't see you here. How is Carol, Disney Queen? How is Elle? Is she enjoying the day so far? The birthday queen, Elle's the queen, not Disney Queen. Elle loves. Oh, let me go back. Boop, 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 boop. The moment we walk in the joint, bow round. Daffy dear loves all the friggin' boys. Where's Bill? Not seen Bill for a couple of days. Dee dee dee, so divine. Da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hey, big spender. Spend a little time with me. Dee 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 dee. Oh, hang on. Let me play this first. This is Sean. Are you all ready for this? Da, 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 da. This is Sean. So let me play this first, and then we play this Soto one. Yeah, not seen Bill for a couple of days. Ba, ba, da, ba.
The rain has started. The outer bands are coming. Yeah, it's a little bit earlier than I expected, but listen, the wind is coming back from the east, which means the bands are circling. Pretty soon, the whole beach of Naples is going to be, all the waters will be taken back out to the west, to the east. Okay, I mean to the west. It's getting crazy here. I'm no Jim Cantori, but I haven't seen the rubber duckies yet. Be good. We got the winds now. Take care, everyone. Be good.
There you go. That's
The
a
rain
bit
has
Sean.
started.
Right. Let's wish Sean luck. Oh, Mexi's here. Hey, Mexi, Texi. Mexi, you know you said how bad I was with the messages? Right back at you, sister. You're fucking awful responding. I know, I got one. Thank you, my darling. Lady Di, thank you, my darling. I got one. I wanted to last an hour, you see, and this is an hour. So, no, Sean's not evacuated. No, he's still at home. Right. Let me play this for you then, people.
Do you have any idea where she may be?
No.
None whatsoever. Okay.
The man now charged with sexually abusing and murdering Maddie Soto is in the hot seat as detectives try to get him to confess and reveal the location of Maddie's body. Plus, detectives hitting Maddie's mom with a reality check.
You have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks.
I have the most revealing moments from the newly released interviews. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. We've heard a lot of the interviews from Maddie Soto's mom, Jen Soto, and Stefan Stearns, the man now charged with murdering and sexually abusing Maddie for years. We've heard those interviews, but this is the first time, aside from body camera footage, that we're seeing both Jen Soto and Stefan Stearns being interviewed by detectives. These interviews took place in late February and on March 1st of this year, as detectives tried desperately to find Maddie. They believed early on in the search for Maddie that she was dead because of surveillance footage they said they found that showed Maddie dead, strapped into the passenger seat of Stearns' car on the morning of February 26th. Police brought Stefan Stearns into the Orange County Sheriff's Office on the Wednesday of that week, February 28th, to confront him.
What was your name?
Not great. None of us are getting very good sleep. I'm lucky if we're getting maybe 4 hours.
Right. Do you need to use a bathroom or anything?
No, I think I'm all right. Thank you.
Okay, just give us a few more minutes. I'm just waiting for somebody else to come, okay?
Okay.
Now, the detectives start out, they're very cordial with Stearns, and why wouldn't they be? They want him to feel comfortable. They read Stearns his rights, and he agrees to talk to them. At times, the audio drops out, and that's because Maddie's name has been redacted. The detectives start on that Sunday, the day of Maddie's birthday party.
Did you come to the party?
No, I was not. I was on my way up at that point.
Okay. So the party ends. Did you pick them up from the party?
Someone must have dropped her off.
Okay.
She was there when I got there. Jen asked me to make sure that in the shower and did her bedtime routines, which she did. She was already on top of it, so nothing to do there.
Okay. What time do you think you got back in Kissimmee?
What time I got into Kissimmee?
Yeah.
Maybe 8 o'clock, 83-ish, something like that.
And I apologize if you've answered these questions before. It's just like I said, we're coming into the game late, so I may ask you things that you've already answered probably 3 or 4 times.
I apologize as well. My memory is not super reliable on time frames. I've been medicated for the better part of a week.
Okay, that's fine. What do you take medicine for?
Anxiety mostly. I've been having some money troubles lately. Anxious over that, so.
Okay, well, hopefully your money troubles get better.
I've been medicated on Ativan since probably Saturday.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind as you watch this that the detectives already know the answers to the questions they're asking of Stefan Stearns, at least most of them. And they know that he's not going anywhere. He's not leaving that room. They will eventually tell him that he's being charged with the sexual battery of Maddie and possessing child pornography, and they're going to take him to jail. The detectives asked Stearns about something that's really boggled the mind of many people following this case, the sleeping arrangements in the home.
What are the sleeping arrangements?
He sleeps in.
Okay. Did she sleep in her bed Sunday night?
No. I was just back. I'd been away for a couple months. We in the same bed together, so we get some serious sleep. So she said no to that and suggested that the guest room upstairs had a big enough bed. So some snuggle cuddle time that that would suffice, and Jen would get to sleep in peace.
Okay. So you say snuggle time. What does that mean?
Like to be alone. She is extremely dependent. She does not like to be alone at all. She needs human presence around her. Simply.
Gotcha.
We've been trying to wean her off of that, but it's been difficult.
Now, the detectives asked Stearns about where he claimed he dropped Maddie off at school that Monday morning on February 26th.
Was she by herself when you dropped her, or was her friends there?
Yeah, she was by herself. She said she was going to go find her friends and hang out, wait for them to show up.
Okay.
It was so early.
Where did you go after that? Like, did you see her walk towards the...
I saw her making her way towards the direction of the school, but she was like kind of shuffle step. She was meandering her way there. She was rummaging through her backpack for something. I assume she was looking for headphones, maybe. But as it turns out, she did leave her phone at home that day, so she might have actually been looking for her phone.
What was she wearing when she left, or when you dropped her off?
Green hoodie, black shorts, black or blue, black shorts, white Crocs.
White Crocs.
The Maddie Soto case is probably one of the best examples of how every parent has to make sure the people they're allowing around their children are safe. Truthfinder.com is a website that can help you do just that, and I'm going to show you how. I put Stefan Stearns' name into truthfinder.com, and I came up with his past addresses and his age and relatives. But most importantly, the murder charge he now faces in Maddie's death appears right there in the results for criminal records, along with the sexual battery charges he faces. Truthfinder is great because it will show you the sex offenders who live in your neighborhood. Right now, Crime Fix listeners and viewers can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just log on to truthfinder.com/LCCrimeFix to save 50% and start accessing information about almost anyone. Do everything you can to keep you and your family safe. Now, those white Crocs are important, of course, because detectives found one of Maddie's white Crocs in the condo and one in the trash. They then moved on to Stearns saying that he got a flat tire that day.
Where'd you get a flat at?
Somewhere along 192.
192 is a big road.
It is, and honestly, it all looks the same to me. So I've been asked, do you remember what plaza you were next to, what color? And I'm like, I'm ADD as it is, and I was in a medicated fog for the better part of a week. I'm lucky I remember what color I'm wearing right now.
Now, this will become important later, because that flat tire led to a tip from a man saying he saw a man matching Stearns' description changing a flat that Monday. That tip led to the discovery of Maddie's body at a farm. The detectives asked Stearns about Maddie on the way to school.
Going back to school, how was she like on the car ride there?
Just calm down, sleeping. Sleeping along the way. She does that.
How often have you?
Not often, honestly. This might have been my third or fourth morning school run. I'm not normally the one to do it.
Detectives later said that Maddie was dead in the passenger seat of Stearns' car when he left the condo complex with her that morning. The sheriff would also say they had video of Stearns taking trash out that Monday morning, and the detectives asked Stearns about taking out the trash to see what his response will be.
Did you take any trash out from the apartment?
The night before, I think I did. I'm not sure. I took the trash out at some point, but I don't remember if it was the night before or it was the morning of. Yeah, sometimes we get trash bags piling up by the door. To see them.
Is there like a common trash place, or like is there take their trash too?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that where you took the trash out?
Yeah.
Okay. You had her backpack. presumably her school computer was in her backpack. And you described her wearing a green jacket, some kind of dark colored shorts, and white Crocs. Okay. Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash. So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. Okay? You understand? The family's pleading with you. I'm pleading with you because this is all that we need to find. And it's, as more time goes by, it's tough. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know. I don't.
What happened?
I dropped her off.
Where?
I dropped her off on the road to school. That's the last I saw her.
Maddie's backpack was found covered in paint with her laptop and one of her white Crocs in a dumpster. The discussion then turns to Maddie, talking about having a crush on a boy at school.
Has she ever talked to you about boys?
A little bit sometimes. A little bit.
Has she ever, because I asked Jennifer the same thing, has she ever disclosed to you about being sexually active with boys?
No.
Do you know if she's ever been sexually active with anybody in the past?
Not that I'm aware of.
You saying she's not allowed to have boyfriends or anything like that?
She can have crushes. She likes them.
All right. Have you and her ever exchanged, like, do you guys exchange text messages? How do you guys communicate?
FaceTime. She'll FaceTime me at night when I'm not around, before bedtime to say goodnight.
The detectives then decide it's time to confront Stearns with evidence that they found on a Google Drive connected to his phone. The state attorney says the drive contained more than 1,700 images of Maddie engaged in sex acts with Stearns over the years. Remember what I said earlier. They're not asking any questions that they don't already know the answers to.
And from what I understand, that you gave the deputies consent to look through your phone. You did? Okay. And you voluntarily gave it to them so they could bring it here to do the extraction and stuff like that. Okay. What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Text messages. Emails. Phone stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Training card pictures, lightsaber pictures, Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and.
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's your phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
I don't know. Sure. Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find, and I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
So you're wanting an attorney?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That can happen. I want to let you know you're not free to leave. You're being detained, okay? Do you want to know what you're being detained for? Capital sexual battery and possession of child pornography. Okay. So we're going to step out. If you need anything, please tap on this door. Okay? And there's going to be detectives outside that will be able to assist you.
Okay.
Stephen Stearns asks for a lawyer. He's done talking, and he's been told he's being charged with serious sex crimes. After the detectives leave the room, the gravity of the situation, the seriousness of the charges Stearns faces, appears to hit him. That was a pretty long sigh. Crime scene techs then come in and tell Stearns that they have a warrant to collect his DNA and to take photos of him.
So she is going to take some pictures of you as well, like your hands, and we're going to ask you to take your jacket off so we can get your arms and all that stuff too, okay?
Stearns had scratches on his hands that he said came from changing that flat tire. Now, at this point, detectives still haven't found Maddie's body. Another day goes by, and on Friday, March 1st, detectives bring Maddie's mom, Jen Soto, in for a video-recorded interview. The detectives clearly haven't ruled out Jen Soto as a suspect, and they start by asking her about that Sunday night when Maddie had celebrated her 13th birthday party earlier in the day with her grandparents.
I just started at a job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stephen showed up.
Now, this interview with Jen Soto is 3 hours long. Jen Soto said she arrived home around 10:30 that Sunday night.
I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed and she typically sleeps on one side and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stephen to take her to school in the morning.
Now, at one point, Jen Soto breaks down when she realizes her birthday is the next day. They're discussing the password on her phone.
What's your password on it?
030288.
030288. Okay.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday is tomorrow. Right.
Today's the 1st. I didn't even know.
So Jen Soto said this would be the worst birthday ever, and she cries for a short time, and then she recalls her conversations with Stephen Stearns that Monday morning after he said that he had dropped Maddie off for school.
While I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were going to stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Right.
And he said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking, he was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it, don't avoid it, just get it over with. And he updates his phone and then tells me, oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone. And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate, that sucks. Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Of course, the cops think that Stephen Stearns factory reset his phone on purpose to get rid of those photographs. Now, it was on that trip out that Stephen Stearns said he got a flat tire. That flat tire, as I mentioned earlier, would lead to the discovery of Maddie's body at a farm because a man called in a tip saying he saw someone matching Stearns' description changing a flat at the farm where Maddie's body was found. That happened after this interview with Jen Soto.
He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time and I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night? That's right, you did say that.
Now, on Wednesday of that week, Jen Soto said that she and Stearns spoke to reporters. She said she contacted a news station the evening she reported Maddie missing. But she said Stearns cried during one interview, actually breaking down and sobbing.
At the time I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now and just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he...
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
He's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he sold, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it. No matter what.
Now, one thing that the detectives can't seem to understand during this interview, and they try to get Jen Soto to explain, is her primary concern appearing to be for Stephen Stearns and not for Maddie. For instance, she suggested that Stephen Stearns get a lawyer.
I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person, and he kept saying the same thing. he kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy.
The detectives just can't believe this, and they turn up the heat on Jen Soto about this later in the interview.
The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing stuff. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you. Like,
because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that, I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe in I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
No.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance, offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
The detectives also pressed Jen Soto on her sleeping in the same bed with both Maddie and Stefan Stearns.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling, they're under the same blanket, they're not under the same blanket?
No.
But just like...
She's got her own blanket.
Spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling is spooning. Big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay. How do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets?
Yes.
Everybody?
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
Then the questioning turns to Jen Soto, allowing Maddie to sleep in bed alone with Stearns, something virtually no one can understand who's following this case. She explained when these so-called sleepovers began.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can you do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, all the time. So we were always, she would sleep in the middle, I would sleep on this side, he would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started. And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually, at some point, like we really want to watch. I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something, and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine, go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I left her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at school close by, but I made sure I get out around the same time and I get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time when she wasn't at school. So yeah, after...
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards probably 200 people working on fire. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI, yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, we brought into a room where we talk to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Is our number one priority. Our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stephen killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong when she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that, so I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now, by her being found, brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no, if I knew anything, I would so tell you. I wanted to meet the she's dead because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her. But I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stefan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff? Fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
No.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy, the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on Has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts,
Okay.
but that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that that's not like something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stefan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past. In the past is the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling, they're under the same blanket, they're not under the same blanket?
No.
But just like
she's got her own blanket.
Spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay. How do you guys sleep? Do you guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time.
The detectives would later tell Jen Soto that the sexual abuse of Maddie went back to 2020, that it had been going on for years.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how far back the cloud goes. I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
Remember Stefan Stearns mentioning that Maddie had crushes on boys, and there was one boy she mentioned that Sunday night? The detectives also questioned Jen Soto about how much Stearns knew about these crushes.
If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stefan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on, and that his name was, and she described him. And Stefan's like, "Are you aware that she has a crush on a boy?" I said, "No." He's like, "Yeah, she told me that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair."
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week, sometime. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like so we saw. So within a week of that Sunday.
How did he take it? Was he like, and I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid and have crushes and everything else.
He seemed happy for her.
Okay.
I was like, "Yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute." And I was like, "Oh." I hadn't. She hadn't told me, and I wondered. I'm like, "Why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me?" And like, I want to know who she got a crush on, but maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
The interview then gets into a suspicion or the possibility that Maddie might have been pregnant.
She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled her on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows, whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have two underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
The detective's priority at this point is finding Maddie. That's all they care about. They start pressing Jen Soto to see whether she knows where Maddie's body is hidden.
What do you think made him snap?
I don't know. I keep hearing.
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. You don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I believe. I don't want to believe he killed her. I believe Adrian telling me he wants to kill her Sunday night and smoke her body out in the morning.
The detectives then turn up the heat on Jen Soto again. Even if they believe Stearns killed Maddie, they need to find her body as quickly as possible because at this point, she's been in the elements since Monday and it's Friday. That's more than 4 days. Time is of the essence and her body is decomposing and vital evidence can be lost. The detectives call out Jen Soto, telling her she has consistently prioritized Stephen Stearns over her missing daughter.
But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stephen doesn't get held accountable.
I don't care anymore.
Anymore? Because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him no big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw it and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw it and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex is okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
No, that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her. And we need that information. That is life. That is not life with the law. That's not life with the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves.
The detectives again press Jen Soto on how she believes Maddie died. They basically ask her to piece this together as if she's writing a fiction book.
So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time.
Documents would later reveal that Maddie was strangled to death. We still don't know whether she was pregnant. Again, the detectives pressed Jen Soto on where she thinks Stearns could have dumped Maddie's body.
192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Didn't you drive your car at some point?
I
You
did.
guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think, like, did he stash a body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess 192 would probably be the most important right now.
For being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
I'll get back to why what Jen Soto said about 192 is important in just a moment. The detectives wrapped up the interview.
I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know. They're doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Nina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any of the detectives who talk to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time? Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where the body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stephanie? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stephen went on 192? You do not know where he went in Northport? And you have at no time this week had any conversations with Stephen where he disclosed what he did? Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in the trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Maddie's body was found later that day after this interview on a farm off of Hickory Tree Road, which is off of 192, which Jen Soto had mentioned several times. Stearns had mentioned it too. Stephen Stearns was indicted at the end of April for Maddie's murder. He has pleaded not guilty to that charge and the sex crimes charges. He'll be back in court next month. And I want to be very clear here. Jen Soto has not been charged with any crimes related to her daughter's death, disappearance, or the sexual abuse of Maddie. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Hey, I am here. I'm cooking dinner at the same time. Sorry, people. Hello, Amy. Hello, Disney Queen. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm cooking. I'm cooking dinner. I'm gotta go grab it in a second to eat it and stuff like that. So yeah, that's one reason. And also, I'm not feeling the greatest today. Feeling a little bit tired today. So I'm not putting myself on screen that much today because oh shit, is he on play with me? It is. Um, yeah, because I fall asleep on stream. But yeah, hope you're all well though. Nice to see everybody back here. I hope that Elle is enjoying her birthday and the is going okay, Carol. Hope you're okay, Amy, as well. Nice to see you, Medallion. Love the birthday message and singing from you. She had a great day, so happy days. That's all we need. That's all we like to hear is that they're having a great day. So that makes me happy, Carol. I'm happy with that, Disney Queen. Good luck with the cake as well. So I did see the judges back. They're supposed to be back at 1, and judges back. Yeah, so they should be restarting pretty soon. We would hope. I did not watch that last program that you guys watched. Hopefully, it was informative. I'm not really sure what was on it, but it's all gravy, baby. I don't know. Right, here we go. Thank fuck for that. Right, I'm gonna get my dinner, people. Oh, they will be back. So right, I'm gonna get my dinner. See you in a bit. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, my darling. Appreciate that.
A couple of ground rules. All right. Again, we're in uncharted waters. We don't have big, long, complicated trials like this every year, although we've had 2 in the past year, but I haven't had one since 2021. But I have not sequestered y'all. Okay. Y'all don't want, exactly. We don't want to do that. All right. So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm also trying to get this case tried in a reasonable time frame. That's part of why we're having lunch brought in a few days a week. If you don't want to participate in that and go off on your own, that's fine. But if you choose to do that, I need you to go away and not hang around. Because if you're hanging around the building, I want to have you in a controlled environment being monitored by either court staff or bailiffs to make sure that no one comes up to y'all and does anything inappropriate, since we have lots of coverage, lots of witnesses, lots of folks around the building. We have the entire district attorney's office. We have defense attorneys in and out of the building. We have media all over the place. So if y'all are going to be on the campus, I want y'all supervised. Now, when I said y'all could go walk or whatever, I meant for y'all to eat first and then go for a walk. So we had to take care of that. I've talked to Jody, our court administrator, and we're going to see if between her and the bailiffs and court staff, we can have someone at the top and bottom of the pavers where the park benches are to the side of the building right here in front of the art center, where y'all can stroll and enjoy the lovely weather that we're having. All right. But we're going to have you eat in up here first, even though having a nice little picnic would be great. Then we have to clean up and get all the stuff and all the mess. So we're going to, I want y'all to eat here, and then y'all can go for a little walkabout. If you choose not to participate, that's fine. Let us know on the front end so we don't order your lunch and pay $12 for a ham sandwich. But you have to be back in the room 10 minutes before I say we're going to start back, which means that you only have 50 minutes to go get lunch, which isn't enough time. So make sure you do all that. And we're going to try to make better accommodations for that on Friday. And that's one of my plan. I'm going to talk to y'all later at the end of the day or after maybe Friday. We'll see what y'all want to do and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not. I think it would be good for everybody to have a little bit extra extended time. You know, I think the lawyers would like that too, because they're working through their lunch break too, preparing for the next witness. All right. We have taken care of our monitor issue. Someone kicked the power strip and turned it off. We have rewired everything and tucked it up underneath another cable so that it's not on the floor, and hopefully no one will kick it again. All right, with that, let's get back.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Braswell, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I am Melody's attorney, one of Melody's attorneys. I want to talk to you about a few things that you spoke about earlier. It sounded like you made it out that you and Melody weren't really good friends. Y'all were just kind of acquaintances.
Well, we were friends, but I mean, that was it. I mean, that was all it was.
Well, no, that's one thing, but y'all were friends,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Talked on almost a daily basis.
Someday, yeah.
Because, I mean, just going back and looking at the messages that they showed earlier, you know, that was just a clip from about 2016.
Right.
And, I mean, it looked like you guys talked a lot. But I'm going to come back to that. But you would say, yeah, we were friends.
Yeah.
All right. So how did you meet Melody?
Like I said, Sherry Cooper was
Who's Sherry Cooper?
Well, she's Sherry Stain. Sherry Cooper lived past Melanie, and they walked a lot.
On what road?
On Old Purcell Lane, across Birmingham Road, Old Birmingham Way, and the road ended right there at my house. And the first time I met her, I was cutting grass, and they were walking, and Sherry waved me down and introduced me to Melanie.
So you knew Sherry before Melody?
Oh, yeah, a long time.
How long you known Sherry?
I'm going to say probably 2006 or 7.
All right. And what's the nature of y'all's friendship?
Do what?
How did y'all become friends?
Oh, in the horse world.
In the horse world?
Yeah.
Okay.
She had kids with horses, and I actually did some pasture work and built her a horse arena.
All right. So y'all known each other, and that's about 2016 is when you met Melody, or maybe even sooner?
So I think it was 16 or 17.
Would it refresh your memory that she moved there in 2013?
It wasn't that soon. No,
okay.
I didn't meet her then.
All right. So sometime between 2013 and 2016. But y'all got pretty close as far as friends.
Yeah, just friends. Yeah.
Talking daily. All right. Why do you think y'all became good friends?
I don't know. I know her grandkids and my kid were the same age, and they, worked or played together.
All right.
Yeah.
So that maybe that was part of how it kind of.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, it was nothing ever any further than friends. I promise you that.
And again, that's not. Yeah, I'm not alleging that. But what I am trying to get at is that you knew most of her kids and her husband. You knew of them, or at least talked to them, about them to Melody, and back and forth.
I didn't know either one of the girls. I knew Scott.
Okay.
And I met Chris one time.
All right, but you knew Scott. All right, so you knew Scott. So let's talk about physical appearance of Scott. How tall would you say Scott Farris was? Is
6'5", 6'6".
Big kid, big guy.
Big guy.
All right, how much you think he weighed?
I have no clue. 230, 240, maybe. I don't know.
But he's about 6'5", somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Would you say he's more like 300 pounds or more like 250?
He was in pretty good shape. I mean, he was, I'd say I don't know, 250. I mean, it's hard to judge somebody. I know how much I weigh, and I know how tall I am.
I'm not going to answer that. All right, so, and you met Gary.
Yeah.
All right, how tall was Gary? How big was Gary?
He's a big guy.
How big was he?
I'd say he's 6'5".
All right.
Better. Yeah.
All right. And how much do you think he weighed?
I'm going to say 250, 300.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
All right. And how tall, I mean, Melody's been sitting over here most of the trial, but how tall do you think she is?
5'9", maybe. I don't know.
You think 5'9"? How about more like 5'3" or 5'4"?
Well, maybe. She's not very tall.
Okay. And how much, and I know you don't ever ask a woman's weight, but how much do you think she weighs?
125, maybe.
Okay. So that you've seen him, you physically. But tell me about Scott. Tell me about your interactions with Scott, the best you can. I know you don't want to be here, Mr. Bradley.
Never much. I mean, just seeing him eating with her and running into him at Tractor Supply and just on the road. I mean, we talked hunting a little bit because he was a big hunter.
Have you ever discussed or knew about his temper? Did you know about Scott having a temper?
No, not really.
Did you know about Scott serving in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
All right. Did you
just knew that he
you knew of it?
Do what?
You knew of it?
I just knew of it.
Okay. Did you know of any difficulties that Scott had been having with his dad?
No.
All right. Did you know of any issues that Scott was having financially, meaning he didn't have a job? Did you know that?
Well, I knew he worked there on the farm, but I didn't know if they paid him or what. You know, I knew he worked on the farm, cleaning up and cutting grass and whatnot. You know.
All right. Did you know how he paid for anything or got money?
I thought the truck was Gary's. I didn't know where he even had a vehicle or not. You know.
Okay. Did you know did you ever hear him complain or say anything about having to go get money from Gary all the time to do anything?
No, he never talked about that with me.
Okay. So Mr. Fogus mentioned something, and I don't think you necessarily answered it. It was sometime after July the 5th. I believe you ran into Scott at the gas station up in Ducktown.
I think that's where it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's the one right there on 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you went there, and what did he say? You must have said something in one of the interviews.
He was getting fuel, and I was getting fuel, and I mean, we were, just the pump between us.
Right.
And I just told him I was sorry about his dad. I mean, I'd heard about it, and he was just, so you could tell he was suffering from it,
All right. Well, what do you mean? You got to help him.
Well, I mean, he wasn't crying, but you could tell he was upset because his dad had passed away.
All right. Did he tell you anything?
Huh?
Did he tell you anything?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Anything he thought had happened?
No.
All right. And you remember being interviewed in this case?
Being interviewed?
Interviewed?
Yes,
yes. And they did a phone dump of your phone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I want to show you. We'll show you some text messages. If you just take a look at that, there should be about 8 pages there.
Judge, I'll sit back.
All right.
And I can put them on the big. I'm going to put them on the big screen. But if that print's too small. And you take your time, sir.
Do what?
You take your time to look through them.
Oh, you want me to look through them?
Yes, sir. Just thumb through.
Okay.
All right, thanks, sir. And it should be able to come up on your screen, but can you definitely stipulate this? Absolutely. This time I was asked to move into evidence defense exhibits 1 through 8, Braswell. Mr. Braswell, I'm showing you some text messages that would be from around the time of July the 3rd, July the 4th, July the 5th, and July the 2nd of 2018 between you and Melanie. So this message right here, raining on the hill. Are you familiar with that message? Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah, that was just typical, you know.
All right. Is that from you or from Melody? Can you tell?
Oh, that's from her.
All right. And that would be the 1987 number.
Yeah.
And yours would have been 1829?
1829.
All right. And you say simply, yeah, I know. Is that you? Says, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You and Melody talk about the rain. Didn't rain much. Yeah. And that'd be the sum total of the conversations that you guys had on July the 2nd.
Right.
Standard stuff. Did y'all do that a lot?
Yeah.
All right. So July the 3rd. Looks like from Melody to you. Says, good morning. You going hard at it. What does that mean to you?
Working.
Okay. And I believe that day you were going to be working on Post Road.
Right.
Right. And you responded. How'd you respond, sir?
Hey, yeah, been at it since early.
And that's July the 3rd, 2018. All right. So this would be the morning of July the 4th from Melody to you. It says, good morning, you okay? And you say back what?
Call if you want to, I'm driving.
All right. And Melody says, I'm good, working as usual, will in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing, I think you tried to type okay. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's probably.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you sent okay. All right. That's just on July the 4th, that morning. So later on that day, that afternoon, you say, or she says to you, you having a happy 4th? Is that the way you read that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you say,
so far so good. Trying to call you. Fixing the road.
Mr. Weaver, I go back. Who was that one from?
oh, that one would have been from, actually, I believe that was from you. You asked if you.
Yeah, I asked her, you having a good 4th.
You asked that. All right,
Yeah.
sorry. And then you say, so far so good. Melody said, so far so good. Tried calling you, fixing the roll. Did you know where she was going that day?
I have no clue.
All right.
Well, now I'm not sure if that was the day they went to the Lake Lanier Islands or not.
Okay, and I think in a further text message, I think it kind of clears that up.
Right.
All right. And then Melody says, tried calling you. Did y'all talk at all that day? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
BK, rolling, try you later. That's Melody again.
Right.
And then you say,
Well dang.
well dang. Then on the 4th, again, later on that evening, you, I believe, texted, what is that?
You still at the island.
Right. So that would be Lake Lanier Island.
Right.
We're almost done, Mr. Bradwell. I know this is a slow, monotonous task, and if I knew how to zoom this thing out, it probably could go quicker. I know you did. The tape's been a big help. I've just been sitting over there for days. I've gotten sluggish. All right, here we go. Good morning, you okay? Again, from Mel. This is the 5th. This appears to be, do y'all start every morning this way? Back in these days,
Right.
Would that be fair, how y'all talk?
Yeah, fair. I mean, I'm not going to say it was every day, but a lot of days.
Right. Call me when you can. All right. Do you remember back around that time that, and your daughter's name is what again? Emma. Was Emma going to go over and hang out with
I think so.
Ella?
Yeah. Okay. And I can't remember that one point right in there, Ella, her granddaughter, went with my ex-wife and Emma, but I don't remember.
Your ex-wife, Beth?
Huh?
Is your ex-wife
Right, yeah.
Beth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I don't remember exact the time frame right there, but it was one of those days.
In that time period. All right. The 5th at 7:58 p.m. says just, hey, can I call you? From Melody to you. No, actually, that's from you to Melody.
Do I?
It's from you to Melody. It says, hey, can I call you? Because you're 1829, right? That's your phone number?
Yeah, that's my phone.
Okay. And then finally, from Melody, call me when you can. I'm finally home. Got your message. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I think Emma was at Lake Lanier Islands with them. I'm not positive, but.
Okay. Well, going back through this conversation, you know, this is during the time that Mr. Farris was murdered. The state, I believe, is alleging. Did you notice, was anything out of the ordinary that you noticed at all?
Not that I know of.
With your friend Melody?
Not that I know.
Okay. Everything seemed normal. Yes? Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. this. So in those messages the state showed you earlier, before lunch, you remember the message about the threat of the gruesome death?
Yeah. I saw
What
it
you
on-
saw
yeah,
on the
right,
screens,
right.
and I can't figure out how to get back over to that screen. But I'm just simply asking you that in all these messages, so the state took your cell phone, and they went through how many years had you had that cell phone?
Years.
Years.
Yeah.
So in all those years and all those messages, that's the only kind of message like that, yes? You got to respond yes or no for the court reporter. So in all those years, that's the only kind of message like that, correct?
Right.
Okay.
All right, Farris. Thank you, Judge. Just switch to channel 1 or? Yeah, we'll switch.
You don't have to do anything else down there unless you plug in a laptop.
Mr. Terry, you're almost done. Just hold on just a little bit.
Push number 1, then you messed it up.
Won't be the last time you're on it. All right. Mr. Terry, I'm on page 5 of page 15 of Browswell 1. It's not all of them, but some of the messages that were found on your phone. So you see to the left of the screen, it says 23, then it's from Melody to you on August 14, 2016. And you see where it says, you two, you have done a great job with Emma. Be proud.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Emma is your child, but you were married to Beth at the time.
Right.
She went out of wedlock and had a child.
Right.
But you've raised her. She's yours. You love her.
Right.
Proud of her.
Right.
You love your kids, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And when you talk to, I mean, are you just a compassionate guy?
I guess. I mean, that's just the way I've always been.
You don't get riled up too much, do you?
No.
Seen too much, done too much. During this conversation about Emma, would Melody sometimes walk with Emma or see her?
I think Emma did walk with them sometimes. Yeah.
And then she gives you a compliment about how you raised Emma.
Mm-hmm.
And you respond by saying, thank you, just what I have to,
Right.
what I have to, right?
Right.
Then on 25 here, on August 14, 2016, can you read that, what I'm going to highlight here for you? Can you see that?
Very true. Gary was no help with mine, but I survived and with actually some sanity left. Well, maybe.
She responds that Gary was not a help with her children. Do you remember, y'all talk when you saw each other in the community, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk on the phone a good bit?
Text more than anything, probably.
But were conversations
Right.
at times? Text messages? And I think she actually called you on, was it on July 5th when she was on the way to Walmart, I believe?
Maybe, yeah.
And I guess that was when Ella and Emma talking about things
Right.
around that time. Did she ever go into other details about problems she had with Gary and not feeling that he was not helping her?
No, not really. I mean,
She liked to clean, didn't she?
oh, yeah.
She was almost OCD.
Mm-hmm.
She liked to cook.
Yeah, I think she cooked for them every day. I mean, they'd go out to eat at lunch, but I think she could cooked every night.
How much did she like her house?
It was the grounds and just going inside. It was very nice.
Now, fair to say you don't really have anything bad to say about the defendant?
No.
Would you agree that she's a hard worker?
Yeah.
Would you agree
What
that,
I saw her.
Would you agree that she's smart? I guess.
Yeah.
Agree that she can get after and take care of her own property? Do you think would you consider her to be independent minded and independent willed? I guess.
Yes.
I know you're shaking.
Oh, I know. No, I'm not.
Now, I apologize. I'm not trying to come across pushy. House was beautiful, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've talked about Rusty, and you've told us about Rusty. I don't think that's going to. It's going to be something we're going to meet Rusty. Jerry's going to get to meet Rusty. The first time you talked to law enforcement, though, you didn't tell me anything about Rusty, did you?
No.
And you didn't really go into the details that we've asked you today. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And they kind of had to talk to you about the 2 phone numbers?
Right.
Is it because, and I understand why, is it because you didn't want to add anything to hurt your friend?
Yeah.
You don't know what happened, do you?
No. Got no clue.
Fair to say you don't really want to add anything to it? You don't want to add anything, get her in trouble or anything like that?
I don't know anything else to add. I mean,
it is what it is.
It
right?
is what it is.
Judge, I've had one moment. Judge, you might just have one moment. Is there a reason why you didn't call and you were close to her though? I mean, y'all friends.
We're just friends, yeah.
Okay. And did you care for her back in 2018?
What do you mean? Just
friendship? Did you
just
like her?
friendship?
Yeah,
no.
sir. I'm not saying
that was it.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
you had an inappropriate relationship.
Right. No.
But you were friends. You were close. You share things about other people, family members. I think one time you joked about maybe you should set Gary up with Beth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So,
I think we did make that comment one time.
But y'all were close.
Yeah.
If she needed help, would you call and talk to her and help her?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why you never called her and asked her what happened to Gary?
I don't know. I mean, she texted me and told me what the deal was, and
That just he was found on the burn pile?
found dead, and it was.
But nothing after that?
Nothing after that.
Didn't find that odd?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
So going back to the 2 cell phones, and I'm going to try to move real fast on these questions. 2 cell phones, that wasn't a secret. You knew she had them.
Yeah.
Sherry knew she had them.
Mhm.
Emma knew she had them too, right?
I'm sure she did,
It
but
was
she
just-
was 13 years old, so that's a different.
But it didn't look like she was trying to hide anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Because Gary and Melody, everybody knew they lived separate lives, right?
Right.
Gary lived at Gary lived in the basement. Melody lived upstairs. They had their own lives. You knew that. Did you know anything about Gary having relationships with any people at work?
I didn't.
Didn't know. But you just knew it was very obvious the way they lived their life. Not a secret. You got to nod. You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you not getting a phone call in detail about everything that was happening following finding of Gary's body, isn't it fair to say that she had a lot of things going on at that time?
Probably.
Okay. She needed to be with her family?
Do what?
That she needed to be with her family?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, anything else?
Judge, Mr. Terry be released.
All right, that'd be fine. Step down, sir. Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Chris Farris.
Y'all can stretch or not.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Christopher Wayne Farris.
Chris, how is it that you know the defendant in this case?
She's my mother.
And I want to go into a little bit about the background of your family.
Okay.
When did you move to Georgia?
2005.
Where did you
Excuse
move?
me, 1995. Sorry.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
I mean, it's my first time on this trial. So.
Sure.
A little bit. And moves the microphone in front of you, and if you'll just talk over it, you don't have to talk into it.
Okay. Great.
So is that 1995 you said?
Yes, 1995.
And where did you move from?
Hoover, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham.
A suburb of Birmingham.
Correct.
How old were you?
15.
And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And how old were your siblings when you moved?
My brother would have been 12. My brother Scott. My sister Emily. I should probably know this, but I would say 5 or 6, and then Amanda would have been, she's the youngest, would have been around, I guess, 4 or 5.
Why did you move here from Alabama in 1995?
My father came to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman, his law firm.
How long had he been with Byrne Foreman when you moved here in 1995?
So about 5 or 6 years, I would imagine. So that was yep, about that.
Were you around when Gary went to law school?
I was.
How old were you?
Well, I started kindergarten when he started law school. So
5 or 6?
5 or 6, yeah, correct.
So you got to see him work through law school?
I did.
And how was that?
It was great. I mean, from what I remember, I mean, he used to take me to the law school and we'd play laser tag. And when he would work security, he had a job working security. So I had a lot of, for a little kid, a big law school to run around in. It was, it was fun.
So in law school, did he also work for Byrne Foreman?
I think he clerked with them in the summer from what I remember.
Okay. And then in 1995, he came here to open the Atlanta office for Byrne Foreman.
Correct.
Did Gary like his job?
Absolutely, yes.
And when you moved here, what city did you move to? In Georgia?
Alpharetta, Georgia.
What school did you end up going to? What high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
Went to the University of Alabama.
For how long?
I left there in 2002, so it would have been 3.5, 4 years.
Did you eventually come back to Georgia?
I did.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I had like a job at a local restaurant, and then I met my first wife right around then.
When you were working at the restaurant, did you live at the home in Alpharetta, or did you live somewhere else?
When I was working at the restaurant, I lived at home.
At home. And so you said then you met your first wife.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kendall Lee.
Okay. And how long were you with Kendall Lee?
Well, we eventually got married and had 2 children, and we separated in 2007.
What are your children's names?
Ella Grace and Addison Marie.
When were they born?
Ella was born September of 2004, Addison August of 2006.
Once they were born, did you guys ever leave Georgia?
Oh yeah, about a couple weeks after Ella, the oldest, was born, we moved to Maine.
How long were you in Maine for?
So that would have been 2004, about 3 years.
I want to go back to your parents and their background a little bit. We talked about Gary's job. What did your mom do when she was, when Gary was in law school?
Homemaker, took care of us, took care of the house.
Kept her busy. There were 4 of you.
Correct, yes.
And when you were in Alabama, did you guys have family around?
Oh yeah.
Who was around?
Both sets of grandparents, my aunt, both aunts, my uncle. They were in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area.
And is that where you were before coming to Alpharetta in 1995? Muscle Shoals area?
No, I was in Hoover. Muscle Shoals is the northwest corner of Alabama. So we were, from Tuscaloosa, which is where he attended the University of Alabama Law School, then went to work for Burr & Foreman, which was in Hoover. Well, it was in Birmingham. We lived in Hoover, and then we moved to Alpharetta in 1995.
And all of your family stayed in Alabama, essentially. The family you just mentioned.
Yes, correct.
Did you learn when you were in Alabama a lot about how your parents grew up?
Absolutely, yes.
And who did you learn that information from?
I would say both of them. My father would talk all the time about his growing up and things he would do. And, my mother would talk about it as well.
What would your mother share with you about her upbringing?
Mentioning how they lived in, Nashville for a time, and working at the hardware store in Muscle Shoals, and that's what really comes to mind at first.
So you mentioned a hardware store. Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So my grandfather owned an Ace Hardware store in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and I really enjoyed going there as a child. It was great. You could run around and play and, build things with the little tools and the wood and the little woodworking things. And I always enjoyed getting up with my grandfather and going to Burger King or McDonald's for breakfast. I got a big kick out of that. And, it was a great time. And I really enjoyed, my grandfather was a huge Alabama football fan, and, he loved to talk about football. And so I always would enjoy people coming in to talk to him about the football team. And I think that's kind of where my, love for football in Alabama kind of came from, as well as my father.
And when you mentioned this grandfather, are you talking about Melody's dad?
Yes.
And the one who owns the Ace Hardware store?
That is correct.
Okay. Was he a hunter as well?
Carl? No, not that I ever knew.
Did he own guns?
Yes.
About how many guns did he own?
I don't know how many. I know he would take us to shoot, 22 rifles at this
outside of town, and it was like a rock quarry. So I know of those, and then I knew of. I remember when we would go do that, he would shoot some pistols, but I would not know how many guns he owned.
Sure. Did Melody grow up shooting guns?
I don't know that.
And do you know what happened to Carl? Eventually?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do.
Okay, can you share with the jury?
He had a heart attack and was in ICU for a pretty long time. I assume ICU for I think a week or two at least before he eventually passed away.
What year was that?
It would be 2007, or excuse me, 2007, 1997. I apologize. These 2000s and the 90s get me. 1997. He actually suffered a heart attack on my 17th birthday.
You were already here in Georgia when
We
he
were.
passed.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to move along a little bit and jump ahead to your parents' marriage.
Okay.
At what point did you learn that your parents had a little bit of a rough marriage?
Not until the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, after I had moved back from Atlanta, or moved back from Maine back to Atlanta.
Okay, so you and Kendall Lee had moved to Maine and you had already moved back.
Yeah,
for
I
that.
moved back. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
What caused you to learn about the trouble in their marriage?
My father told me.
Okay, when was that?
I would say late 2008 to early 2009 is when I first got wind of that from him.
Why did he share that with you?
I don't really know why he did. Why he initially started sharing things like that with me, but once he did, he continued to share things like that with me.
You said that was in the late 2000s?
Correct.
And did he continue to share those troubles with you up until he died?
Oh, yes, 100%.
At any point, did you learn about your mother's relationship with Ted Wiley?
Yes.
When did you learn about that?
Well, the dates, I'm not quite sure. I want to say suspicion-wise, probably somewhere around late 2008, 2009. And then when there was an incident with financially, when it was really like brought to the forefront.
You mentioned suspicion.
Yeah.
What caused suspicion to you?
Well, I think what my dad told me is he was kind of suspicious. My brother, I believe, was the one who kind of initially had those suspicions. But my suspicion, I always thought Ted Wiley was just a little bit too, I don't know, like, I guess maybe flirtatious with my mother.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted Wiley was actually in a relationship with my Aunt Sherry.
Did you know him personally?
Oh yeah, he'd been around for a long time. I remember I was a child. Not that old, and maybe 7 or 8 years old, and that's when I don't remember the dates, but I was young.
So you knew of Ted Wiley long before any, as you say, suspicions of Ted and your mother.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
How well did you know him? Would you hang out with him, have conversations with him?
Oh yeah, he was very friendly. I remember, Christmases, we would always go to Christmas at my grandparents, Mama and Papa, which is my father's parents. Every year, Ted would be there and he'd bring a football and we'd, throw the football around, and he was always very kind and he was a funny guy. He was part of the family.
Did you see Ted and Melody around each other in the late 2000s?
Yes.
Did you see them interact with one another?
Yes.
And did anything stand out to you at that time?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I had ridden up to Florence, Alabama with my mother. I was actually picking up a vehicle that was my grandmother's, and we stayed at Ted's house, and he was sitting next to my mother. I was laying on the couch. Can't remember if I was still watching TV or if I was kind of in and out of drifting off to sleep. And I remember Ted and my mother sitting next to each other, and I just kind of thought it was just weird and uneasy. But this was actually November of 2008. So now that I think about that, yeah, it was November 2008. So I think that would probably be when my suspicions really began to arise.
And how did you know, how were your suspicions confirmed?
I was living in Buckhead with my ex-wife, Jenna, and my father told me, he's like, I need you to come up to Alpharetta tonight and have dinner with me. I said, okay. He said, meet me at Outback Steakhouse, the corner of Jones Bridge, Stage Bridge, and Alpharetta. And he sat me down and he said, Chris, I don't think we're going to be able to have Christmas this year. And he began to explain that, why we wouldn't. He told me that my mother had withdrawn, I believe, $50,000 from a home equity line of credit without his knowing about it, and he told me, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Christmas this year because of this.
Who was at that dinner?
I think I know I was there. And I think one of my sisters, I think Amanda was there too, but I can't be sure about that.
What year was that?
Oh, that's a good question. It would have either been Christmas, right before Christmas of 2009. If I had to guess, that would be it. But it's been so long, I don't know the exact year.
And what happened after that? Between your father and mother?
Well, I know he filed for divorce.
How do you know about that?
Well, I got wind of it because I had stopped at the house in Alpharetta to use the restroom because I had a job where I drove around a lot. And I would stop in to use the restroom and or say hello. It's my parents' house, and I come to the door, and the door's open, and my sister's black lab is running around in the front yard, and there's a lady at the front trying to. What I come to find out very soon after that is serving her divorce papers. I called my father and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, I'm serving your mother with divorce papers. And that's how I found out.
And when was that? What year was that?
I would say either 2010 or 2011. If I had to say, I would say probably 2010.
And where was your mom at the time?
She had locked herself in an upstairs bedroom and refused to come out to talk, I guess, to avoid getting served.
At any point, did your mom leave your dad?
Can you clarify what leave means?
Leave the house for a significant period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
She would leave and be up in Florence, Alabama for months at a time. Weeks, sometimes months.
How did you know where she was going?
My father would tell me.
Was that around the same time as the Ted Wiley
Yes.
affair?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that what prompted your dad to file divorce papers?
Yes.
Did they end up getting divorced?
No.
Do you know what happened?
She came home. He called me one day and said, she's coming home. I want you to forgive your mother and accept her back.
Did you do that?
I told him I would. But I mean, I would say I gave it my best try.
I want to go back a little bit to when you mentioned you moved to Maine.
Sure.
And you have two daughters. And did you have both at the time you moved to Maine, or just
No,
one?
that was 2 weeks after Ella was born. Ella's my oldest daughter.
Okay. And why'd you move to Maine?
Well, because we didn't have any money, and my wife, the mother of my children's parents, had a house in Maine on Lake Sebago, this beautiful house, and they said, hey, come live up here. And I had visited Maine a couple times, and I was all for it.
How did your parents react to that move?
They weren't happy about it. My mother was not happy, and my father, he understood, but if I had to say, I don't think he was happy about it.
Prior to moving, you ended up having Addison in Maine.
Yes.
And did your mom come up and help out with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She was very supportive.
Oh yeah,
and
she was
helpful.
great. Mm-hmm.
And she's always been supportive with your daughters.
Yes, very.
As was your dad.
Very much so.
They love your daughters.
Yes.
I want to move forward a little bit. You mentioned this line of credit that your mother took without your dad's knowledge.
Yeah.
Did that change? Did that affect their relationship moving forward, to your knowledge?
It affected it financially, I know. And I think it affected it at some degree, their trust, his trust for her. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I know for sure it affected it financially, for sure.
How did you know that?
Well, he basically told me he wasn't going to let that happen again. So I assume that, I know he basically took away her ability to be able to do that.
What does that mean?
I'm not really, he didn't share details with me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But
what was your understanding of your mom's access to their finances?
Before this happened with the HELOC, that they just shared everything. It was.
When you say HELOC, what is it that you're talking about?
Home equity line of credit.
Okay, so before, you're talking about before that?
Yeah.
Okay, they shared everything.
Yeah, I don't remember anything other than they had a checking account, and
then how did it change?
Husband and wife. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. At any point with your conversations with your dad, or just over time, things around the house, did you ever learn about who the beneficiary of your dad's investments was?
No.
When did you learn all of that information?
I learned it about a year after we lost him.
I want to talk about the months leading up to your father's death.
Okay.
And at any time right before he passed, was he in the hospital?
He was.
What did you know about that?
Can you clarify?
What did you know about him being in the hospital? What information did you have about that?
I was called by the first initial, I think I got a text message from my brother saying we're taking Daddy to the hospital. And then I got some sort of communication from my mother saying, you know, that he was in the hospital or we were taking him to the hospital.
Did you know why?
My father would have these, he would call them his spells, okay, where he would be very lethargic, almost, how can I put this? Just very, very tired, couldn't stay awake, didn't feel well. That's really the best way I can describe it.
Did you ever witness one of them?
I never did, actually, never.
How long had he been having those?
At least for a few years, on and off. I don't know exactly how long though.
And so that was your understanding of why he was admitted to the hospital.
Correct.
When was that?
That would be April, I think early April of 2018.
Did you go visit him in the hospital?
I did. As soon as I found out that he was there, I rushed up there.
And how did he appear to you when he was in the hospital?
Fine.
Was he acting fine or was he acting differently?
He seemed 100% okay. Like, I ran up there as fast as I could because it was described to me that he was in very, very bad shape.
Who described it that way?
My mother.
How did she describe it to you?
Basically that, you know, it was bad, you need to get here.
And what is it that you were expecting when you walked in?
I was expecting the man to be hooked up to machines and honestly, I wasn't even expecting him to be just in a general room, you know, as bad as it seemed, which I was told. I didn't expect to walk in and see my father just sitting up and I was very panicked. And he looks at me, he's like, well, what's your problem? I was like, well, I was told that you're in really bad shape right now.
I want to go back a little bit. Eventually, your parents moved out of the home in Alpharetta, the first house you moved into in 1995, right?
Correct.
When did they do that?
Correct. I could be, you know, the dates and everything, but 2014 is what I thought it was. Because it was after Halloween, because I remember helping them move, and I was trying to get out of there to go watch the Alabama game. So we were playing LSU that night. So yeah, it was right around November. I thought it was 2014 is what I thought, was what I think.
And where did they move to?
Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia. On the other side of Alpharetta, it's more the western northern corner of Alpharetta, and it's actually in Cherokee County.
Okay. Did you live with them at the time?
No.
Where were you living?
In Buckhead at my apartment.
Why did they move out of their Alpharetta home?
It's a good question. I talked to my dad about it some, and he said, you know, it's just kind of time. And my mother and I talked about it, and I went and met her to look at homes while they were looking for houses before they purchased the Purcell Lane house. I would meet her, and I would go with her and her real estate agent to look at homes.
Were you surprised when they bought a hobby farm?
Yeah, I was a little bit.
Why?
Because my father always told me, he's like, well, after this house, I just want to get a townhouse in, Buckhead or, so I'm close to the office and don't have anything really to take care of.
Where was his office?
It's in Midtown. I guess you would say Midtown. It's off 17th Street. It's the Wells Fargo building.
So that was around, do you think 2014, the fall? When
I
they moved
believe so.
into
I mean,
the
I
farm?
guess it could be 2013, but I think it's 2014. Because never mind.
So you saw your father in the hospital
Correct.
in April, and he was fine.
Yes.
He appeared fine. And how long was he in hospital for?
A few days. I talked to the doctors and they were just trying to figure out kind of what was wrong with him to cause him to have the spell that caused him to have to be brought to the hospital. So they ran some tests. I know they had a stress test and all that kind of stuff.
While you were talking to your dad in the hospital, did he enlighten you on what he thought was wrong with him?
He did.
What was that?
He said, Chris, I think your mother is trying to poison me.
And what was your reaction?
I said, excuse me. He said, well, it's like she spent the day screaming at me and I was watching TV in the theater room and all of a sudden she brings me down some cookies. And I ate the cookies and my throat started burning and then I started feeling bad. And I told him, are you like, what? He's, oh, I'm just probably paranoid or something, some paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of shrugged it off.
Sure.
And that's what he said.
At that time, did you know the state of your parents' relationship?
I know they didn't like each other very much.
Why did you think that?
Well, there had been different episodes, with, he had told me about a gentleman named Rusty Barton. He had told me numerous things. I mean, there was a lot of things why I thought that.
He confided in you about their relationship?
Somewhat, yes. I think he might have confided in some of the other children more than me.
Like who?
Emily, Scott, maybe Amanda. I don't know about Amanda.
Did you know how they lived physically in the home, in the farm?
Of course, yes.
And how did they live?
My father slept downstairs in a bedroom in the basement. My mother slept in the master bedroom. They still shared a bathroom. My father still showered in the master bathroom. He still had his main closet there, but they slept on different floors.
Did your dad sleep with a CPAP machine?
Oh, yeah.
Did he sleep with it every night, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your dad's birthday weekend before he was murdered, okay?
Okay.
When is your dad's birthday?
June 27th, 1960 was when he was born, so June 27th.
Okay. And was that essentially the week before his remains were found?
Absolutely, yes.
What did the family do for his birthday?
Well, we had a family gathering at the farm. Everybody was there. It was a cookout. We cooked barbecue, and Emily brought her daughter, the new baby, and it was a celebration of his birthday.
Were your daughters there?
No, they were not there.
So when you say everybody here, I have a family tree over here. Both your parents were there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's you and your wife at the time, Jenna?
Correct.
Scott was there. Was Emily's husband Chris there too?
Yes.
And they had just had Olivia.
Yes.
And then Amanda was there?
Yes.
Was Chad with her?
Yes.
Was Cameron there?
I don't remember that.
What did you all do that day, that evening?
We ate. I remember Jenna and I took the RTV through the woods, and I actually ran out of gas, so I had to walk back up and get gas with the RTV, because when you took it off road, it'd get kind of sideways. Well, if it was on empty, it wouldn't be able to suck the fuel into the engine. So I had to walk all the way through. She wasn't very happy with me at the time, but we walked from RTV back up to the barn to get fuel to put in it so I could drive it back up to the house.
Did you have anyone help you with that?
I don't remember. I think maybe my brother did, but I don't remember.
Were you well versed with what to do on the farm and how to work anything on the farm or work at all on the farm?
No.
Okay. Did you like going to the farm?
No.
Why not?
Well, I did sometimes, but for the majority of the time, I did not. When they first bought the farm, I didn't really like going because my father would, put me to work, cutting trees down with him and things like that. And then the other reasons down the road kind of led to why I didn't like going there, which was the turmoil of their relationship, unfortunately.
Of what? Of their relationship?
Yeah.
Did you have turmoil with anyone?
With my mother.
Okay. When did that start?
I don't know. I mean, it's a mother-son relationship. I mean, we, had issues from time to time. But in summer of 2017, it got to its highest point of turmoil.
What happened?
Well, her and I got into a little bit of a confrontation because she was withholding giving my children back to me. My children love spending time with their grandmother, but my kids were being purposely held from being returned to me.
Do you know what caused that?
Well, she said it was because of my drinking. So I don't really know why, but I know what she said.
Okay. And how did you receive that information from her?
Not very well. I was very upset. And my kids are only here for a short period of time. I mean, they had gotten to the point where, before when they were younger, they'd come for a couple months during the summer, and it was to the point where they'd come for a couple weeks, and then they were just spending all the time with her.
So I don't know if we've really talked about this. You moved back to Georgia, and did the girls stay in Maine with their mom?
Yes.
When did that happen?
2007.
2007?
Excuse me. Yeah, 2007.
Okay. And so when you talk about the girls coming, they would come to see you.
Right. They would be on summer break, and they would come for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere around then, and spend time with me and my family.
And they would hang out with your mom a lot?
Oh, yeah. They love
What would they do with her?
a lot. They would spend the night. They would go shopping. They would go do lots of things that a grandmother and grandchildren would do.
When it came to your daughters, did your mom and dad, they never said no? Everything was
Oh, they never said
Fun.
no. They love Big Daddy and Grandma.
That's what they called them?
Yes.
Big Daddy and Grandma?
Correct.
Big Daddy was Gary, Grandma was Melody.
Mhm.
So I want to go back to this incident with your mom. Describe what happened. How you described her withholding your children. Describe what that means.
I had Braves tickets for this particular night, and I had gone to pick them up, and she basically said, I'm not going to let them go with you. And that's what happened. She wouldn't let them go with me. And there was an argument.
And what did you end up saying to her that night?
I ended up saying basically, we got into an argument, and then I actually left because I was trying to call my father. He was either at the farm or there. I was trying to get him to come up there to like help with the situation, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. So I just left. Like, it was getting very heated. Like, she was very, very, what's the word? Like, very angry and just screaming at me. And I was screaming and I was yelling back. And I just got out of there because I didn't want any part of it. And on the way back to Buckhead, my father called me, and he's like, come on back. And then I went back and I got my kids.
And what sort of words were exchanged when you were there between you and your mom?
I don't remember what kind of words. I mean, I know that I said to her the next time, I was very angry, and I said, the next time I see you, you will be in a pine box, by saying, I'm not going to talk to you ever again while you're alive. Okay. Basically saying, I'll come to your funeral, but that's it. We're done. And so that was pretty harsh of me to say.
And you were reacting.
Well, she tried to attack me. She tried to hit me, and she didn't hit me, but she went like that to hit me. And I, was 37 years old at the time. I was caught off guard by that. And I told her, I was like, if you hit me, I will defend myself. And we just were going back and forth. And I ended up taking out my camera and recording this exchange. Later on, deleting that recording, but it was hard. It was very hard.
What ended up happening when you went back, when your dad told you to come back? What ended up happening?
I came back. My kids were waiting on the porch with their suitcases, with their clothes in it, and we went home.
Who was out there with them?
My mom was out there. My dad was out there, and my girls were out there. And I was out there.
And so then the girls left with you.
Yep, they got in the back of the truck, in the back seat of the truck, and we went home.
I want to jump forward and go back to your dad's birthday weekend. That weekend, did you hang out with your dad?
Yeah.
You talked about driving the RTV. What all did the family do when you had gatherings?
Well, we would eat. All of our gatherings were focused around food, which is very, that's just how our family was, very Southern, And we would eat together. We would talk. That particular day, we had a new baby. So I remember, playing with Olivia and recording videos. It was, I had met her before, but, they lived in Nashville. So, I didn't get to see her that often. So, we were celebrating my father, but we were also celebrating Olivia.
At that point, was your mom at the house?
Yes.
So had you guys made up, rekindled? How did that happen?
Before Olivia was born, my sister had a baby shower. This was beginning of October of 2017. So about 3 months after my last interaction with my mother. I did not speak with her for 3 months. I was out. I had gotten a hotel in downtown Nashville for that weekend of the baby shower. And I was out in Nashville with my wife and my mother, Chad Bruce, and Amanda Farris came walking into Legends, which is a bar on Broadway in Nashville. So I went up to them and greeted them, and I actually hugged my mother.
And was there ever a discussion about what happened between the two of you?
No.
So after that, it was kind of brushed under the rug and you moved forward.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? At your dad's birthday celebration, did you and your dad plan any trips or talk about taking any vacations? Tell the jury about that.
So my daughter had come to visit in May. So this was about a month before. And we were at Longhorn, and Ella said, "Big Daddy, I want to go to the beach this summer." And he said, "Okay, we'll go to the beach." So leading up to that birthday party, my father and I had discussed going to Orange Beach, Alabama for a trip right after the 4th of July. We would be going on the trip right after the 4th of July, but that party we definitely discussed the upcoming trip.
And so when you say the weekend after the 4th of July, so the Friday, Saturday, the 6th and 7th?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to leave for Orange Beach on, I think it was Friday. We were supposed to leave to go there.
Okay. So after Ella had expressed this to your dad, were there further conversations between you and your dad about the beach?
Yeah, he told me to pick out a couple places where I thought we could go. He had given some recommendations. I had been to Orange Beach before, but I wasn't that familiar with it. I usually went to Destin. But I ended up picking a couple places, and he said, "Oh yeah, that place is good." And he booked it and paid for it.
I would like to talk about, you mentioned your dad booked for it and paid for it. Did
Yes.
your dad pay for a lot of things?
Yes.
And did he pay for a lot of things for you?
Yes.
Like what?
He would always pay for my children to fly down. He would pay for Ella's horseback riding lessons. He would pay for the girls' dance lessons, recitals, costumes. He would help me out with bills. My dad helped me and paid for a lot.
Did you have a job at this time?
Yes.
What was your job?
At the time, I had my own painting company.
So was your dad that helpful with everyone in the family?
I believe so.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
Okay. How was your dad and Scott's relationship?
They had a great relationship.
Would he take care of Scott
Yes.
financially?
Yes. Scott worked at the farm. So they kind of had Scott worked at the farm. I mean, it was a lot of work, and my brother did not have another job, and my brother had to have money to live. So it's, I didn't know the details of it. I didn't know if they had like a, agreement of how much, or I don't know what that looked like, but yeah, I mean, I know the money my brother would be from my father.
Would you and your dad ever get in arguments about money?
wouldn't really consider it an argument. I mean, he'd get mad at me for spending money or asking him for money, or there were even times, I mean, when I had his credit card number, I mean, then I would use it without his permission, without asking it first. And he'd get upset with me, but it wasn't an argument. It was more, he was just upset with me.
So when it came to the beach, he was okay paying for that.
Yeah, he was going with us.
And was there an agreement between the two of you with what that would look like?
I was going to pay for everything there, the dinners, whatever, things you pay for at the beach. And he was going to pay for the condo.
Did you eventually pick out a condo?
We did.
And who booked that condo?
My father.
Did he tell you when he booked it?
Yes.
Do you remember when he booked it?
I don't remember, but I remember he texted me. He said it's booked.
Was it prior to, well, it's obviously prior to the vacation itself. How was it prior to July, let's say 1st?
Yes.
So it was the end of June.
Yeah.
Did you discuss it at his birthday?
He told me I had stopped and bought a raft to take to the beach because I was actually buying his birthday gift at Academy. And I called him, I said, hey, I got a raft to take to the beach. And he's like, yeah. He's like, don't talk about that while you're here.
Okay. While you're where?
At the house.
Okay. Was your mom going to the beach?
No.
How do you know that?
Because my father told me he was trying to get her to go to the beach and she refused.
Okay. Did you talk to her about the beach?
I did.
And what was her reaction to you?
She told me she had too much going on and she couldn't go.
So who would have, if the trip came up, who would have gone?
It would have been me, my wife, Jenna, both of my daughters, Ellen, Addie, and my father.
Let's talk about Jenna for a second. When did you and Jenna get married?
July of 2015.
And did your dad help you out with your engagement or wedding to Jenna? Financially?
Yes.
How so?
He helped me with the engagement ring, and he also paid for the rehearsal dinner at our wedding.
Okay. And you said it was in 2015?
The wedding.
The wedding was in 2015?
Mhm.
Okay. So you had been married to Jenna for 3 years.
Yes.
At this point. And when the girls came to visit you, would they stay with you and Jenna?
They would stay with me and Jenna, and then they would stay at the farm a lot.
The conversations about the beach with your mom, was that over the phone, in person? How did you guys discuss the beach?
Most of the conversations with my mother we spoke, but I don't remember exactly how if it was text messages or if it was a phone call. I don't remember.
But at that point, to your knowledge, she was not going.
Correct.
Now, after your father's birthday, I want to talk about that next week. Okay? The first week in July of 2018. Were your girls scheduled to come down and stay with you?
Yes.
When did they come down?
They arrived at between 8 and 9 a.m. The morning of July the 3rd.
The morning of July 3rd, and that's Tuesday?
Yes.
So the Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did you work on Monday, July 2nd?
I don't remember, but probably. I would think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. So the morning
I mean, it was a holiday week, so probably I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the morning of July 3rd, that Tuesday. What did that morning look like to you? What did you do?
Woke up, we drove to the airport, Hartsfield Jackson, picked my kids up. They always wanted to go to Waffle House. They don't have that in Maine. So we went to Waffle House.
Who was it that went?
Ella, Addie, and myself.
Jenna was not with you.
No.
Okay. So how long did you eat at Waffle House for?
30 minutes.
What did you do next?
We went back to my condo and
Where
hung
was
out at 55 Far Road in Buckhead.
Buckhead. Okay. And what did you do then?
Just hung out. I had a dog at the time. They were very fond of Oliver. That's my dog's name, or was my dog's name. We hung out, and they were itching to do what they had what they thought planned, for their trip, which is.
And what were their plans?
Well, Addie had already arranged with Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. My sister Amanda at the time, would eventually become, I guess when they got married, her stepdaughter. They had planned, because they, both had phones. They would text each other and, say, oh, I'm coming down to stay with me, visit my dad, and we're going to have a sleepover at the farm. So that was Addie's plans.
Okay.
Ella's plans were she had this friend, Emma, who was the daughter of, I think, this guy named Terry, who lived on Birmingham Highway, and somehow my mother had become friends with him. And Emma had become friends with Ella, and Ella and Emma had talked, and Emma's mom actually trained horses at this facility up in Cumming. I believe it was Cumming. It was up near the farm, but it was, I know she lived in Cumming because I dropped her off there that afternoon. So they were itching to go. They had plans.
Okay. And none of them with you, it sounds like.
No.
We had how old?
Yeah, they were preteens at the time. They were 12 and 14 years old. Like they were very social.
They were busy.
They were busy.
So did you execute these plans for them?
Addie's plans did not come to fruition the night of the 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
She had asked to do that, and I said, well, you got to ask your grandmother, and it just didn't work out. But I did take Ella to Emma's mom's house and dropped her off. She went to have a sleepover. They were actually going to sleep over at this horse training facility, and I think they had like a pool or a pond they swam in, and she was all excited about it. So we actually stopped at Target on the way up there so she could buy a new bathing suit.
Okay.
And I dropped her off at Emma's mom's house. I think her name was Beth, maybe. But yeah, I dropped her off there.
What time was that?
I'd say if I had to put a number on it, between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
On the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. After you dropped Ella off at Emma's on the 3rd, where did you go next?
Well, I called my father and I said, hey, do you want to meet us for dinner? Because I hadn't talked to him that day. And he said, I'm working. I say, oh, cool. I was like, well, let's, meet up. And he's like, no. I'm at the farm. I'm just working. I said, oh, okay. Well, I was like, I just dropped Ella off. We're going to come by and come see you. He had recently seen Ella because she was down in May, but he hadn't seen Addison since Christmas time. So, we were up there. Might as well stop by.
So you ended up stopping by the farm?
I did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5 o'clock.
How long did you stay?
Between 20 to 30 minutes.
What did you do when you were there?
We pulled in. My father was in the driveway, sitting on the RTV. I parked my truck, went up to him, and Addie went to I just never forget it. This is the last time I saw my father. He said, oh, just let me give you a kiss because I'm too sweaty right now for you to hug me. And and then at some point my mother walked out and we went up to the barn because I think they had some baby ducks that had been born recently or something like that. And
Maybe a baby goat.
I think there might have been a baby goat. I just remember the baby ducks as being the draw that day, but I think there was a baby goat too, maybe.
Okay.
There's always babies of some sort. There were a lot of animals.
Baby animals. So you and Addie walked the property, went to the barn. Who was with you? Was your dad and mom with you?
Yes, we actually went from the main house up to the barn, and then we walked down to the pond to see the baby ducks, and my mother walked down there with us.
Who all went to the barn? All
To the
four of you?
barn?
Yeah. when
All
you
four
walked-
of us went to the barn.
How did you get to the barn?
I drove my truck up there.
Okay. How does your dad get to the barn?
He rode the RTV.
How did your mom get to the barn?
I think she walked, but I don't remember.
And was Addison with you or with your dad or with your mom?
Addison was with me, I think. She might have walked with my mom. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
So your dad was on the RTV.
Yeah,
Was he on the RTV often when you were at the farm?
all the time.
Do you know where he would keep the RTV?
Different places. Sometimes it would be at the barn. Sometimes it would be parked in the driveway. Sometimes it would be parked in the garage at the house.
But he had it often.
Very much so.
Do you remember if there was anything on the RTV this day?
Yeah. I remember seeing like dead boxwoods, I think what they were, that he had pulled up and put them in the back because we had a conversation about it.
What was he planning to do with those boxwoods?
He told me he was getting ready to burn the burn pile the following day on July 4th.
He told you he would burn it on the 4th.
He told me he was going to burn it on July 4th.
Did you see the burn pile?
I saw the burn pile the weekend before at the birthday party when I was driving the RTV through the woods.
How large was it?
It was big. I remember
What does big mean?
Big means probably as tall as I am, and I'm 6'4". I remember Jenna saying like, wow, like this thing is huge. And that's what I remember.
Did your dad burn often? Do you know?
I don't know how often. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time out there. The only time I saw him burn anything was after it was like a Christmas Eve, and we had the family there, and he had taken a bunch of pallets and some wood and things, and we actually had like a bonfire like on Christmas Eve. It was actually a very, very nice evening. But that's all I know he would burn things, but as far as me knowing or seeing him do it, that was the only time.
Would he burn at your old house in Alpharetta? Did you have the property? And
Yeah, he would.
you laughed a little bit there. So is there?
Well, so I laugh because my grandfather, my father's dad, every year on Christmas, there'd be all this wrapping paper, okay? And every year, my grandfather would take all that wrapping paper out there and burn it in his little leaf burning pile. And I always thought it was funny. And so I don't know. I always think about that. And like my father almost would talk about, oh yeah, I'm going to burn this burn pile. And he was actually, I think, burning leaves at that house behind the fence. And so you're talking about a suburb house. I mean, this is like living in a neighborhood, not a farm. And he had actually started burning some leaves back behind the fence. And I guess didn't put it out all the way. And I woke up, I was staying with him that night. I might have been living there at the time. I don't really remember. And I wake up and there's the back of the woods is on fire behind their house.
And what happened?
The fire department came.
Wow.
And the
What
fire
was-
department
what were
came.
your parents' reaction to that?
Oh, I don't remember. I remember. I think I was out there, and I think the firefighter asked me. He was like, "How this happened?" I was like, "Well," and my dad said, "Shut up," you know. I'm like, so. I don't remember what their reactions were at that time.
So the burn pile on the 3rd was large,
Very.
or at least when you saw it the weekend before.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see it on the 3rd?
No.
Okay. It wasn't burning when you were out there, though.
No, not at all.
He was still building it.
Yes.
So after you saw all the baby animals, what did you do next?
We walked back to my truck. I remember telling my father, there's going to be fireworks on the 4th of July. Maybe we can get together and go see fireworks. And then I got in my
the next day.
which would have been the 4th was the next day. And then I got in the car in my truck with Addison and we went back because she wanted to go get dinner.
Did you drive back to Buckhead at that
I
point?
did.
What did you do after that?
We went and got poke bowls, which is like sushi in a bowl. Addie loves poke bowls. We went and got that, and then we went to this new ice cream place, and Jenna went with us to that.
To both places?
I know she went to the poke place. I don't remember if she went to the ice cream place. I think she did. I don't remember.
So after you got poke and ice cream, what did you do?
We went home,
And did what?
hung out. I think we went to the pool. We had a pool at our condo, and just
You
hung
asked
out at home.
Jenna.
Mhm.
At any point the night of the 3rd, did you go back to the farm?
No.
What did you do the next morning on the 4th?
Addie and I got up very early and went up. I lived a block off of Peachtree Street. So we went up and we watched the Peachtree Road Race and come through Buckhead.
Who's we?
Addison and I. Jenna did. Jenna came up eventually, but I don't think Jenna was trying to get up that early on 4th of July. So we, Addison and I went up there. We took our chairs and set up, and it was nice.
How long were you out there watching the Peachtree Road Race?
If I had to put a number on it, maybe an hour.
So what time would that put you at?
That's hard to say. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you were done watching it at 8 or 9, or you were done at 7 or 8 in the morning?
I think we went up there. I mean, we didn't watch the first people come through. I don't remember what time, but I know it was early.
Early morning.
Early morning,
And you were
yes.
out there for about an hour.
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
We went to Cracker Barrel in Norcross
Why Norcross?
because I had my own painting company and I would have my guys that I would have to pay. And I had this one guy and he's like, "Oh man, I really need my check." So I was like, "Okay, fine." And he lived in Norcross. So I went to Norcross to give him his check. And Addie and I, there's a Cracker Barrel there. And so we went to Cracker Barrel for breakfast.
And after Cracker Barrel, what were your plans for the day?
We were having a pool party, our apartment complex, condo complex, whatever you want to call it. We always set up a pool party every year for the 4th of July.
So did you go to it?
We did, yeah.
Who's we?
Me, Addison, and Jenna.
Okay, where was Ella during all this time?
She was still with Emma.
Incoming,
yes, at the horse park farm,
Sure. Were you checking in on her?
Very much so, yes.
And so throughout that day on the 4th at the pool, what was your intention for that evening with Addison?
I thought we were just going to hang out and stay at the pool and just hang out at home. Ella had called me and asked if she could stay over again. I said yes. And that was my intention of the day. But that changed.
Okay, how?
My mother called me and said, hey, I'm on my way back from Lake Lanier Islands with Cameron. And does Addie want to come spend the night? So I walked over to Addie was swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you want to go have this sleepover? Hoping she would say no.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to drive up there. But she said yes. So we went.
What time did your mom call you?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what time, but I would have to say it was later in the day. Maybe I don't want to misspeak. I don't know exactly what time.
Was it evening time, after lunchtime?
Late afternoon.
Late afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
So you drove up there.
Uh-huh.
Did you make any stops?
I did.
Where'd you stop?
I stopped at Wendy's to get Addison dinner.
And then went to the farm.
I did.
What did you do when you got to the farm?
We pulled up and my mom and Cameron had already arrived, and we went inside the house. That was pretty much it.
Did you stay for very long?
No,
About how long did you stay?
maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see your dad?
No,
Did you ask your mom where he was?
I don't remember.
When you would stop by the farm in the past, would your dad sometimes not be there?
Of course, yes.
Was that normal?
Yeah, it was normal. I mean, I was in a hurry to get back. I had no reason. I mean, all my friends are at the pool. Addie was where she wanted to be. So I was ready to go back and enjoy my evening.
Did you and your mom speak to one another?
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No. The only thing out of the ordinary was on the way up there, because I had asked for her to meet me so I didn't have to drive all the way to the farm.
You had asked who to meet you?
My mother,
Okay.
to meet me somewhere, because she was coming back from Lake Lanier. So I was like, well, why don't, instead of me driving all the way to the farm and you're coming that way anyway, why don't we meet? She said, no, just meet me there. I was like, okay. And then I actually said, well, I'm going to stop and get Addison dinner. And she's like, oh, no, we'll just make something here. And I was like, okay. But I stopped anyway because Addison it was before we had eaten. We were cooking at the pool, but we left before the food was done. So when she was hungry, she would let you know.
She was hungry. Okay, so what did you do when you left the farm?
I went to the gas station, and then I stopped by Kroger in Buckhead, border of Buckhead, Sandy Springs, and I bought fireworks because we always shot off fireworks on the 4th of July at our apartment complex.
And where did you go after that?
I went home to the pool.
Did you talk to Addison again that evening?
On the way back from the farm, Addison called me and she's like, we can't find Big Daddy. And I was like, well, he's got to be there somewhere. Go look for him. And I called him and his phone went straight to voicemail. And I didn't really think anything of it because his phone went to voicemail a lot. And I just said, well, he's there somewhere, go find him, and we had a phone call, and I think, of course, I texted her that night or called her that night to check on, make sure she was okay, that kind of thing. But she was, from what I remember, was fine. I had nothing alarming from her at the time.
Did you ever communicate with your mom that evening?
No.
Is that typical?
Yes, very typical.
Even when your kids are over there?
Mhm.
You mainly communicate with your kids.
Directly, yes.
So the night of the 4th, did you stay in Buckhead?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the farm the night of the 4th?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you went to the farm?
July 5th, I think I left my apartment around 11:30 in the morning to go pick up Addison.
Did you talk to Addison before you left?
I don't remember.
Did you try to call your dad that morning?
Yes,
And what happened?
I went straight to voicemail.
Did you talk to your mom?
No.
You just decided to go up there.
I talked to my sister,
Which sister?
Amanda.
Okay. And what was that conversation?
She said Daddy's missing.
That was before you left?
I don't remember. I think it was actually after I left. I mean, I don't remember there being a phone call or a text message or anything like that to say, okay, that I'm coming to get you now or anything like that. I knew where she was. I was going to go get her. And I can't remember if the conversation with Amanda was at my apartment or it was on the way. I remember us talking a lot on the way.
Who's
But
us talking?
Amanda.
And
me-
you talking a lot?
Yes.
Okay. About what?
Trying to figure out where my dad was. I told her, I say, you need to call the local hospitals and you need to see if his wallet and his car keys are there.
At this point, knowing that his phone was going to voicemail and Addison couldn't find him the night before, what was your thought process when Amanda said he's missing?
I was pretty panicked. This was 2 months after this whole scenario of him being in the hospital. 2 months, 3 months, April, May, June, so 3 months. So I had not been able to talk to my father to get in touch with him the night before when I called him to see where he was, so Addison and them could find him and hang out with him. And then the next day, my sister calls me and says, Daddy's missing. So yeah, I was excited in the point of panic. I was my blood pressure was probably pretty high.
So even though his phone would go to voicemail pretty often, this was not normal.
No,
Him
not
going
for
missing.
that long. Yeah.
How long did you know that nobody had gotten in touch with him?
Well, I know that I had tried to call him the night before, on the way back from the farm to Buckhead. So for me, I mean, we're talking, over 12, about that time, we're talking, 15 hours later, so.
And you didn't see him on the 4th at all?
No.
Okay. Did the family have any group messages happening? Like text message groups?
I don't remember there being a group message.
So you and Amanda were talking on the phone
Mm-hmm.
about, and you had said to her to call the hospitals.
Call hospitals. I also told her, because she said his car was there. I was like, well, he never went anywhere without his car. So I was like, well, find his car keys and find his wallet, and
Why his wallet?
because his wallet, my dad never left anywhere to go anywhere without his wallet. He would not leave the house without his wallet. My dad only left the house to go to the store or go eat. That was basically it.
What about to the office?
Oh, of course, in the office. Sorry, I'm talking about things other than work.
Okay. Who did you talk to anybody else?
I talked to my sister Emily
On
on
your
the way
drive.
there and told her what was going on.
And what was her reaction?
She was kind of had the same reaction as me, panicked.
Had she heard from him to your knowledge?
No.
So you arrive at the farm,
Mm-hmm.
and what's the first thing that you do when you get there?
When I arrived at the farm, Amanda, Cameron, my mother, and Addison are actually sitting on the steps out front. I just remember going in thinking, I need to figure out what's going on. And I went out and I asked my mother, I said, hey, have you seen his wallet? She said, no. I knew where he kept his wallet. He kept his wallet either in the Mercedes or downstairs in the basement or in the master bathroom. So I went to look, I needed to know if he had left or not. And that wasn't going to be an indication to me if he had left or not. I went to the Mercedes, I looked in the glove compartment, I looked in the center console, I looked in the back seat, I looked everywhere in that car. I did not find his wallet.
Did you find his car keys or cell phone or anything like that?
No, I didn't find anything. I left the garage and I went down to the basement to keep searching. And then I came upstairs and eventually took my search out of the house and, up to the barn.
Did you at any point check for his CPAP machine, or did that cross your mind?
No, that never crossed my mind.
So you were in the basement. Did you see anything out of the ordinary in the
No.
basement? So when you took your search outside, what was the first thing that you did? And was anybody with you?
Yeah, actually, because the kids they loved to ride that RTV, and that RTV was up at the house. So I jumped on it, and they were like, "Can we ride with you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know what was really going on here," but I let them. And they're very persistent, and they jumped on the RTV with me, and I drove up to the barn to see if I could find him or a sign of him.
When you got on the RTV, you said it was at the house. What part of the house was it parked
He
on?
was in the driveway, I think. I don't remember exactly.
So the girls jumped on with you?
Yep,
And where'd you go?
to the barn.
Okay. Anything at the barn stand out to you?
No, everything. I mean, I looked. I mean, there's even because I thought at this point it was maybe he was having a spell, or maybe he was, God forbid, something medical issue had happened, and I went up to the barn. I even climbed. There's like a ladder thing. There's like a loft up there, not my brother's apartment, but a loft where you store things in. I even went up there, like looking around, just trying anywhere. He was not there, so we got in the RTV and started back towards the house.
At any point, did Scott come down and start searching?
Yes,
When was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Was it after you arrived or before you arrived?
I think it was right after I arrived, but I can't be sure.
Okay. You didn't see him when you pulled up?
When I first pulled up to the house that morning, no, or not around noon. My first initial time when I got to the house, no, I did not see my brother. When I just saw the four of them.
So you're on the RTV with Cameron and Addison,
Correct.
and you're driving back from the barn down back to the house.
Yep.
Okay. Where did you look next?
So I'm coming from the barn and I look out across and I see my brother and my mother walking between the barn and kind of the pond, but kind of back towards the wood, the tree line. And that's when it clicked in my head about that, because he told me he was going to burn that burn pile on July the 4th. And it clicked in my head, I need to go back there, because he told me he was going to be burning that burn pile on July the 4th. So I whipped around. I saw them walking back there. So I'm like, I'm going to follow them back there. I went back around the backside of the house and went down, and they were already at the burn pile.
Who's they?
Scott and my mother.
Okay.
And I drove and parked about, I don't know, 10 to 20 yards away between the house and the burn pile. And I told them to stay back. And
Who's them?
Addie and Cameron. At that time, it was just more of, I was just walking down there to see what was going on. And I walked down there, and then my brother had a stick in his hand. And I walked up there and I looked at the burn pile, just, at the time, what was about to happen. I mean, I had no inkling that this was even possible. And my brother, this is really hard for me to talk about. My brother looked up at me and he said, "You need to get those kids the F out of here. I'm calling 911 right now." And I did. I took the kids out to the house and I put them in the room, in their bedroom. They had slept in the night before. And I said, "Y'all need to go up here." I mean, I didn't say anything to them. My daughter had just lost her uncle like 2 months before that. And I knew kind of I'm not stupid, like when he's looking at something calling, so my instinct was get my child back up and away from whatever's going on right here. And that's what I did. I put them in the bedroom. I said, "I'll be back." And I went downstairs. After I went downstairs, it's like the adrenaline was going like crazy. My brother said something to me like, "I think there's human remains on the burn pile." And so I got an RTV. I had to go back down there. I went back down to the burn pile and I took a close look at the burn pile. And I looked and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand, like bones of a hand, like that. And that's when I just, I think I went into shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No.
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking
I
at?
thought it was a rock. I saw but he told me after I put the girls back up in the room, and I came back downstairs, and he told me I think it was human remains. And, of course, my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's.
Was that before or after he called 911?
After.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not. He said he was going to call 911. He said to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was your mom nearby when you?
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
No.
Was Amanda near the burn pile at that time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. The only thing I remember about Amanda is her walking up when I was sitting on the back of my truck waiting for whoever was responding to this 911 call to come. And my sister walked out and we spoke then. My sister was out there when the I think it was the paramedics showed up.
What did you guys speak about?
Well, the paramedics walked by and they were actually holding a gurney. And I'm thinking, like, it was just confusing what was happening. And I was sitting there and it wasn't long after that the paramedics actually walked back around and said to me, "I'm sorry for your loss." And that's when it really kicked in. And that's when Amanda and I just basically started this conversation about, oh my God. I mean, it doesn't take, I mean, it's common sense. Your father's missing. My brother's saying he thinks there's human remains. He's, you know, paramedics are showing up. So, I mean, and then they're saying, "I'm sorry for your loss." And that's when it really just kind of, I was just overwhelmed. Like, it was awful. I don't really remember what my sister and I talked about. I remember her kind of saying things like, "Oh, we put him through so much and we weren't the best kids and this, that, and the other." And I remember thinking, like, what are you talking about? It was very strange to me at the time, but people, you know, I guess people say things when they're put in that situation. I didn't really think anything of it, you know, I just thought that was kind of weird, but that's, and things just, everything, really, a lot of things after that are a blur to me. You know, I've done a lot of PTSD therapy because of this, that day. And what I've discussed in a lot of that therapy is they think that I pretty much went into shock.
I think we're going to take a short break.
All right. Let's take 10.
Y'all don't go anywhere yet. When y'all go, I'm talking to them. You can step down. All right. I talked to y'all sidebar earlier about potential juror issue. We'll deal with that at the end of the day. When that happens, we're going to do it with the juror in the jury box in front of the microphone. Y'all can cover whatever, but just don't put the juror on the camera, and we're not going to address the juror by name, just by number. All right, anything else? And we'll just do that whenever we wrap up for the day. Let's, you know, still shoot for 5 o'clock.
I want to make a coffee. What happened? Why? Is it just a break? I'm here, people. I'm just here. I'm not on screen. I'm not feeling great, Crystal. That's all. I don't want to be on screen. That's all today. I'm just jumping on just now quickly. But yeah, I'm not feeling the best. That's why I don't want to have the lights and stuff in front of me. But I am here though. I am here. He's not great, I would say. He likes to interject a lot of different information, so which is not even relevant. Can't believe they're not objecting, but they're not. So who are we, to say anything on that part? Well, it's all good, people. Yeah, no, it's all good. As long as you don't mind me not being here. Like, as I say, I'm not sleeping well, so it's not. I was fine all morning as well. I don't know what it was. And a couple of hours into stream, I was just not feeling tired, So, the one person I do not give a shit. Thank you, Lil G. Thank you, my darling. This year's Mexi Texi, the person who does not message me back. Something about Jura. Oh, maybe the Jura wanted to go for a cigarette or something. Thanks, Lil G. Hate not seeing you. Don't you love not having me on here? You love it. No, they're not done for today. No, I've never chewed tobacco. Toots, no, they're taking a break. There you go. I just saw him leave. I don't know what. He's just on break, isn't he? He didn't really get into it. I think the jury might be compromised, but they go to question. Oh, okay. Maybe the one that didn't leave at lunchtime. Okay. Jurors would spread their legs. There you go, Toots. Thank you, Lady Di. Thank you, darling. Oh, okay, so juror issue. Okay. Thank you, Duffy. I'm okay. Just tired. I need this fucking sleep thing test. Is what I need. The boy we know is having a little break. I know. I'm sort of into this now, but I'm sort of not. So yeah, I don't know. But I will be streaming this at all times. Because you aren't getting enough oxygen at night, and I hope you get. Thank you, Medallion. I genuinely am not. I'm up all night. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's not here in Wales either. If he's not feeling great, I understand. Yeah, thank you, Lil G. Jura issues, yes. Yes, Lil G is. No, that's fine. Thank you, Kathleen. It's just I can't sleep. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's not about that. So what my day is this, right? I get up about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, depends. I have a breakfast and I fall asleep. I'm back and forward, falling asleep all morning. I try and go for a walk and stuff, but I'm so tired I can't walk that far. Then I come on stream, I fall asleep on stream. Yeah, I just fall asleep all the time. It's unbearable. And then at night I can't sleep. Like I fall asleep and I wake up every 2 minutes. Joe's everyone Texas, all the blurb, but you remember the ducks. You drink some chamomile tea? No. I drink coffee to keep me up. Do you get any sleeping stuff? No. I'll go to the doctor's next week, so we'll see what he says. My brother who lives in South picked up the habit there a few years since giving up, though. I'm really into this trial trilogy. There you go, Lady Di. I'm on my tablet, but watching Storm on TV. Just talk to my friend in Florida. I hope they're okay. Very interesting and very odd. Fine. I take vitamin D's every morning just to keep myself going. Poor honey, I'm so sorry. It's all good, my darling. It's all good. Nothing. I'll be fine. Thank you, my darling. I got a vitamin D something as well. There you go. The Dramavix. You're right. I think I take 600 mils every day. I think. Oh no, that's the other stuff. That's the other stuff. I take one tablet. I don't know how much it is. Gross habit. The worst is when you don't know what someone is using a cup. and spit cup, and he pick it up and drink it. Oh, jeepers. Oh my God, I love how Dylan says vitamin. Are you? There you go. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough. I just take it. I just take it. Right. Never. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, camel tea. Okay. Dip. We don't have dip over here. I don't know how you would get dip over here. To be quite honest with you. I used to smoke, do you know what I mean? But I don't smoke anymore. But dip is not a thing. Dip is not a thing. But I see people doing spitting it out all the time and stuff. Mm-hmm. I can see Sarah P. She's a spitter. Do you spit or swallow, Sarah? Which one is it? Camel tea does not work. Yes, they are on a break, Christine. Camel tea does work for Mexitexi though, combo. So yeah, it depends. The spit cup even, short break. Dip imposter. It's relaxing. Yeah, everyone's different, I suppose. Some things work for one, not for another. Do you know what I mean? So, chew in Texas. I bet Mexi Texi chews all day long. All day. All day. All day long. All day. All day. Right. I'm still waiting on the. I won't pick on Sarah P today. I won't pick on it today. I pick on Sarah P enough most days. Well, I think we're getting the crux of this trial. You know, we're starting to get into it a bit now. It just sounds so odd. All of this sounds so odd in this trial. So, hello, sassy bartender. How are you, my darling? How are you? Hope you're well, my darling. As always. Oh. 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 Right, let's play some music because I'm not in the mood to sing. Come, Pope. She doesn't
I
like.
call Pope. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Compo, better known Compo. Thank you to Robin G for making that name called Paul for thee.
I know you can. You had the CPAP thing, didn't you? You had the test already, Chrissy. Hey, Chrissy, my darling. Hope you're well. I know you do. You can relate. Mexitex is a spitter. There you go. I knew you would spitter, to be fair. I knew you would be a spitter. I think Sarah P is a swallower, though. I think she just swallows it. You know, she's got no time to spit. She's just like, next, spit, swallow, next, swallow. Right. What other one next? Compo. Beep, 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 beep. You go like the Larry one.
Where is
Larry
he?
one.
Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You got that shot.
Coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where am I? What the hell you doing?
Fix it, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
All right.
Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot.
The hurricane, why? Somewhere down by the Jersey Shore, right? Believe it or not, it's not bad right now. It's okay. The winds are gusty, all right. They're still coming east, right? So we know that the bands are coming at us, right? They'll be rotating. They'll be spinning from the west and back to the east, and it's going to be a phenomenon. It's amazing every time. This is let's see. 2004, I had Charlie, then it was Wilma, then it was Irma, then it was Ian, okay? Stay for all of them. And now we get Milton, staying for Milton. So listen, how can I update everyone here? It's really not bad. This is like the calm before the storm. It really is. And we got the food made. I got 5 tanks of propane gas, wood, a generator. No. I've got batteries. I've got 5 propane tanks of gas. I've got a battery. Oh, there won't be any doubt about that. Just got to hope for the best. But right now it's dry. There's no rain. It's key if you have dogs. You got to get them. You got to time it right. When it's not raining, you got to get the dogs out. So, anyways, again, recap. Milton, once it dies down, there'll be a tropical storm with the width of 310 miles. Width. Currently, right now, the width of the hurricane, the eye of the hurricane, is 65 miles wide, and it's still a Cat 4. All right, I'll give an update the next time I have to bring the dogs up. All right, take care, guys. Be good.
Sean, update that was live just now for Sean. The Vicks, I take magnesium in the morning. No, I don't. No, I don't. I take them at night, but I take them when I go to bed. Right, hang on. Let me get the trial back up. Right, here we go. Oh, fuck. I don't know what's wrong here.
Y'all think we'll get through with 10 today?
I highly doubt it. Based on talking to the state, I think they've got about an hour left.
It's 3:30 now, so we can.
Yeah, I don't, if y'all got, I don't anticipate us going beyond this witness. I would like to
We
go.
released the other two, so.
That's fine. We can go up to, I don't think we'll be done with him by 5 o'clock regardless. So if we get to a logical point, we can stop. And I just told the bailiff to tell the juror to stay late after I dismiss everybody.
Hello.
All right, y'all ready to bring them back in?
Hello, LC Jones as well. Nice to see you, LC. So the deal with the juror after this witness.
Yeah. I'd rather you go downstairs if you need to do that. It's everybody is a little soft spoken today.
Right, I'm gonna go off screen again. Oh, sorry to be rude.
Her cousin says there were five tornadoes circling their house. So yeah, no, we tried to tell them to come. They were gonna come, change their mind, didn't come. We told them to come anyway, and they didn't. 2 of them wanted to, 2 of them didn't. And it's gonna be bad. They didn't get that. They didn't get that. I think that's why they want to stay. But I told them, we tried to get them to come up and stay with us. But she posted at lunch there were 5 tornadoes all around her.
There is sound, Vix. It's just they haven't done it yet. As in, I can boost it again. No, it's boosted right. There's sound. It's on their side, not on my side.
All right. Get started back.
Okay, Chris. I want to go and stay on the 5th for a little while and talk about a couple of things. We had talked about how you looked for your dad's wallet earlier. Did you ever see that wallet?
Yeah, my mom came walking up with a wallet after I got upstairs saying she had found it in the Mercedes.
And what did you think when she told you she had found his wallet in the Mercedes?
I thought, well, I just looked in the Mercedes and it wasn't in there. And I thought that was kind of weird because when I got there that day, she said she hadn't seen his wallet. I go to look for it, then come back to the kitchen. Now all of a sudden she's got the wallet and says she found it in the Mercedes.
Did you see her go into the garage? Was the Mercedes in the garage?
Yes.
Did you see her go into the garage?
No.
Do you know if your mom has a fear of fire at all?
No.
She's never mentioned to you how scared she is when your father burns or anything of that nature?
I think she had mentioned just things like, there was one time he actually caught the basement on fire because he had put a cigarette in the trash can, the basement at the farm. And after that, she like said, well, I think he's going to burn the house down eventually. But never like fear of actual like fire. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. When you were on the property on the 5th looking for your dad, did Melody mention anything about the burn pile or about him burning? Did you ever have a conversation asking her if he did burn the pile on the 4th?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you went outside and sat on your truck. You had testified earlier. An EMS arrived with the backboard. Did you at any point leave the property?
I left the property hours later after the authorities allowed me to leave.
Why did you leave?
To go check on my children. After the whole EMS saying what they said, I called my wife who was at work and I said, you need to get here. You need to come up here. You need to come get Addison. And then I was there for a while. She did come get both the girls. Sometime during this whole thing, I think I had texted Emma's mom or called Emma's mom. I don't remember which, and said, I need to get Ella.
That'd be Beth Braswell.
Yes.
Okay. And that's where Ella was.
Yes.
So Jenna came up to the farm,
Correct.
got Addison, and eventually got Ella.
Ella came to the farm, and I think it's just so foggy at that point. I think she brought Ella to the farm, but I guess I don't think she met Beth anywhere to get Ella. I think Ella was brought to the farm because Jenna was in downtown Atlanta. So from my phone call, I would have had to take her, even if driving as fast as she could, at least at a minimum of half an hour to get there. So sometime in that time, I just can't remember if I called Beth and said, bring Ella back. I honestly, I just don't remember.
Somehow, Ella and Addison went home with Jenna.
Yes.
Okay. Did Cameron go with them?
Yes.
To Buckhead?
Yes, to my apartment in Buckhead.
So once Jenna left with the kids and you were there with your family, did anyone else show up that wasn't law enforcement? Did Emily show up? Were there friends and family?
Chad Bruce showed up. Emily showed up later that day. I called Emily to tell her what had happened.
When did you call Emily to tell her what happened?
In that time period of after EMS told me what they told me about, sorry for your loss. And I began, letting people know who needed to know what was going on.
So at that point, did Emily get in the car and drive down?
Yes.
So while law enforcement was at your house, everybody arrived, lights, all of that, did you and Scott talk?
I don't remember.
Did he mention anything about a gun?
Yeah.
When was that?
Right about that time after EMS was the first to arrive. So my brother was out talking about it, and I heard him say something about he saw a gun in the basement, something about, like a sometime before all this happened, and about he was having to get like a remote control, or something like that. And
It wasn't to you. It was just someone else.
I don't think Scott and I sat down and had a conversation one-on-one.
Okay.
I think I was just hearing what he was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you caught that information. Did you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that was weird?
Yeah.
Why did you think that was weird?
Because I just thought it was weird. Like, there's a gun in the basement, and I don't know. I just thought it just didn't make a lot of sense. Nothing made sense to me at the time, but I just remember that, like, thinking that, well, that's strange. I don't really remember what made me think that.
At this point, what did you think happened to your father?
I was going through scenarios in my head, like how I didn't know what happened. I just knew what I had just seen, what was happening, what was going on. And I'm trying to figure out, running through scenarios in my head, like how in the world, like I thought, like, could he have had a medical thing? I thought maybe he fell in the fire. Maybe, that's where my head was at that point.
Did you talk to law enforcement on scene?
I did.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke with?
Well, specifically law enforcement, the only time really anybody asked me about like what was going on at the time was when I sat down with, and I apologize, it could be Lieutenant, I don't know police
That's
ranks,
okay.
and
Titles.
Kaikanal or something like that. He's the one who interviewed me first
Okay, where was that?
in his police vehicle
On scene?
on scene.
At the farm?
Correct.
How long did you talk with him? Do you remember?
Oh, honestly, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been an hour. I don't remember.
At that point, did you think anyone else had been involved in your father's death?
I don't remember specifically. I remember our conversation kind of had me thinking of maybe that was the case, because he said, well, Chris, when things like this happen, we assume foul play until we know it's not. Okay. So when he said that to me, he then asked me, is your parents, not quoting him, paraphrasing, something about how was your parents' marriage?
Mm-hmm.
How was their relationship? And I told him.
You told him the truth.
Told him the truth.
At that point in time, how much, if anything, did you know about Rusty Barton?
I knew a lot about Rusty Barton at the time.
What was it that you knew about him?
Well, I knew he had come to my sister's wedding.
When
and
was
was
that?
dancing. It was in July of 2016. And at the reception, he was dancing with my mother. And then the next morning, my brother, myself, Jenna, and my father went to Jonathan's Sports Grill in Franklin, Tennessee, Cool Springs, and we had brunch, breakfast, whatever you want to call it. And my dad was very upset about what he had seen at that reception, about my mom dancing with Rusty. And he told me, he's like, this is the last time she's going to embarrass me like that.
Did you learn if your mom had multiple cell phones?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
My kids told me.
Did you ever see her with multiple cell phones?
No.
So when you were around your mom, you saw that her to just have one phone.
Mm-hmm.
And your daughters mentioned she had a second phone. Is that?
Yeah, and my dad.
And your dad.
Yeah.
In what context did your dad inform you of the cell phone?
I don't remember. I just remember him saying something about it. I don't remember the context of it.
In your family, when conflicts would arise, like the Ted Wiley situation, would you all talk about it together or talk things out? How did issues like that settle in your family?
They were never settled. We didn't talk about those kind of things. Just kind of swept it under the rug. I mean, when my dad told me about that she was coming home from, I mean, I know where I was. I know where I was parked having the conversation with him. I'll never forget it. He told me she's coming home and you need to accept her back. And I don't know. I mean,
Did your dad love your mom?
oh, very much so.
You could see that.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that why he stayed with her?
Yes.
So going back to the 5th, you talked to detective at the time, Kuykendall, in his patrol car.
Yep.
After that, did you speak with law enforcement again?
No, I left after that. I wanted to go check on my children. I just wanted to get to my kids.
And did you check with someone
Yeah.
about leaving?
Oh, they had my car blocked in they moved the police car so I could leave.
What did you do when you left?
I went home.
And what did you do when you got home?
I went home and I hugged my kids.
How long were you in Buckhead at home with your kids?
Not very long. I just went home and checked on them, and I wasn't home very long because Emily was coming and I wanted to be there when Emily got there.
Were you there when Emily got there?
Emily got there before I got there. I pulled up and Emily was already there.
How many hours had passed? How long does it take Emily to drive from?
Approximately 3 to 4 hours where they were living at the time. 3 to 4 hours.
So that's about how much time had passed since you called her and then you coming back to the house.
I guess.
And Emily was there.
Yes.
Was she there with her husband?
Yes.
And did you speak with Emily?
Yes.
Where did you end up going that night since law enforcement stayed at the farm?
I went home. I left. I know it was dark. I think I left around about the same time Emily left. And I actually had gone to get gas and I went to run my debit card and it said, please see cashier. And I was like, what in the world? Well, something had happened with my account. That check that I had written to that painter, he had taken it and tried to cash it when I told him, you don't need to cash this until like Friday. Well, he went and cashed it anyway. And it overdrew my account. So I couldn't get gas. So I didn't know what to do. I called Emily, who was on her way to the hotel, and she actually lent me $20 so I could put gas in my car to get home. So I went to the Fairfield Inn on, it was on like, I don't know if it was Fairfield Inn. It was a hotel, I think it was on Windward Parkway, I think. But I went to her hotel and she lent me $20. I went up to her room and saw Olivia and I went home.
home to your condo in Buckhead.
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, did you get a phone call?
I did.
From who?
I think it was Detective Hayes. I think. 90% positive it was Detective Hayes.
If I told you it was Detective Kuykendall, would that be surprising?
Wouldn't be surprising at all.
And what was that phone call? What was the purpose of that phone call?
They asked me where I was, they asked me some questions about my locations on like July 3rd and July 4th. And I said, well, I told them, and they asked me, is there anybody who would want to hurt your father? And I said, no, I don't think so. And then they asked me, well, let me back up. They told me that they found a bullet in my father's rib. And now this was being treated as a homicide. And there were some follow-up questions, and they asked me, who would anybody ever benefit from your father being killed? And I was very frank. I said, well, yeah, I mean, my mom and whoever he's related to as far as financially. I mean, at this point in time, my brain had kind of already switched to thinking something had happened to him that wasn't falling in a fire.
Why did it switch?
Because of my mother's behavior when the police were there and just how she was acting.
What was that behavior? How was she acting?
Just not like somebody whose husband had just been found in a burn pile. When I left, when I was walking in my truck with the detective, my mother walked up and she asked him, she said, are y'all about done here? And he said, well, ma'am, we're not, no. He said, well, my granddaughter needs to stay here tonight. And he said, well, ma'am, we're not really done. And I said, Mama, Emily's got a hotel room. She's going to be fine. This is before I left to go back to Buckhead. She's going to be fine. And she said, my daughter will stay here if I say so, or something like that. And I was like, I was shocked. And I was angry. I'm getting yelled at. My father's just been found dead. I'm getting yelled at by her. I remember I had my tailgate down. I remember slamming my tailgate. The guy moved the car and I left. I was beyond words, angry and frustrated, and just, I was all over the place mentally. And it just didn't seem, something was off. And so that.
So when you heard about the bullet in his rib, what was going on in your head?
I just remember crying. Like after I got off the phone with them, I just sat on the couch and me and Jenna just cried together. That's all I remember.
Did your mom say anything about money to you that night?
She had asked me, she had told me that I needed to cancel the condo to the beach.
The night on the 5th?
Yes. Well, either the afternoon, it was still daylight. I don't remember exactly when it was, but she told me you need to cancel that condo to the beach.
And what did you think about that?
I thought, that's what you're worried about right now? And I told her, I was like, well, I didn't book the condo to the beach. You know, I ended up a few days later canceling it because I was able to find out. I think my father had emailed me the confirmation, and I was able to get the information. But at the time, that was the least, in my mind, it's like, why are we even talking about this? Which was, you know, another reason that I was starting to think something was wrong.
So you get a phone call from Detective Kuykendall the night he tells you about the bullet, and he asked you if your dad had any enemies, things of that nature. Do you know anybody that not really would benefit from it, but that would want him dead?
No.
Would Scott have benefited from his death?
I mean, could have. I mean, financially, I mean, all of his kids could have.
How so?
Because we're his children.
What does that mean?
That means if some, you know, if somebody has money and they pass away, it, you know, can go to their wife, their kids, whoever.
Did you end up speaking with law enforcement in the days shortly after?
Not shortly after, no.
Okay. And why was that?
The following day, which would have been the 6th, my mother was still being questioned. My brother and my mother were still being questioned. I guess they had taken them to a local precinct, maybe. At this time, when we're in frantic chaos mode, and I guess my sister Amanda had contacted somebody at Burn Foreman, and then I was told that I need to be at this lawyer's office because my mother was, I guess, still talking with them. They were trying to get her out of being interviewed with the police. And we ended up at an attorney's office.
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
So that Friday, July 6th.
Correct.
And why did that keep you from talking to law enforcement?
Well, because they told us not to. Manny Aurora was the name of the lawyer, the attorney. He told us, he said, if you say anything to the police, they're going to arrest you, your mother, and your brother if you say anything to them.
That he said that to you?
He said that to me. He said that to everyone.
Who was everyone? Who was there?
Everybody. All the siblings were there. Jenna was not there. My kids were not there. But like me, Scott, Amanda, Emily. I don't remember if Emily's husband was there, but it was definitely the 4 of us kids and my mother.
And so they instructed you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
And what did you think of that?
I thought it was strange. I just wanted to find out what happened to my dad, you know, like I just wanted to know. And I remember getting kind of frustrated and probably voiced my opinion about it. It was an effort by Manny Aurora to convince us that if we said anything, he told us that the police were probably lying about him being shot. And he was just like, you need to shut up or you're going to go to prison for this. And I'm thinking, I had nothing to do with this. Why do I need to stop talking?
Mhm.
But I did. I agreed. I said, okay. I said, fine. I won't.
Did, now what about Addison, since she was there the night of the 4th?
Mhm.
Was she interviewed?
By the police?
Right.
Or
By the police. We'll start with the police. Was she interviewed by the police?
no, I think Jenna had, I can't remember if Jenna, I don't think Jenna had gotten there before it had, it's just so cloudy to me, like when people got there. But no, they did not talk to Addison that
Was
day.
she eventually forensically interviewed?
Yes.
Okay.
They took her cell phone.
Law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a big deal.
That was a very big deal. She was very upset about it.
So she was eventually forensically interviewed, and you know that to mean what?
When, I mean, they flew down, this was over a year later. This was August of 2019, and Kendall Lee, their mother, my ex-wife, flew down with them, and we went to that. I think it was Ann Crawford Children's Center. My children went in the back and were interviewed, and we were not in there, myself or their mother. And then they came out, and that was it.
As far as you know, no law enforcement interviewed them.
No, the only thing I seem to remember was maybe law enforcement was listening to it, but there was no law enforcement there physically.
Did you talk to Manny Aurora about Addison being interviewed or spoken with?
Yeah,
What
he
was that?
confronted me about it, and he wanted me to call my daughter. This was not at the first meeting. We had multiple meetings with Manny Aurora, and he wanted me to call my daughter and put her on speakerphone for him and like everybody in that room to basically like confront my daughter.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevance. I allowed kind of a brief reenactment of what happened earlier, but now we're continuing to talk about what a previous attorney in this case was saying, so I would go ahead and object to relevance, Judge.
Explains why he didn't go to law enforcement and eventually.
He can explain what he did next without going into the content, so I'll sustain you today.
Did you eventually go to law enforcement yourself?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because I'd had it. I was done with, I didn't like the way that was going with her attorneys. And so, and I was just wanted to know what happened, and I just felt compelled to help find out.
Did anyone go with you?
My brother, Scott.
Do you remember about how long after your father's remains were found did you go voluntarily with your brother to talk to law enforcement?
I don't remember the day. I don't remember the date.
Was it more than 10 days after?
I don't remember.
If
'Cause I
had told you it was July 26th, would that sound accurate to you?
It could. What I'm trying to think, because I went to Maine, and that meeting was either right before or right after it. So if it was July 26th, it would have been, I believe, right after I got back from Maine.
Okay. You went to Maine to see your daughters?
Yeah, I had to get out of this town.
So you sat down with what law enforcement officers did you sit down with when you and Scott spoke with them?
For sure, Detective Hayes And a couple other ones, I think Kaikanal might have been there, but I can't be sure. There were people coming in and out. It was a lengthy interview. It was officers coming in and out.
I want to talk about the year that followed your father's murder. So the next year, before your mother's arrest, you eventually at some point became the temporary administrator of his estate. Can you
Correct.
tell the jury about that?
Yeah. I mean, the farm was basically, there were financial problems. I mean, the farm was potentially going into foreclosure. I mean, there were things going on. My mother was openly trying to say we need to get the death certificate and like all these things. And Emily and Scott and I decided we needed to do something as far as, because they froze all my father's accounts. There was nobody who could use any of that money, and somebody had to do it. There were discussions back and forth whether Amanda was going to do it. And, there was at this time, a very hard divide in our family. And
What was that divide?
well,
Who was divided?
my brother, Scott, my sister, Emily, and I on one side, and my mother and Amanda on the other. My mother was not living, but still had kind of a relationship with Amanda.
What created the divide?
Well, a lot of things. I mean, it was my mother was very much so telling us that we needed to help support her, that we needed to give her money because my father had supported us and given us money all these years, and that we needed to, in turn, give her money. To speak of my situation, and I just had my suspicions that she had something to do with this.
So there was a divide in the family. You eventually became the temporary executor of the estate, administrator. And so when you were in this role, did you learn who the beneficiary was of all your dad's assets?
Yeah. I was actually visiting my kids in Maine, and Barry Bishop sent me an email saying that my mother was on the life insurance and the 401k.
Eventually, did someone else get appointed the administrator of the estate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that a contentious area among the family when you were appointed?
Yes.
How so?
My mother was not happy about it.
How did you know that?
Well, the day that I was officially appointed and she had learned about it, her and my brother got into a pretty bad, I guess, argument or something like that.
You weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Did you and her ever speak?
Yeah.
How did you speak with her?
I called her. It wasn't too long after that because I was getting, not directly from my mother, but through Amanda, basically saying, you need to do this because they thought I had access to these accounts and I didn't. What happened was when I was named, because there were bills. There was the mortgage. There was a condo in Tuscaloosa, Alabama that my dad owned that I wanted to start making these current. I didn't want those things to be foreclosed on or go away and so when I was named temporary administrator, I immediately set up a meeting with his personal banker. And she said, okay, come down here. We're going to have a meeting. I get to the meeting. She meets me in the parking lot. She's like, Chris, our legal team said a temporary administrator is not enough for me to give you access to your father's funds to pay for anything. From what I remember, that was either not believed or just maybe they didn't know that. And I called my mother to tell her that I can't do anything. I don't have a checkbook. I don't have a card. I don't have access to money. I can't. I have nothing to be able to pay these bills.
When you became the administrator of the estate, what was your role? What was your duty, your job, your oath?
My duty was to preserve the estate.
So be conservative with, try to save as much as you could.
Yeah.
Is that what that
Mhm.
means? So let's go back to the phone call with your mom you had mentioned. What was that?
I called her and I said, I can't. I said, Mama, I can't do anything. I can't. And I did. I said, just please tell me what happened. I was like, there's no way you know, or excuse me, there's no way you don't know if all this happened like they say. There's no way you don't know about it. And then she hung up with me, and I think that's the last time I've talked to my mother ever. I mean, that's the last conversation that I've had with my mother, period.
Did you ever confront your mom about any of her affairs?
I'm sure I did. After this all happened, there were at that point text group threads for the family. I would get very angry about some of the things that were being said, and I would throw it out there like, well, you know, are having this affair, you know, XOXO, which was some name for Rusty's name on her cell phone, and I would like text it to like just.
Did you ever confront her face to face?
I don't remember that.
After everything that happened, you had already mentioned your PTSD therapy. When did you start doing that?
Well, I started doing that.
I would object to relevance as PTSD therapy.
I'm sorry?
Response.
Oh, it goes towards the aftermath of all of this and the family, of how it's affected the family.
It has nothing to do with facts in this case.
Also saying it.
Did you ever get to have a funeral for your father?
No,
Was that a contentious area after his death?
for me it was.
Oh, so they come there now. Okay, they got on sidebar now. It's just story time. It's just story time at the zoo type of thing. I don't know what it is about this guy. He's not very likable. Some things he remembers so easy. Some things, I don't. You can see that he's been thinking about this story he's weaved it. Sorry, Lady Di. Sorry, my darling. I don't know why that. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my darling. This is very. Yeah. Fuck. I don't. Lost my train of thought now. Anyway, I'm I know a lot of people. I don't judge witnesses that you can do, but I think he thinks he's too smart. He's smarter than everybody. Like, I don't know if he's telling the truth, but I would be like, he's just too smarmy for me personally. I don't know. Why would he be an administrator? I mean, fucking hell. 1 minute he can't even afford his own gas. I'm not sure I'd want him in charge of any property administration. Oh, he must have. They must have told the jury to leave. Maybe. I presume. Yeah, the jury on the way out. Okay, let's hear what the arguments has to be now.
We
Then.
have witness step out too. All right, I asked the lawyers for a sidebar and quickly got beyond what we needed to talk about at a sidebar based upon the ground rules that I had set for that previously. So let's start that whole conversation over. So we had a question to the witness about the family being contentious after, based upon an issue with the funeral. I think Mr. Weaver was about to object, but before the witness could say anything, I stopped him. So we'll go from there.
And that's correct, Judge. It sounded as if he was getting into some of the issues that were the natural part of the delay of this case. We had expert witness issues insofar as examining the remains, and to somehow say in a reply that needed to be stopped before that got started. Also, I think it sounds like the state's going to try to also discuss something about the contentiousness of the funeral, insofar as my client wouldn't pay for the funeral, but they've already stated that she doesn't have any money to pay for anything anyway. She had no access to funds, so ultimately, it's not relevant.
All right, Ms. Frankish.
Judge, the motive of this case for this defendant is money. The fight and the argument that I'm wanting to get through the witness is that shortly after his death, this is well before Ms. Farris's arrest, well before the defendant's arrest, before the remains and the release of the remains even became an issue. The family met at a funeral home to plan a funeral. The package that Emily had picked out, the defendant did not want to spend that much money on. There is a call that we are going to play later on, a recorded call with Rusty Barton, where she talks about, why do you need a funeral? There's nothing left, basically. So it loops back to the motive. And
here's the problem. When you ask him about him being upset about not being able to have a funeral, he's not going to just want to talk about what you're wanting to talk to him about. He's going to want to talk to about the fact that, as far as I know, they've never had a funeral because the remains were at the crime lab for ever, and then COVID, and so longer, and then expert witnesses need to work on the remains, and then we had an expert witness die, and then we had another expert witness, and all the other issues that have come up over the course of the trial that have led to the delay. Now, if y'all want to craft some kind of explanation for all that we can give the jury, I'm happy to do that. But he's going to go into all that other stuff, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop him from doing it. Now, you can instruct him, and when he goes outside the specific instance at the funeral home that you want to talk to him about, I'm going to call him down in front of the jury, and I don't want to have to do that. So if y'all can contain your witness to just that conversation, And those issues, that'll be fine. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, Judge.
All right.
Judge, can we just have 1 second?
Y'all get the cross. Y'all can't delve into it either to cause him to blow up about it.
Judge, I think you may have a way to.
All right.
Based on the course instructions. We just maybe
Yes,
just a
Judge.
little.
That's fine.
I'll just ask
And-
very specific questions.
All right.
And allow some lead just on these.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need to crack it real quick.
All right. We'll take 5 minutes.
So I'm guessing that they're going to craft something then between them. This judge is fantastic, by the way. He might be one of my favorite. Judge White as well was really good. I thought Judge White was good with the legs up in the air stuff to the jury. He was good, and this judge is good. So yeah, we've been quite lucky with these couple of judges. They are, yeah. Anyway, right, I'm gonna go offline again for a little bit. I think they are just on a break now. I love the fact that Mexi Texi loves the judge. That's well within her age range. She doesn't like him for his personality. She likes him because she's like raw. She's like raw. I want the judge. That's Mexi Texi. She loves the judge. La 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 loves a judge. He don't even wear a black robe. Trust me, if Mexi Texas gets away, he would be wearing nothing. Hey Mexi. Hey Mexi. Mexi Texi. Hey Kim, how are you doing? How are you doing, Kim? Yeah, his personality shines through perfectly, and I love him. Shut up. I know what personality you're talking about. Raw. Right, I'll be back later. See what happens here. Sorry, people, I'm just not feeling it.
And not, well, I still need to tell, I still need to bring them in and excuse them for the day. So we'll just do that. Yeah, let's talk to them I'll talk to him before we dismiss him for the day too, and then we'll, deal with our other juries. Y'all ready to go back on the record? Yes. All right, Mr. Farris, I'm gonna let the prosecutors talk to you about this area of questioning they want to go into next with you. We're gonna end up breaking for the day, and we're gonna take this topic tomorrow. Now, Ms. Frankish is gonna give you some very specific questions, and I don't want you to go rambling about other issues. I know that you are upset, and I know there have been issues with the family and the funeral and the remains and the delay of the trial and all those things. But we don't want that in front of the jury, okay? Because that's just going to be rabbit holes we don't need to deal with. So I understand to the extent that there was a confrontation or whatever this couple of incidents that Ms. Frankish wants to go into you with, that's fine, but let's don't go beyond that. So
Yes, sir.
stick to that area. You
Yes, Your
understand
Honor.
that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Also, this case is ongoing. Don't talk to any of the witnesses overnight. Don't look up anything on the internet about what's going on with the trial. Okay. All right. Anything else we need to talk to him about? Is that fine, Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, as far as instructions? All right. You can be excused. We're going to go ahead and break for the afternoon.
Okay.
All right. Bring in my whole jury. All right, y'all don't get comfortable. I'm letting you go. So just come on in. My two jurors on the end can just stay standing. All right. One of y'all has asked for a break for the day, and we're at the end of the day. We had some instructions. We got a couple of things we need to take up outside the presence of of y'all. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to take up testimony back in the morning. Just 9 o'clock is fine. So no reason to come back any earlier.
9 o'clock's great. Jeff.
Okay. All right. So y'all just do the same instructions that I've been giving you. Be here at between 8:30 and 8:45, so you get your so that you can actually have a place to park in the parking deck. We'll take up the testimony in the morning. Again, don't look up anything about the case. Talk to anyone about the case. Talk to your family or friends about the case. Look up anything on the internet at all about the case. Just spend the evening watching hurricane coverage. All right. All right. With that, y'all can be excused. Tracy? I think I have it pulled up, but. All right, you're juror 74. All right, you had some concerns that you brought to the attention of the bailiff to bring them to me. So we're going to address those. So tell me what your concerns are.
I work with a lot of the witnesses, and it's the fire department I work for, so everyone talks and everyone knows jury I'm on, So when I go to work, it's all they talk about. And I can't really avoid it because, I'm on call with them, I eat dinner with them. I sleep in the room next to them. So
all right, so let's talk about that. So when I go to work, why are you going to work?
I go to work after.
Why? What makes you think that you're supposed to be at work instead of being here full-time as a juror?
I was instructed to.
Instructed to by who?
By my chief, sir.
What's your chief's name?
I recently started working. I don't remember his name. I can get it for you.
All right. Oh, I'm going to get it. What precinct? What station do you work for?
Oh, 6. Station 6.
All right. Now, did you inform your superior? Is he your direct superior? The chief. He's the chief for your district.
Yeah.
All right.
At jury duty?
Let's back up. All right. When did you tell him you had jury duty?
Whenever they call me in the morning up. So.
All right. Did you inform him before you came for jury selection that you were in the pool of jury people? All right. And then when you got the call Friday afternoon, what did you do the day that you were questioned to be here? The day that you were here that we did void ire where you were sitting in the box?
I was working.
All right. Okay. And did you tell him that you were on jury duty and he instructed you to work?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you told him you were selected for the jury, and what did he tell you?
But show up to work after jury duty was done.
So, and how many days have you been working since this case, since you were, we'll just say since Friday?
2, tomorrow would be my 3rd.
All right. And you're working 12 hours on, 36 off. What's your deal?
It's 24 on, 48 off.
All right. Do you have a copy of the Cherokee County Personnel Procedures Manual? Did they give you one of those when you started working for the county?
They may have. I'm not sure. I can ask about it though. I don't believe so.
Well, I'm going to call Chief Robinson and make sure that your boss knows what it says, but you should not be working. You should not be told in to come to work. I have told people that have overnight shifts that they can't do that while they're on the jury. Would you want a juror to sit in on your case if you were charged with a crime and they were sitting after working for 24 hours?
No, that's
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Okay, so policy number 6.31, any regular full-time employee who's required to serve on the jury or as a result of Cherokee County duties required to appear before a court, blah, blah, blah. You are on excused leave with pay. Time away will not affect vacation or sick leave accruals, etc. So they should not be directing you to work. Now, when I got word of this earlier, I looked up the policy myself and contacted the HR department and copied the county manager and said, I have a juror who's told me that they're working, and that doesn't seem like that's supposed to be what happened. So I want to make sure that I was correct in that information. So if you're not working, then you're not going to be in the station with your employees, co-employees and workers who know about this case and therefore can't be talking to you about it. Now, I expect lawyers are going to ask you questions about that, but I'm going to start it. So what has anyone said to you about this case?
They talked about stories they heard. They didn't run the case directly, but they've heard it from.
Because this happened 6 years ago, so I doubt anyone that's in your
And
there, other than maybe the chief, was actually working back
they're
then.
older guys. All of them. Station 6 is kind of like a retirement
Okay.
home, but they had stories from, I guess, Captain Love. They heard that, they showed up on scene and they were called out to a possible burning or a person down.
And did you explain to them that you're a juror and they didn't need to talk to you about the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Y'all want to ask him any questions about any of that?
Judge, if I might.
Go ahead. Oh, I was supposed to tell Jody I was starting this, but then we started early. But anyway.
So
Who's
what
aware?
we want to do is ask questions. I'm trying not to go into great detail because obviously you're a juror of the case. Have you heard anything about the case that is something that you have not heard so far?
No, not.
Did you feel like you were pressured one way or the other because of what you heard or where you work?
Yes.
You feel like that pressure has caused you to lean one way or another in the case?
I'd say so.
And I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but is it yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like you could not set that up? If the judge is instructing you, how it works is if he instructs you about what you've heard, and that's what we call extrajudicial. It's outside of the evidence. Can you set that aside and just listen to the evidence in the case from this point on?
I've tried to. That's why it's been brought up so late. I just try to, ignore it, remove myself from the situation, but I've already been tainted.
If you're not going back to work and things like that for the rest of the trial, can you?
I can possibly, yeah.
Okay, could you just listen to the evidence and decide based on the evidence in the law?
Try as best as we can. Yes, sir.
And could you be, the term is equipoise. If you have perfect balance, you're not leaning to the defense, you're not leaning to the state. Your job is just to get to the truth. Can you be perfectly in equipoise based on the charge of the court and what you, just under your oath, could you do that?
Yes.
All right. Anything? I really don't want you to ask any more questions about that. I just want to ask you, you to ask them specific questions about what conversations they
Very
had.
specific. So in these conversations that you had with coworkers, have you relayed any of that extrajudicial information to other potential jurors or other jurors on the jury?
No, sir.
But you can still be fair and impartial.
Yes, sir.
Listening just to the facts of this case.
All right, you can be excused.
Just give me just 1 second if I can.
Well,
counsel.
I'll let
Hold
y'all.
on a second, please.
All right, you can be excused. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Judge, we're not doing anything right now.
We'll come back in the morning.
We'll come back in 3 weeks. All right. We'll be recessed till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
No, I am here. I am here. Okay. It's interesting. Maybe they didn't use a strike though because it's beneficial to them for the defense. They're going to decide tomorrow. I think they're going to speak to each other, each side, and see if they want him or not. You can see them discussing it now off camera. Well, on camera, but off the record. So. Yeah, they were joking about the 3 weeks, people. They were joking about 3 weeks. Yeah, they said as a joke, come back in 3 weeks. So we are back tomorrow, and they're going to decide tomorrow morning whether both sides agree to let the juror stay on or not. So we'll see tomorrow morning. Right, everybody, I'm going to finish it off there. Thank you again so much for being here, everybody. Love you all to bits. And as I say, I'll end it there. I'll play a slight outro for you all, and I shall see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I feel a lot better tomorrow and can interact more. But yeah, I've been here listening. So, right, everybody, let me finish with. I don't know what I finish with. Burp guy. Right, let's do that one. We've not heard that one for ages. So have a good evening, everybody. Love you all. Take care. Ta-ra.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. I'll get